Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter had Black Widow as toxic girlfriend? Part 3. Join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories, also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Going into the creature's mind was almost as scary as fighting it. Any normal wizard would have been overwhelmed by the pure rage that Harry was feeling from the Hulk. Harry, however, was no normal wizard. He was the most powerful wizard, and on top of that, was probably one of the most powerful mind specialists out there. He tried to test his limits at first and see what he could easily control. It seemed that directing the anger would be much easier than purging it. Harry had to try though. He pushed deep into the creature's mind until he pierced the anger and saw, Banner? Banner? What the hell? How are you in here? Harry asked. Banner looked startled to see him. Harry, how are you here? Is this a dream? Banner asked, very confused.
No.
I was looking for a way to stop the Hulk, or you, I guess. I'm trying to calm it down. Harry said. So you're actually in our head? Banner asked. Harry questioned. Me and the Hulk are two different aspects. Two sides of the same coin, I guess. It's closest to multi-personality disorder, I suppose. He stays in my head until he takes over and vice versa. Neither has control while the other is active. Banner said. I see. I thought it was just an angry you, to be honest. Harry said as he looked at the aspect that represented Banner. Common misconception. I can assure you it is the furthest thing from the truth. Banner said. Harry nodded slowly. Whatever. Doesn't really matter. Do you know how to calm him down then? Harry asked. Banner shook his head. The Hulk only calms down when there is nothing left to be angry about. Banner said. Fuck. Well, that just won't do, since if I can't find a way, then I will be turned into a pancake. Harry mused. Banner said nothing, he just looked on sadly. Well, everyone has something that makes them calm down. What is the most relaxing and calming thing you can think of? Harry asked. Banner just shrugged. Nothing comes to mind. At least not what you are asking for, he said. Don't be pathetic, Banner. When is the happiest you can ever remember feeling? Harry asked. Again Banner shrugged. Harry face-palmed. This is probably why Big Green can't be stopped, you know. Harry said. Banner tried to say something, but Harry cut him off. Don't say anything. I will be back. I'm going to browse your mind until I find something that makes you happy. With that, Harry left Banner and continued into the memories that he had. Harry had to admit the man was never really that happy. There was a woman he had something for, but Harry did not think it would be enough. He just kept going deeper. Some of the things got pretty dark. His dad murdered his mom in cold injury when he was just a kid. Before that though, there seemed to be a lot of him and his mom. He finally found one. It was a memory that Bruce probably didn't even remember. It was him and his mother playing at a park when he was really young. The memory didn't seem like much, but the way his subconscious was latching onto it meant that it was important and meant a lot to him. He took the memory and broadcasted it all over Banner/Hulk's mind till it was all they could think about. Soon the red haze and anger surrounding the mind seemed to fade until it was nothing. Harry decided that his work was probably done and exited the mind. After leaving, the first thing he saw was straddling a covered Banner, who had tears of what looked like sadness and joy at the corner of his eyes. The next thing he noticed were the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents that had come to investigate and were eyeballing them with jaws to the floor. Harry flipped them off and then got off of Bruce. Feeling better, big guy? Harry asked as he reached out his hand for Bruce to take. How did you do that? I didn't even remember that memory. Bruce asked in wonderment. It ain't an easy process. Next time you are feeling mad beyond your control, think of that memory. It should help. Harry said to the slightly weeping man. Harry checked his surroundings and tried to reach out with his senses, but still found that he couldn't feel anything not in the immediate area. Stupid gem. If I wasn't so sure that it would explode violently if I tried to destroy it, it would be history. Harry thought to himself as he left Banner to the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel and started to search the ship. He was instantly 100 lost. He normally relied on his senses to getting around by just keeping at a direction where he knew his target was, but since he couldn't sense anyone, he was flying blind. He started to hear some panting, and as he turned to a different corridor, he found the source. Natasha was on her knees panting with clear exhaustion while a downed Hawkeye was in front of her. Harry came to the conclusion that they battled and that she had won. He jogged up to her and put his hand on her shoulder. "Hey, you okay? No injuries?" Harry asked. She shook her head. "Just some bruises here and there," she said as she started to finally catch her breath. "How's Robin Hood doing?" Harry asked as he looked at the man's downed form for a second. "He's alive. He tried to attack me. I had to knock him out. We need to restrain him so we can undo whatever Loki did to turn him against us," Natasha said. Harry nodded. "If we can set him down somewhere, I can get to work on reversing the process," Harry told her. She looked up at him. "Another one of your mysterious abilities?" she asked. Harry smiled and helped pull her to her feet. "Something like that. I'll grab him. I think the fighting has already died down." "Where is the infirmary on this place?" Harry asked. Natasha pointed and then led the way. Within 10 minutes, both were in the infirmary with Harry purging Loki's influence from Clint's mind. He saw some other stuff too. Stuff that he could tell the man would not be happy he saw. Not like he could be blamed though. It was the man's subconscious that kept throwing up images to the forefront of the man's mind. He was most likely dreaming about them. Harry finally retracted his hand from the man. "There. He should be fine. Far as I can tell, Loki has been totally purged from his mind. Still, might want to keep him locked up just in case I miss something," Harry said to Natasha. The redhead nodded and sighed. "Well, this has been a rough day," she said out loud. Harry nodded. "It's probably not over yet," Harry commented. Just then, Fury entered the room. He looked at both of them and then at Clint. "How's he doing?" Fury asked. Harry could literally hear the man's tiredness in his voice, so he decided to just be straight with him. "Should be fine when he wakes up. I've purged Loki's influence from his mind. We only have him locked up in case I miss something," Harry said to the man. Fury nodded. "Coulson is dead," Fury said. Harry heard Natasha take a quick intake of breath. He looked at her then back at Fury. "Who's Coulson?" he asked. "He was one of our top agents. He was the handler of Agent Romanoff and Agent Barton. He was also the one who dealt the most with Tony in the same way that Agent Romanoff deals with you," the one-eyed man explained. That triggered his mind. He remembered Tony showing him some footage of his shield handler and how he made fun of the man with a friendly undertone. He would not take the news of his death well. "Does Tony know he has passed?" Harry asked. Fury nodded. "Loki has escaped as well. He and Thor seemed to battle and, from our footage, it would seem he tricked Thor into stepping into his cage and then dropped it," Fury said. Harry frowned. Didn't sound like much of a battle. Though Harry couldn't really imagine Loki winning a fair battle against Thor, especially without his shape-shifting. "Do we know where he is?" Harry asked. "No, and he took the scepter with him," Fury continued. Harry nodded, a little happy at that. He may finally get his superior senses back when the gem's effects wore off. "So, I guess this means we need to come up with a new strategy," Harry mused as he looked up and thought of what this turn of events meant. Loki had planned to be here, he already knew that. He probably didn't plan for Harry, but still. Now he was doing something with an object that had almost unlimited power. Sounded like every bad guy in every movie ever. Loki will show himself soon enough. He likes to be seen. It's one of his weaknesses. If we can't find him, then I guess we will just have to wait," Harry said. "You may be right. I need to go and plan our next move from here. The council also wants an update. If you will excuse me," Fury said before leaving. As soon as he left, Harry looked at Natasha. "You okay?" he asked her. "Yeah, it's just, he was a friend," she said. Harry nodded in understanding. He didn't say anything, he just gave her some time to deal with the death. He suddenly felt mad. Loki, the son of a bitch, had hurt someone he cared about. What was worse was that he did it on a personal level. It made him mad. Mad not only at Loki but at himself. He had Loki in the palm of his hand. He could have crushed him, but he didn't, and now look. People were dead and his friends were hurting. It angered him to the point where he clenched his fingers. Loki, I swear to all that exists that when I find you, and I am going to make you regret taking a single step on this planet. This I promise. And there is chapter 33. I hope you all liked it. I will do my absolute best to have another chapter out next week. Thanks again to everyone who supports this story. Until next time. Twitter Flameraiser, Chapter 34. Well, here is Chapter 34. Last chapter of the Avengers movie arc. I am undecided if I just want to make up the rest of the story from here. I am not sure if I will incorporate any more of the films or if I will just go off with my own ideas after this. I'll put some thought into it and give you my decision later. I hope you guys like this chapter and that the battle wasn't ended too fast. For you. Sometimes it's hard to tell what is a long scene and what's a short team when you are writing. I did the battle some justice. Anyways, hope you enjoy the chapter. April 23, 2012. Harry sat at a table with Natasha and Clint in silence. He was just imagining the pain he was going to cause Loki while both Barton and Natasha talked about Coulson. Just then, Tony entered the room. All right, let's go, we're suiting up, Tony said with a serious expression on for once. Harry stood. We know where he is? Harry asked as he moved to follow, not even paying attention to the two agents who also got up and followed him out. Tony nodded. Yeah. Assholes on top of my penthouse about to open up a portal straight over one of the most populated cities in America. Tony said. Harry nodded in understanding. We should get to one of the jets quickly. Doubt Fury will let us just go without informing him. Natasha said. Harry looked at her. I assume you can get us there? Harry asked. Natasha nodded. All right, let's get going. We have to get there ASAP. Harry said as they all started running to grab their respective gear. Harry had none, so he just ran straight to the jet and waited for everyone else. A few minutes later, Natasha, Clint, Banner, and Rogers boarded the plane. They all quickly strapped in. Natasha and Clint hopped in the front and powered up the jet. All right, let's get going, guys. I'm going to go ahead and see if I can stop the portal opening beforehand, Tony said before taking off. Their jet took off after him as fast as it could. Harry looked around at Banner and Steve. Steve looked hardened and ready while Banner seemed rather nervous. Harry focused more on Banner since he was sure that Steve could take care of himself. He tapped Banner on the side of the leg to get his attention. When Banner looked up, Harry spoke. Hey, just remember what I told you. Long as you concentrate on that memory, it should give you some control. You will be fine, I promise. Besides, I will be there, so if you get too crazy, I'll step in. Harry told the man with a smile. Banner returned the smile, looking a little nervous about the whole situation. Thanks. It's comforting to know there's someone who can actually get me under control if need be, Banner said. Harry nodded. The rest of the ride was in relative silence as they approached the city. It took close to an hour to get there, but it looked like the party had already kicked off. The portal was open and creatures were pouring out of it. Tony was trying to bottleneck it but was clearly having some problems. Harry immediately unbuckled and ran to the back of the plane. He popped the back open. Hey, wait, we are still too far. Natasha tried, but Harry had already jumped out. He immediately flashed right on top of one of the creature's hovercrafts. The creatures looked like nothing he had ever seen. They were clearly alien as well as being what looked to be mechanical in some parts. Harry didn't bother to identify more than that before he surged forward. He lunged forward and slammed the left one into the controls before grabbing the right one and throwing it off the craft, directly into one of Tony's waiting repulsor beams. He then flashed to the next hovercraft. What took you all so long? Decide to stop for drive-through on the way? Tony said, irritated. Harry dodged a blue bolt coming from some foreign alien rifle before grabbing the barrel and smashing it against the alien's skull. Oh well, you know how traffic is during this time of day, Harry said as he ducked under the second alien's grasp before banishing him off the craft and down several hundred feet. Well, get in the game. Our ultimate goal is to close the portal. The machine keeping it open is surrounded by an impenetrable force field at the top of Stark Towers. Thoughts, anyone? Tony asked. Give me some time to think. Harry said back as he took down another hovercraft while shooting a cutting spell at another and killing its driver, causing it to smash into a building. We need to get the civilians out of here and to safer places as well. Roger's voice said over the comm. He's right. Best to have as few casualties as possible. Harry agreed as he jumped down onto the back of an alien and summoned a knife which he plunged into the back of its skull. Okay, me and Natasha will secure civilians. Barton, get on a roof and aim for the pilots of those crafts. Banner, need you to get angry, pal. Rogers said. On it, Banner responded. A few seconds later, there was a very familiar roar coming from the direction of Main Street. Same here, Barton said. Good. Tony and Wolf, just keep taking out as many of those things as possible. Rogers said. Guys, we have a problem. A big problem, Tony said. Harry was about to ask that he elaborate, but the words died in his throat. A giant flying thing was coming down from the portal. Well, god damn it. Where's an explosive train when you need it? Harry mumbled to himself. Tony, distract it and I'll look for weak points in its armor. Harry said as he flashed away and onto the back of the giant creature. Got it, but hurry. Looks like that thing drops foot soldiers. Rogers, Romanoff, look out. You are about to have a lot of company. Tony said. Already on it. Rogers replied. Harry looked all over the armor until he found enough chinks. He conjured a bottle of spray paint and circled them in red. Tony, memorize all the points circled in red. Those are its weak point, Harry said, as he prepared himself. Got them marked. Get off of it so I can start shooting it. Tony said as he continued to fly in front of the creature while also shooting at the passing hovercraft. No need. I got this one, Harry said. Wah! Harry didn't hear the rest as he flashed away to directly in front of the creature. He held his hand out as he started to free fall. Fiend fire. He yelled and unleashed a giant snake made of flames directly into the creature's open maw before flashing to a nearby rooftop to see how much damage he had inflicted on the creature. Just as he thought, the flaming snake tore the creature's insides before ripping open its stomach and burning every vitals and tissue within to a crisp. The creature crashed hard into the ground, clearly dead. Harry smirked before canceling the curse. Fuck was that? Tony yelled in confusion without stopping the fight. I always have some tricks up my sleeves. Wanted to try that before I tried more powerful alternatives. Harry said. More powerful? Tony yelled again. Concentrate, Tony. We'll talk about this later. Harry said as he felt a new presence. Heads up. Thor just arrived. I can see him from here. He's zapping any alien in his path. Also looks like he is going straight for the portal. I think he's gonna try and bottleneck it again. Harry said. Good, we could use all the help we can get. Keep me updated when you can on him, Wolf. Rogers said. I got you. Harry replied before flashing off into the path of the god, causing him to stop. Point Break, slow down a second. Harry said to the god. Thor slowed. What is happening? Thor asked quickly. Loki opened a portal. These creatures have come pouring out since. We can't close the portal either. It's surrounded by a barrier of pure energy. Harry said back just as swiftly. Thor nodded. They are called Chitauri. They are dangerous and supposed to be under only one person's control. I will take as many down as I can as well as try to get the barrier down. Thor said before taking off. Harry too rejoined the fight. He flashed to a passing craft and resumed to take its members out and continued on. On another craft, he slammed a Chitauri into another, causing both to become disoriented when he heard his ringtone start playing. He pulled out his phone with one hand while grabbing one of the pilots with his other hand and using it as a meat shield from another craft shooting at him. Hello? Harry asked, confused as he ducked a blue bolt. Where are you right now? Daphne's voice said from the other side of the phone. Harry paled. Oh shit. Hey Daph.
I'm just chilling.
What about you? Harry asked as he threw his meat shield directly at the other hovercraft. It nailed the pilot, causing it to fly out of control and explode against a building. Really? Just chilling, are you? So you're not in New York fighting off a bunch of aliens? She asked harshly. Harry grabbed the controls and flashed away just as he collided with another craft. He landed on a roof. PSSSSHHHHH. What it? Of course not. I'm just, on the island. Yes, that's it. I decided me and Sammy needed a little vacation and took us back to Wolf Cove. Harry said, Is that so? Because I just so happened to have Sammy with me. I stopped by your apartment and grabbed her this morning. Daphne said, Double shit. Okay, look. There might be a slight possibility I'm in New York fighting aliens and looking for a god to give excruciating pain to. Harry told her apprehensively, You are the most idiotic, testosterone-filled man I have ever met. She said blandly. Harry perked up. So you're not mad? Harry asked as he flashed and drop-kicked a Chitauri on the streets. He materialized a pistol and started laying down fire on a group of them that were trying to capture civilians. I didn't say that. You're doing your own paperwork for a week. All of it, she said before hanging up. Harry pocketed his phone. Hate to say this, Wolf, but now is not the time to be dealing with your lady troubles. Tony said. Harry's eyes widened for a second. Did you guys hear all that? Harry asked as he levitated a car and smashed it down on 3 more Chitauri. Oh yeah, Rogers said, sounding out of breath. I did not know you were dating anyone. Natasha said almost teasingly. Harry tensed. He knew that she was not actually teasing and might possibly be quite angry at him. Not my girlfriend. More of a sister than anything else, really. Harry said as he slid over a car and slammed his boot on the face of another alien before casting an exploding charm at another, causing green injury and vitals to fly everywhere. Enough about that. I got Loki on a craft going down 8th with 2 escorts. Barton said. Harry immediately flashed behind Barton. Where is he? Harry demanded, scaring the life out of the man. Barton pointed. Harry looked where he was pointing and saw 3 crafts zooming above the street. Harry locked in on Loki. I got him. Harry called out before flashing away, once again scaring Barton. He landed right next to Loki and grabbed his shoulder before flashing them away once again. They both landed in Tony's ruined penthouse. Harry pushed him away and kicked him back close to 10 feet. Ready for round 2, asshole? Harry asked. Loki sneered at him before raising his scepter and firing at him. Harry flashed behind him and body slammed the man. He then pushed him into the nearby wall. Loki brought his elbow down on Harry's back multiple times, but Harry ignored the pain. He was too angry to care much about it. He lifted his head and slammed his fist against the god's face. It did not have much effect, so Harry slammed it into the god's gut. As Loki bent down in pain, Harry flashed 3 steps back so he could roundhouse kick the down man's head. Loki went flying to the side and groaned for a second before getting up and growling. He grabbed his scepter, which had fallen earlier, and charged quickly at Harry. Harry conjured a short sword and deflected Loki's attack before countering with his own. He swung from the left with the full intention to see if Loki could live with having everything under his belly button liberated from his torso. Loki, sadly, deflected but was unprepared for Harry immediately smashing the hilt of the blade against his face. He stumbled back before creating more illusions. Harry didn't even bother with reminding him that they couldn't trick him. He didn't even allow the man to get close enough to do whatever he was planning. He threw away the sword and started to throw spells. The first was an exploding spell which was sent to Loki's feet. Loki jumped back in time to avoid getting hit by it, but could do nothing from being thrown back by the explosion. He fell through the shattered window and down to the concrete. Harry ran over to the window, only to see Loki disappearing around a street corner on a craft that had apparently caught him before he smashed into the ground. Harry growled. He flashed to the point where Loki was just at and saw him speeding away down the street. He flashed to a building that Loki was about to pass. He looked down and saw Loki about to zoom by. He jumped off the building and collided with the craft mid-air. The Chitauri pilot immediately freaked out and made turns to get him off. Harry reached out, grabbed it by the head and slammed it into his knee. He then threw the limp body off the craft and faced Loki. The more you run, the more I'm going to hurt you, Harry warned the god. Loki screamed in frustration before he reached out and grabbed Harry. Harry was about to flash away with him but was shocked still for a moment. Harry looked down at Loki's hand and saw that it was blue. There was ice spreading on his body originating from where Loki was grabbing. You have become too much of a nuisance. You need to die now, Loki said with a crazed smile. Harry jumped back into action and grabbed Loki's hand. He twisted it as hard as he could until he heard a loud snap. Loki fell to his knees and howled in pain. Harry grabbed the god's collar. He was about to knock him out when Loki gained a horrified expression as he looked at something behind Harry. Shadow passed over them both, and Harry turned around to see that they were about to crash into an office building. Harry didn't even have enough time to get himself to flash out of the situation before he was flung forward into the building at more than 200 miles an hour with Loki. He smashed through desks, walls, and glass repeatedly, until he finally came to a stop. His brain immediately shut off and he knew no more. Found. Scepter. Nuke. Incoming. Barrier. One-way trip. I know. He's not. Made it. Coming. To hot. Roa error. Harry jolted up at the loud roar. He immediately groaned in pain. Anyone get the number of the building that hit me? He thought to himself. He could feel both his left arm and leg were broken in multiple places as well as some of his ribs. Harry immediately started to channel his magic into the wounds and felt a soft, warm, numbing glow on the spots he had previously felt pain. He put his back against the nearby wall and sat and took a second to take in his surroundings. Loki was passed out less than 10 yards from him. There was rubble and shrapnel from the crash as well as a few small fires that would need to be put out. Loki looked like he was in a bad condition as well. He was bleeding from multiple wounds and many of his body parts were twisted at odd angles. Harry then turned his attention to the huge hole through the building he had caused. Well, at least I know I can survive being thrown into hard objects at 200 miles per hour. Still not something I ever want to do again. While thinking this, he realized that he heard his name being called. Wolf. Wolf. Wolf, do you read me? He heard Captain's voice over the comms. Yeah. I hear you. Harry rasped. Good to hear your voice. Rogers said, relieved. Harry chuckled at how genuine the man sounded. I have Loki with me. He's knocked out cold and will need some medical attention. I'm trying to heal as fast as possible, but I will need at least 10 minutes before I can get up and move freely. Harry said. What the hell did you do to yourself? Tony asked with concern. Crashed one of the crafts at full speed into the building. Came as too much of a surprise and I wasn't fast enough to flash away. Smashed through the building, some desks and some walls. Harry said with a slight grin. We are coming to your position now. Get some rest until we get over there. Natasha said. Okay, get here fast. I want to go home already. I assume we found a way to close the portal? Harry asked. Yeah. Loki's scepter could get through the barrier and turn it off. All the Chitauri died when the nuke hit their mothership. Barton said. Harry raised an eyebrow. Nuke? He asked curiously. We'll explain later, Wolf. Just rest for now. Natasha said. Harry smiled and dozed off after that. It felt good to voluntarily rest his eyes for once. It seemed like he only just closed his eyes before he opened them again when he saw the team approaching him through the huge hole he smashed. He smiled and shakily stood. His bones were all healed up, but he still felt pretty sore. Hey guys, we done here? Harry asked. S.H.I.E.L.D. is sending a jet for us right now. Should be here any minute. Barton said as walked over to Loki and secured him. Natasha and Tony walked over to him. You feeling okay? Natasha asked. Harry gave her a smile. Yeah. Bones are already healed. Just a little sore now. What about you guys? Harry asked as he looked everyone over. None of them seemed to be too injured. We're all good. Just a few scrapes. Tony said with a smile. Harry nodded at that. He looked over at the god of mischief who Thor had picked up. Not to insult you or anything, Thor, but when your brother wakes up, I am going to hurt him. Badly. Harry said. Thor looked over and chuckled. My brother has caused a lot of pain today. I understand if you want to get even. As long as I get him back in on peace physically and mentally, I won't mind if he has to go through a few hours of unpleasantness. Just don't tell me the details, Thor said. Harry smiled. He liked this god much more than his brother already. I appreciate the gesture, Harry said. 3 hours later, Harry was sitting around a table with his other Avengers, as they debriefed Fury on everything that had happened in New York. And we are sure those aliens cannot get back here, correct? Fury asked the assembled team. To create such a portal again would require the Tesseract, which will be taken back to Asgard where it belongs. Thor said to the man, almost daring him to challenge his claim. Fury didn't, he just nodded. Good. Still, we will need to immediately get started on building better weapons and defenses for Earth. We can never be so vulnerable to an extraterrestrial attack again. Fury said. A few around the table nodded in agreement. Harry wasn't one of them. While S.H.I.E.L.D. really had no other course of action it could take, there was no way to keep more advanced weapons away from unsavory people if they were made. Once something existed, it should be expected that all of humanity potentially had access to it. Well, where do we go from here? Tony asked. Well, if you could stay to guard Loki until Thor takes him and the Tesseract back to Asgard tomorrow, that would be appreciated. Fury told the billionaire. Tony shrugged. I don't have any plans, so that's fine with me, he said. Harry smirked. You just don't want to go home and explain to Pepper how you basically resolved to martyr yourself for the good of humanity. Harry said, causing everyone to chuckle as Tony gained a blush on his face. Untrue. I just think that Loki needs the extra guarding while he is here. He has already escaped once if you remember correctly. Tony said. Harry shook his head. He's not escaping again. I personally made sure of it. Harry replied. He had personally set up enough wards around Loki's cell to contain virtually anything. Loki wasn't getting out without Harry escorting him no matter what. If you say so. Tony mumbled, unconvinced. After that, the meeting was adjourned. Harry got up and decided it was time to cash in on what Thor had told him earlier. Natasha had seen fit to follow him. I take it that you are going to see Loki? She asked him as she matched his pace next to him. Harry nodded with a smile. You need to punish a child in order to teach him that actions have consequences. That's how they learn. Harry told her. The sides of her lips twitched up into a smile. May I watch? I would like to see your technique. She asked him politely. Harry looked over at her mischievously. That depends. Are we still talking about my interrogation? Technique? Harry asked. She looked back at him with a playful glint. Why? Do you have another technique that you're eager to show me? She teased back at him. Harry smiled. Perhaps. But not now. Harry said as they reached Loki's cell door. He clicked the key code to open the door and entered. Loki looked like he could be in better shape. Harry had healed him up enough to the point where he could leave his body to finish the job. He was probably still in a lot of pain though. Luckily the god was still passed out and likely could not feel the pain. Harry was about to change that. He looked over at Natasha, who was looking at him with an intrigued expression. "Do me a favor?" Harry asked her. Her intrigue changed to curiosity. What? She asked him. Don't tell anyone what you see here, Harry said to her. She looked at him for a second before nodding. Promise, she said sincerely. Harry smiled at her before turning back to Loki. He raised his hand and started to levitate the passed-out man. He then conjured a table and set the god down on it. He then had normal chains wrap around his limbs so he would have an extremely hard time moving. Bit medieval, don't you think? Natasha said with a smirk and a raised eyebrow. Harry just chuckled. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Harry responded. Harry then put his hand against the god's head and sent a small shock into the god. Loki immediately woke and bolted up only to find himself chained and unable to move freely. He started trying to struggle to get out of the chains. Hello, Loki. Have a nice nap, Harry asked as he gave the god a creepy grin. Loki looked at him and, for once, actually seemed nervous. Let me go, he demanded weakly. Oh, I will. First though, me and you are going to have some fun. I have to teach you an important lesson. Pay attention to it, will you? Harry said with the grin still in place. What lesson? Loki asked with a little more confidence in his voice. That actions have consequences. Some have very painful consequences, Harry said to the god. He immediately conjured a fireman's axe. Loki looked at it with wide eyes and immediately redoubled his efforts to escape. No, please. We can work this out. You seem like a smart mortal. I can give you anything you want. Money, woman, eternal life, anything, just name it. Loki said, trying to get away from the man. Well, there is one thing. Harry trailed off. Loki felt like jumping for joy at his words. Name it and it shall be yours, he said confidently. I want to hear you scream as loud as you can. That is my wish. Make sure you don't disappoint me, Harry said as he raised the axe and brought it down hard. Needless to say, Loki did not disappoint. 1 hour later, Harry walked out of the room smiling with a pouting Romanoff behind him. Well, that's just not fair, she immediately complained as the cell door closed behind them. Harry looked over at her. How so? He asked her. You can do so much more because you don't have to worry about accidentally killing your victim. You just heal anything you damage only to damage it more. Then you keep doing that. You don't even have to worry about them accidentally dying, she said with irritation. Harry smiled and laughed at that. Sorry to disappoint you with my over-effective methods, Harry shot back. She made a very unladylike grunt, causing Harry to start laughing at her once again. Next day, the group had met up at one of the Central Park entrances to see Thor and Loki off. Loki looked terrible. He was very subdued and pale. He also wouldn't glance in the direction of Harry. He looked like a strong wind could take him out of commission. Thor had asked Harry what he had done, but Harry had just said that it was probably best that he didn't know. Thor accepted the answer since he probably did not want to really know. Thank you for your help, my friends. They will tell of your deeds during our battle for ages in Valhalla. I am proud to say I fought by all of you, Thor said with a large smile. Harry rolled his eyes at the god. He was just too cheesy sometimes. No problem, Point Break. You ever want to chill out on Earth with us mortals? My doors will be open for you as soon as I reattach them to their hinges, Tony said as he glanced at his still destroyed tower. Thor gave a hearty laugh at that. Goodbye, my friends. Heimdall to Asgard, Thor said as he looked up. Immediately a beam of what looked like rainbow light shot down and surrounded the two gods and the Tesseract. When the light left, the gods and their cargo was gone. Harry looked into the sky impressed. He wasn't sure what he just saw, but it was impressive nonetheless. He looked at the rest of the team. Well, I suppose that's it then, Harry said. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents already started getting into their cars in preparation to leave. Fury gave a quick thank you to the team and explained about awards they would be given. Tony and Banner seemed to get out of there quickly as well. Tony had invited Banner back to his lab and both were eager to get working. Harry and Natasha were left by themselves since she had come on her motorcycle and did not have to leave with her fellow agents. So I guess this goodbye, Harry said with a smile. Natasha punched him in the arm. Hard. Don't be corny. It doesn't suit you, she said, but was smiling at him. Harry smiled back. I think I can pull off corny if I wanted, Harry argued with his chin in the air with a faux arrogance. Natasha stared at him for a second. You're an idiot, she decided. Harry laughed at that. Maybe I am. So at the expense of making myself look like a bigger idiot. Would it be too presumptuous of me to ask you to have dinner with me sometime? Harry asked her with a charming smile. She raised an eyebrow. We've had dinner before, she commented with a smile. And it was so good I thought I'd ask you to have it for a second time. Harry replied back instantly. That was quite smooth. So you want to take me dinner? Any thoughts to where? I'm a hard girl to impress, especially for a young buck like you, she teased. Harry smirked. I'll hear your answer first, Harry responded back. Natasha just looked at him with a thoughtful look on her face for a few seconds before she relented. All right, Wolf. I'll give you one shot. Better not screw it up, Natasha said. Harry's eyes lit up. Great. It's a date then, Harry said. Before Natasha could shoot a witty comment back at him, he reached over and planted a firm kiss on her lips. The shocked look in her wide eyes gave Harry a certain amount of satisfaction. He pulled back after a few seconds. I'll message you with the details. See you then, Harry said before disappearing in a silver flash to who knows where. Natasha just stood there for a second. She then shook her head and cleared her mind. Brat thinks he can get one over on me, does he? All right, Wolf, I will get you back for that one, she mumbled to herself as she hopped on her bike with a smile and shot off back to where the Quinjet was parked while thinking about the pleasant sensation on her lips that Harry had left. And that's the end of chapter 34. Once again, I hope you liked it. I want to give a quick thank you to all those who favorite/follow/review this story. It means so much to me that you guys enjoy this story still. It's been quite the journey so far. For those of you who are wondering when I will update my other story, I'll try to get a chapter up in the next week if possible. I started it, but I keep overthinking things on what I want to put in the story since the Star Wars universe. Non-canon is just really expansive. I know where I want to take it, but not sure what path I want to take to get there. Guess I should have been a little more prepared with that one. Sorry. Anyways, I'll see you guys next week with chapter 35 unless something bad happens to me. See you all then. Twitter Flameraiser, chapter 35. So I'm finally back with another chapter. Thank God too. Just a few things before the chapter starts. Some of you seemed confused about the release date of this chapter. For that, I apologize for not making it clearer that I meant this week's Saturday and Sunday, not last week's. I don't know how soon the next chapter will be up. Hopefully next week if I can, but if I can't, then it will be the week after. A quick note on Black Widow's past. So I'm using the Avengers movie Black Widow with the original Black Widow's age. She has had the infinite serum and all that jazz. For those who have no idea what I'm talking about, just look it up. Pretty easy to find info on it. Thank you to all those who patiently waited for this chapter to come up. Hopefully soon I can get back to my regular schedule. April 25, 2012. Harry was lazing about in his bed and enjoying his rest after the previous week's chaos. Right now he got to just rest and recuperate, and also play some more Saints Row on his flat screen. He missed being able to play this video game even if he had only gone a few days. As he flicked the controller to mow down his enemies, he heard the doorbell to his apartment ring. Harry made an annoyed whine in the back of his throat before summoning a robe and going downstairs to open his door. He wasn't surprised to see Daphne's face looking at him when he opened it. "I was playing video games," Harry said to the woman in semi-annoyance. Just then, Tracy popped her head from the side of the door and waved at him. "Hey Harry, how have you been?" Tracy asked with a smile. Harry returned the smile before frowning. "Well, recently I had to deal with annoying god of magic who thought he could take over the world. That was pretty annoying," Harry said to her with a hint amusement. Tracy nodded. "Yeah, I heard about that. Just a good thing you and the other Avengers were there to stop him," Tracy said. Harry just nodded and beckoned them both in. They sat at his dining table while he went to go warm up some leftover pizza. He returned a few moments later with his pizza. "So what made you come knocking on my door at 10:30 in the morning?" Harry asked as he bit into his food. "We just wanted to make sure you were all right after your fights. You did tell me that you ran into a building face first at more than 200 miles per hour. Daphne said to him. Harry smiled at the memory. God, that was painful, he thought to himself. Yes, well,
I'm all right.
I'm fully healed from that already. Didn't take too long, Harry said. He thought back to his injury. Then his thoughts turned to a certain redhead that he would be going out with tomorrow. He had already thought about where to take her and figured he would take her back to Craig's bar. He knew that she went to high-class places all the time but preferred hole-in-the-walls better because she rarely got to go to them. Plus it was where they first met. So who is she? Daphne asked as she looked at Harry in the eye. HM? Harry said as he regained his thoughts. Daphne smirked at him. The girl. The one who you have been absent-mindedly thinking about for the past couple of minutes. Daphne clarified. Harry frowned. Had he been that lost in thought? Does it matter? Harry asked. Indeed it does. I have to approve of her before you get into a serious relationship. Daphne stated. Harry glared at her. I think I can choose who I have a relationship with. Fine. Thank you very much. Harry said sarcastically. Good for you. I still have to approve of her. Don't pretend that you wouldn't do the same if I decided to have a relationship with someone. Daphne said back. Harry was going to retort, but it died in his throat. She was definitely right about that. Any man that Daphne tried to date would be researched until Harry knew everything about him to assure he was legit. If not, then the man would disappear from Daphne's life, one way or another. All right, fine, you can meet her, Harry said begrudgingly. Daphne smiled when he relented. Good. Oh, and you have some paperwork to catch up with, so make sure that you go to the office later today, Daphne said as she got up. Tracy followed. Harry raised an eyebrow. Was that all you came out here to tell me? This feels like a phone call could have sufficed, Harry said to her. Tracy smiled at him. No, we were going into town for a girls' day and just thought to stop by real quick to see how you were, Tracy said. Ah, Harry said in realization. Well, that explained it. Well, I shall see you next week then. Don't forget to do your work. You have lots of it to do, Daphne said with an evil grin. Harry glared at the woman as she and Tracy left his apartment. Harry sighed as he got up and left to go get ready for his job. 3 hours later, so you finally grew a pair and asked her out, Tony said with a smirk towards Harry. Harry glared as he bit off another piece of his club sandwich. Yes, you insufferable excuse for a human being, I asked her out. We will be going tomorrow, Harry said with some exasperation. Tony smirked. So where you taking her? Tony asked him. I'm taking her to the bar where we first met, Harry said. Tony raised an eyebrow. Not gonna go for a more fancy place than just a bar? No, I think this place will do fine. Plus, I know that she likes the food there, Harry said. Still, girls usually like to be wined and dined. The whole package, you know, Tony commented. Normally I would agree with you, but on this occasion, with this particular person, I think this would be best. Red would see all that stuff in her job on a daily basis. She wants to do something legitimate that real people do. Not something that's just about parading around wealth and class, Harry said as he continued his fierce battle with his sandwich. Tony just looked at him with a smile. I suppose you're right. You would know more after all. Not like there's anyone else here who may have more experience with beautiful girls or anything like that, Tony replied sarcastically. Harry rolled his eyes as his eyes focused in on a speck in the sky closing in on their location. He broadened his senses till it reached whatever the speck was and found it to be an owl. Harry frowned and stood as the owl got closer and closer until it eventually landed on the table. Tony just stared at the bird with a confused look before looking at Harry to explain. Harry was stone-faced as he pulled the ladder from the owl's leg and read its contents. Tony watched as Harry's eyes seemed to catch on fire before he disappeared in a flash. The letter floated down until it landed on the table and the owl flew off. Tony leaned over and looked at what the letter said. There was only one line on it. Rose has been kidnapped. Abandoned manor somewhere in Wales. Adrian Reynolds considered himself to be a pretty smart guy. He graduated from Hogwarts as one of the top of the class of Ravenclaw. He even studied some Muggle engineering just to make sure he was secure in his future. Sadly for him, he was a Muggle-born. This immediately meant that unless he wanted to be horribly underpaid and poor for his entire life, he would have to give up on the magical world that he had come to enjoy. Well, at least he would have if he did not find out about an underground movement that was quickly gaining influence and recognition called the New Republic of Magical Britain. They fought to make equal opportunities for everyone no matter their injury or background. They would fight the pure injury-based society for freedom. It had all sounded so grand to Adrian, so he immediately offered up his services to the cause. He started off as a regular member that was nothing more than a foot soldier that would get people to join the cause and maybe trash a pure injury business or two. He stayed that way until the fighting had started. The New Republic had declared war on the Ministry, and Adrian quickly used his wits to climb the power ladder until he was one of the key strategists of the movement against the Ministry. He was proud of his accomplishments that had earned him such a prestigious position. While they were doing well enough against the Ministry, their progress was not going as fast as they predicted. The Ministry had already gathered Aurors and stationed them all over magical settlements all over Britain in large numbers. This made actually taking ground from the Ministry extremely hard. They needed a solution to press forward before the Ministry was strong enough to gain the upper hand. It was around this time that Adrian remembered some information about a certain powerful individual from his days at Hogwarts. Harry Wolf was well known in Britain not only because the rumors of his mysterious past before Hogwarts and crazy strength and power, but also because he had a business that was slowly becoming hugely popular and powerful all over the globe. Someone like that would definitely turn the tides for whatever side he joined. Sadly, Harry had no reason or want to join the war. In fact, when they had sent a representative early in the year trying to get him to join, he had left before saying, "Get out of my office before I shove my paperwork up your ass and set it on fire." That was the last time they had sent anyone to try and talk with him. Harry was well known to be uncontrollable and, perhaps, crazy. Still, everyone had to have a weaknesses, and Adrian happened to remember that weakness. He remembered once seeing Harry smiling and hugging a little red-headed girl. It was the Potter's daughter and Harry's younger sister. Despite his fearsome repetition, he had turned to mush before this little girl. Adrian would not usually use people in such a way. But they were at war, damn it. In war, you couldn't allow your personal feelings to get in the way of what needed to be done. They needed a monster like Harry on their side if they wanted to keep their advantage and not get butchered by the Ministry. So, he developed a plan to subdue the Potters while they were visiting Diagon Alley. They would take the girl after knocking out the Potters. The plan had gone well. He had spies placed in Diagon Alley to alert him when the Potters came, and they executed the plan. The Potters hadn't even had time to look surprised before they were surrounded by 10 men and stunned. Rose had just looked at them confused, but they took her before she could say anything. After the capture, they had taken her to an abandoned mansion that Adrian had turned into his base of operations. That was 2 days ago. All that was left now was to send a letter to Harry to explain what would happen if he didn't comply with Adrian's wishes. Adrian sat in his desk and started writing the note with only a candle and a fireplace to light his paper. "Hello, Adrian." Adrian shot up with his wand out. 5 minutes previous, Harry was so angry he could feel the magic coming off him in waves and tendrils. As soon as he flashed to Rose, he could not be more angrier. His little sister was sleeping on the ground and looking slightly roughed up. He swallowed his anger before crouching next Rose and shaking her slightly. "Rose, are you okay?" he asked softly. At hearing his voice, Rose's eyes shot open and looked up at him. She immediately smiled and hugged him.
Harry,
she said as she cheerily greeted him and wrapped her arms around him. Harry looked at his little sister confused. "Rose, are you okay?" Harry asked. Rose tilted her head and looked at him. "Why wouldn't I be?" she asked curiously as she looked up at him with the roundest eyes he had ever seen. Harry just looked at his sister with concern. He wasn't detecting any tampering with her mind. Was it possible she didn't understand the situation she was in? "Rose, you understand that you have been kidnapped, correct?" Harry asked cautiously. Rose nodded vigorously. "Yeah," she replied. Harry was at a little bit of a loss. "You're not frightened?" Harry asked her. She shook her head.
"No.
"I wouldn't have gone with them if they were going to hurt me. I would have just cooked them like you do," Rose said with a smile. Harry was getting more questions rather than answers from everything she was telling him. He assumed by cooking them she meant lighting them on fire, but why would she think she could do that? "Rose, only I can make fire without a wand. You know that, right?" Harry asked her slowly. She shook her vigorously in quite the adorable fashion. "No, I can do it to see," she said with a grin and held out her hand. Immediately his small fist was covered in a purple flame that had Harry recoiling for a second. His jaw dropped as he stared at the flame. From the heat radiating off of it, it was no hotter than a regular flame, but from the dark magic radiating off of it, it probably had some very nasty side effects. "Rose, how are you doing that?" Harry whispered, still in shock. She looked at him confused. "What do you mean?" "I just do what you do. I tell the glowy stuff in my body that I want the pretty fire, so it gives it to me," Rose said. Harry just stared at the flames. He did recall several instances where he was teaching Daphne a trick wandlessly and Rose was around while they were all on the island. Could it be possible she was actually paying attention the entire time? And the willpower for her at such a young age to produce this was just baffling. He had done it, of course, but he was an extremely special case. "Why is it purple?" Harry asked weakly, not quite sure what else he could say. "'Cause it's pretty," Rose said, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Like saying the sky was blue, for instance. "Ah, of course. How silly of me," Harry said dryly in reply. Rose nodded in agreement with him. "Well, we need to get you home and continue this conversation later," Harry said. Rose smiled and immediately hopped on his back and tapped the top of his, signaling she was ready to go. Harry didn't even comment on the tap. He was simply too confused to make sense of his little sister. He then flashed away. 5 minutes later, Harry had returned to the mansion after he had safely dropped Rose off with the Potters with a warning that they had better be more careful with his sister before he made sure that she was permanently safe by taking her away from magical Britain. With that last warning, he had returned to the abandoned manor and had started slinking around. He had taken down any guard that he came across with knock to the temple with a blunt object. Knocked some out and may have killed others. Harry was not sure, his only focus was to get to the leader. This is what brings us full circle to Harry leaning against a wall and using a quick peek into a stranger's brain to find his name. "Hello, Adrian," Harry said. The clearly spooked man shot up, drew his wand and pointed it at Harry. Harry was sporting an emotionless look, but anyone could see that he was extremely pissed. It could have been the magic that occasionally crackled like electricity around him as well. Whatever it was, it clearly frightened the hell out of Adrian as the man lowered his wand slowly. "Mr. Wolf, I presume?" he asked politely. "You should dispense with the pleasantries and get to the point fast before I decide I would like you better as a pile of ash," Harry said, sounding extremely calm and pissed at the same time. He could see the man visibly gulp. "I would first like to say I had no intention of harming a hair on your sister's head. I simply wished to get your attention and saw no other alternative," Adrian said. Harry just continued to stare at the man blankly. Adrian decided it would best get to the point before Harry made good on his threat. "In short, I would like to proposition you with a deal that may be mutually beneficial. As you probably have guessed, I am a revolutionist. As you also probably guessed, I would like you to help with our cause to take down the current magical government of Britain. If you help us with this, when we take over, we will help you in any way we can with establishing one of your business branches in the UK. Of course, we will also offer you asylum in our country if you ever need it," Adrian said. Harry looked at him. "You want to talk business after kidnapping business? Ha ha ha. You got balls, I'll give you that," Harry said as he walked over to the fireplace and looked at the flames. "All right, let's talk business. Not only do I want everything you offered, I want 2 more things," Harry said. Adrian took a breath as it looked like the most powerful wizard since Merlin was willing to not outright squash him like a bug. "Name them," he said with a little more confidence than when he first started. "First, I want Azkaban and everything on it. Lastly, I want an unrestricted import license to allow my company and myself to bring anything we want into the country," Harry said as he continued to stare at the flames and think about what his little sister had shown him. Adrian looked at him confused. "Everything on it? I assume you mean the Dementors. Why do you want them?" Adrian asked. "None of your concern," Harry responded. Adrian bit his lip. He had no doubt his superiors would have no problem giving up Azkaban and the Dementors. They had planned to change to entire prison system anyways, but the import license would be much harder. With that, he could bring anything he wanted into their country, including any objects no matter how dark or dangerous they were. That could be catastrophic. The first thing I can guarantee, but the second one, I'll have to talk to my superiors," Adrian said. Harry nodded and picked up the poker from the fireplace. "That's fine, I'll give you some time to talk about it with them," Harry said as he turned to the man with the searing hot poker still in hand. Adrian looked nervously at the poker. "Now that we're done with business, let's get back to the issues at hand. I don't want you to panic, Adrian, but I'm going to hurt you. Badly. I mean, you kidnapped my sister. There's absolutely no way I could just let that slide. Others might think I'm going soft. Don't worry. I won't permanently break you and I will heal all the wounds I cause," Harry said as he slowly approached the man who was now backing up in horror. "Don't try running, you'll just make this take more time and I would rather get this over with quickly so I don't miss my date. So help me God, Adrian, if you make me miss my date on the same day that you kidnapped my sister, I will show you things that would make even the devil cringe," Harry continued as he closed in on his target. For the next hour, nothing could be heard from the manor except for blood-curdling screams. Sometime later at Craig's bar, Harry was fidgeting slightly with his jacket. He had dressed casually and now was just waiting on Natasha. She had assured him that she would be there. She had told him there was traffic, which really means she was running late because she was just getting back from killing someone. Harry sat at the booth and just looked around the bar. It was a relatively slow day, but people could still be seen throughout the bar interacting with each other. Maybe I should have taken her to a fancier place. Whatever. I didn't feel like putting up a front. This will do fine, I'm sure, Harry said to himself. As he continued to be bored, he started to stare at the few others in the bar and imagine everyone as a secret agent sent to kill him and how he would kill them. And I would smash a bottle over that dude's head and throw the shards in his ear. It's what he gets for wearing a button-up with khakis and a baseball cap. I mean, seriously, he's practically asking for it, Harry thought, before he continued on to the man's Barbie doll-looking girlfriend. His date walked through the door. Natasha was wearing her classic leather jacket with tight leather pants combo. That and her loose maroon t-shirt gave her the appearance of probably the most sexy, casually dressed woman on the planet. Harry stood to greet her. About time. I was beginning to think I had been stood up on my first date, Harry said with a smile. She smiled back. The thought crossed my mind, but I didn't want you to cry yourself to sleep tonight, so I decided to show some compassion and show up. Natasha teased with a light smile. Harry chuckled before gesturing for her to sit. As soon as he did, he subtly threw up some privacy wards. So what have you been up to since we saved the world? Harry asked. This and that. She replied mischievously. Oh, this and that, huh? Well, I have an idea about this, so why don't you remind me about that? Harry shot back. I'm afraid it's classified, Natasha said, a faux apologetic voice. Harry made a disgusted face. Bleh, classified stuff is no fun. If it doesn't make national news, then it just doesn't count as a good time, Harry said in a childish voice as he opened the menu. I think you and I have a very different idea of a good time, Natasha said as she followed suit. Oh, come on. Don't tell me you didn't enjoy getting to fight aliens from a different galaxy along with a homicidal god, Harry said. Not particularly, it was just another day on the job, I guess, she replied dryly. Harry shrugged as he put down his menu and they ordered their drinks. Well, I thought it was fun. Haven't had that much fun in a while. Even if I didn't get to fight Thor before he left, Harry grumbled at the end. What weird fetishes you have, Natasha said bluntly. Harry looked at her and smiled. You have no idea. Didn't I tell you? Fighting big, bulky, blonde dudes is a huge turn-on for me. I can't wait till Thor comes back and shows me just exactly how good he is at hammering stuff, Harry said with a smile. Natasha looked like she was going to be sick.
Ok, I concede.
Please never make me see that image in my head ever again, she requested in a subdued manner. Harry busted out laughing at that. Hey, don't dish it if you can't take it, Harry said. Natasha nodded wearily. From there, they got their drinks and then their food. They didn't really talk about their jobs, more of their hobbies and interest. Harry was surprised to learn that Natasha was actually an artist. She didn't do it often, but she needed to learn for some mission in the 70s. She had actually enjoyed it, but had not found the time to ever continue the habit. Okay, so you have to draw for me, Harry pressed. Natasha shook her head with a laugh. No way. I haven't drawn in years. I probably suck at it by now. You know what they say, use it or lose it, Natasha said, trying to convince him. Harry was having none of it though. Nonsense. I'm sure it's just like riding a bike. It stays with you forever, Harry said. Natasha shrugged. Maybe. I still don't plan to find out though, Natasha said. Harry dropped it but was still planning to store the information and make sure she drew for him sometime in the future. From there, they continued to waste away in joyful conversation until they had to leave. They then decided to leave and just walk around for a while to continue the conversation. Harry had decided sometime into it that he had wanted to hold her hand. He gently grabbed it. He waited a second to see if she was opposed to the idea. She just looked at him and gave him a playful smile. Harry took this to mean she didn't mind, and they continued to walk like that. So what have you done recently to keep yourself busy? She asked. Harry thought about it. Just work. Tortured a dude earlier, Harry said nonchalantly. Why's that? Natasha asked in a very unconcerned manner. He kidnapped my sister. He didn't have any real evil intentions, but still. It's the fact that he did it that is the point in all this. No one kidnaps my baby sister, Harry said. Natasha gave him an amused look. I didn't even know you had a sister, Natasha commented. Harry shrugged. You never asked. Harry said simply. Natasha deadpanned at him. Harry just laughed at her face. Before they knew it, they were in front of his building. Harry just looked at her for a minute. Sue, I don't know how to end dates. Do I just say goodnight and leave? Do I take you upstairs for some hot coffee? Give you a ride to your house? Or flying base? Harry asked over and over. Natasha smiled at him. I like this night out, she said, completely ignoring Harry's ridiculousness. Harry smiled. Yeah, I was pretty great, wasn't I? Harry said rhetorically. She reached up and smacked him on the side of the head. You're an idiot. It sometimes amazes me that you're still just 16, but then other times, it makes perfect sense. She commented. Harry shrugged. Both physically and mentally, I'm actually a few years older. 16 only describes how many years I have been alive since leaving my mother's womb. Harry commented. Natasha made a HM noise. She then reached up and kissed him. This time, Harry was much more prepared. He wrapped his arms around her and held her tight as he deepened the kiss. He wasn't sure how long they stayed that way, but it felt like forever. When they finally pulled apart, Natasha looked quite content with his actions. I don't suppose you will take that offer to come upstairs with me? Harry asked her quietly. Natasha smiled. Not tonight, stud. I have to wake up early for another mission tomorrow, she said. Harry was happy that she had a hint of annoyance in her voice. I suppose we'll have to make up for it a different night. For now, I have something for you, Harry told her as he reached into his pocket. When he pulled his hand out and opened eye, Natasha looked confused. In his hand was a silver ring. It was very petite with no precious gems on it, but it looked to be different than most silver. Jesus, it's a little early for proposals, don't you think? She said with some nervousness. Harry, once again, burst into a fit of laughter. I ain't proposing, you dingus. This is so I can find you if you're ever in trouble. If you ever feel like you're in real trouble, the ring will pick up on it and broadcast a signal that only I can feel. It will allow me to instantly come to your aid like the Prince Charming I so obviously am, Harry said with a smirk. At his clarification, Natasha breathed a sigh of relief and slipped on the ring before frowning. Is this platinum, Harry? She asked. Harry smiled. Only the best for my girlfriend, Harry said. Natasha's eyes shot to his. Is that what we are? She questioned curiously. Not unless you have a problem with that, Harry replied. She smiled. No problems on this end. Guess I'll have come to see your ugly mug every now and then, huh? She said rhetorically. I hope it's a little more than every now and then, Harry replied. She smiled. Fine. I suppose I will have to just learn to live with it. I don't suppose you can let me borrow a car? She asked. Harry looked at her and then sighed. He pulled out his keys and took one off the chain before giving it to her. It's the Aston Martin. I don't want to see a scratch on it though, Red. You hear me? He teased. Natasha rolled her eyes before leaning in to give him one last kiss. Harry groaned. You're purposefully making this super hard for me, aren't you? Harry asked. Natasha snickered as she stepped back and walked to the parking garage. Good night, Harry, she said over her shoulder. Damn, she left looking real cool on purpose. Now I look like a fool. You win this round, Red. Harry thought. Later, Red, he said before heading up to his apartment to get some much-needed sleep. Now, to make sure my baby sister doesn't burn down the entire UK with her pretty fire. And that's it for chapter 35. I hoped you guys liked it and that it holds you over for chapter 36. Once again, I would like to thank those who patiently waited for this story to be posted and those who favorite/follow and review. Love you guys loads, and I'll see you with a new chapter soon, hopefully, chapter 36, and I finally get to finish chapter 36. I swear to fucking God. My teachers are trying to ruin my life. 2 of them thought we still had too much time till the end of the year, so they gave us more projects. So goddamn frustrating. At least I got this finished faster than last time. Again, thank you for those who continue to read my story. A few have asked me to go back and correct the few chapters which are still kind of garbage. I have thought about it, but I won't do that until I finish this story, since I already have enough stuff delaying me from writing updates. I haven't even updated my other story in 2 months. Well, enough about that. I hope you guys liked the chapter. Thank you to all of you who favorite/follow/review still. Always glad to see new reviews or new people liking my story. Honestly, you guys are the greatest. Enjoy the chapter. May 21st, 2012. Harry waited in the leaky cauldron and tapped his fingers in annoyance. The bar was almost abandoned entirely. What with the battles going on in most magical communities all over Britain and all. Harry liked it a lot more than how busy it used to be though. A nice change of pace. His thoughts drifted over to Rose while he was waiting. He had gone to visit his sister multiple times a week to see the limit of her powers. So far, he found that she could not do much with her powers. Her main thing was the purple flame she had. Harry had her use it on a bird to see its effects. Rose had first protested, but Harry had said it would be much safer than accidentally using it for the first time on a human. So Rose had closed her eyes and set the bird on fire. From what Harry could see, the flame did not burn the target to ash like most flames did. The flame seemed to dissolve the bird away until there was absolutely no trace that it was ever there. Harry was left baffled by this. Why was Rose's flame having such a dark effect? Not that he was concerned over the fact that it was dark, he was just wondering why it was. He had asked Rose what her thought process was when she made the flame. I just remember a time where I got angry and it helps me make them, she said with a small shrug. Well, that explained the dark aspects of the flame at least. Most flame would require such feelings if one were to make it from scratch. Harry found that passion and anger worked the best out of them. However, since anger was a darker emotion, it only made sense that Rose's flame would have a darker alignment than a normal one. Ever since then, Harry had started Rose on some small exercises to expand her wand-less abilities. Such things could consist of lifting pebbles or making small shields around different parts of her body. After that, he would probably move on to more important things, like how to melt male genitalia off future suitors. That was probably his first priority, especially since it would only be a few more years until she went to Hogwarts. A voice said, breaking him away from his thoughts. Harry looked up. A middle-aged man with salt and pepper hair and black robes was staring at him cautiously. Harry stood up and forcefully shook his hand with a smile that seemed to make the man even more uncomfortable. You seem to have me at a disadvantage, mister? Harry trailed off, waiting for the man to finish his sentence. Hemingway. Frederick Hemingway, the man said. Harry nodded and sat down before gesturing for the man to do the same. So you're the top boss, I assume? Harry asked the man. The man nodded. Indeed, I am the one currently leading the revolution. Adrian has told me about you and what you did to him, the man said uncomfortably. Harry smiled like a Cheshire cat. Good, then I won't have to tell you what will happen if you waste my time. It was a little stupid to bring the guards though. Not only do they stand out, but if you somehow get on my bad side, that means I will have to deal with them as well. Harry said as he looked at 2 men across the bar that came in at the same time and looked like they were trying to blend in. The man squinted at him in what looked like slight anger at the comment. I do hope that we can come to a peaceful arrangement, Frederick said. Harry shrugged. Personally, I could go either way myself. So, why don't you get to the point where you tell me if you have accepted my terms or not? Harry said. Azkaban would be no issue. This license you are asking for is a little more difficult, Frederick said carefully as he observed to see if Harry took the news negatively. Harry simply raised an eyebrow. Oh? He questioned. Yes, well, I'm sure you realize that with this, you would literally be able to legally bring anything into the country, whether it be a dark artifact or a nuclear bomb. That could be dangerous, Frederick tried to explain to Harry. He was a little befuddled when Harry just started chuckling across the table. I think you are confused about something. This license is for your benefit, not mine, Harry told him as he calmly took a sip of his tea. Now it was Mr. Hemingway that looked confused. How so? He asked, trying to stay polite. Harry smiled. Well, you see, Freddy, if I want to bring a dark artifact, bomb, or any other dangerous trinket I find into the country, I'm going to do it. There's nothing you can really do to stop that. At least this way, if I do it and you find out, you won't have to send people to try and arrest me, which I will in turn slaughter. You might even get to ask me why I brought into the country in the first place. Starting to see how this actually benefits you. Harry finished. As soon as he finished, Frederick suddenly felt cold. He had known before coming in here how dangerous this man was, but seeing it firsthand was entirely different. The way he casually mentioned causing death to his fellow humans was almost unnatural. It was like he thought he was talking about the weather and the confidence he had said it with. He was totally sure that he could kill anyone who was sent after him. Frederick was almost sure that he could too. He thought over the offer for a minute. It didn't sound like he had much of a choice. Still, if the press ever found out about this, here I'll even sweeten the deal for you. You ever heard of Albus Dumbledore? What am I saying? Of course you have. Well, I'll talk to him and have him help you establish this new little government of yours, Harry said with a grin. Frederick's eyes almost burst from their skull. Was this man already so powerful that even one of the most powerful wizards in the world listened to his every word? I'm almost afraid to ask, but how are you so sure he will help us? Frederick asked. Harry smiled menacingly. Let's just say he sold his soul to the devil for something and leave it at that. Harry replied. That honestly scared Frederick more than it should have. He wasn't sure what Harry meant, but it sounded very frightening. Well, if you can get us Dumbledore's help with establishment as well, then yes, we have a deal, Frederick said. Harry's smile turned much more friendly. Great, now let's just get a few of the legalities out of the way, Harry said as he pulled a rolled-up scroll from his jacket and handed it to Frederick. Frederick opened the parchment curiously and saw that it was a contract for what they just discussed. Even the things they just decided on. He looked at Harry warily. Did you predict exactly how this conversation was going to pan out? He asked. Harry just continued to look at him with a smile. Frederick just sighed as he continued to check over the contract and make sure that everything was exactly as they had said. Everything appears to be in order, he murmured before signing the contract with a quill provided by Harry. As soon as he did the last stroke with his quill, the paper disappeared into a ball of flames until nothing was left. Frederick had to stop himself from jumping back in surprise. He looked at the spot the contract was just at. He had been sure that it was not magical, otherwise he wouldn't have signed it so quickly. Was that a magical contract? He asked almost hysterically. Harry just tilted his head. I wouldn't really call it that. Magical contracts usually imply that you lose your magic if you break them. Harry trailed off as he stood. Then what are the consequences if I were to hypothetically break this contract? Frederick asked quickly. Harry just shrugged. Let's just say that you and Dumbledore would have a lot in common if you did. Now, if I am not mistaken, the biggest supporters of the keeping of the Ministry ways are the Malfoys, correct? Harry asked. Frederick shook his head to clear it from all the thoughts he had on what would happen if he broke the contract. He then nodded. Yes, they are. Lucius Malfoy is supplying the Auriforce with the best armor money can buy, as well as his contacts with Death Eaters to schedule raids on towns we have taken over. They strike hard and fast, giving us little time to strike back. We are almost 100% sure that he is the brain behind these attacks. Sadly, Malfoy Manor is heavily fortified with not only the strongest wards but Lucius's old Death Eater friends. It's been impossible to strike him. Well, I suppose I'll deal with them tonight while I am in the area. Then I suppose I'll go talk to Dumbledore for you, Harry said. Frederick nodded at this. It was a pleasure, Mr. Wolf, he said as he held out his hand. Harry took it politely. I suppose it was. Now, if you will excuse me, Harry said as he disappeared from the man's view in a flash. Literally. When he was sure he was gone, Frederick let out one last sigh. What the hell did I just get myself into? He whispered before apparating away. Some time later that day, Lucius Malfoy was currently staying in his study with a fine bottle of fire whiskey and a book detailing some information about some of his recent financial expenses. There was only a few candles and a fireplace giving off light in the room. As he continued to read through the book, he felt a chill go down his back. At the same time, he thought he saw a shadow out of the corner of his eye. He turned his head swiftly to where he thought he had seen the moving shadow. He saw nothing, so he whipped his wand out and cast the revealing charm. The effect was almost instantaneous. As soon as the words left his mouth, every flame in the room flickered out. Lucius looked around confused. The spell revealed nothing, yet the unnatural disappearance of the flame led him to believe something else entirely. Perhaps it was one of his colleagues that he had in his house trying to pull a prank. His face scrunched up in fury at the thought. If any were trying, he would gut them like a fish, slowly. "Leave the room," a soft voice said quietly in his ear. He spun around towards the door but saw nothing, just more darkness. "Who is there?" he said into the darkness. "Leave the room," the voice said again. This time he felt compelled to. It didn't feel like a compulsion though. It was almost like his own mind was telling him to leave. He walked over to the doors and slowly opened them with his wand still drawn. He looked in the hall and saw that the lights were off out here as well. He slowly left the room and made his way down the hall with his wand still out. "Crab," he called out into the darkness. He waited a second but got no reply. "Goyle," he tried again. Still no response. The silence was so deafening around him that he got concerned that no one was in the house. He cast a lumos and made his was through the darkness but still could barely see. He turned the corner to the main hall and immediately tripped over something. God damn it. What idiot left? The rest died in his throat as he looked at what had tripped him. It was a body. Not just any body either. It was the body of Goyle. It was surrounded by a puddle of crimson red. Goyle's face showed surprise, suggesting he was snuck up on. "Do you like my handiwork?" a voice said. Lucius spun around and shot off a curse on instinct. There was nobody there. "Oh my, you're quite jumpy, aren't you, Lucius? What's wrong? See a ghost?" the voice asked mockingly. "Who are you?" Lucius demanded into the darkness. "Unimportant for now. What is important is the game." The voice responded. No matter what, Lucius could not pinpoint the voice's location. It's like it was coming from everywhere at once. "What are you talking about? What game?" Lucius yelled. "Why, the most dangerous game, of course. Shall I explain it to you? I've done a little update on the rules," continued the voice. "What the hell are you talking about?" Lucius screamed. He was being played with and underestimated. He hated both. "Well, I took the liberty of getting your friends out of the way. It's just us now, Lucius. Well, and your wife, I guess. I put her to sleep while me and you play. Now, for the rules. I will hunt you down using no magic to find you in the dark. The only magic I will use will be to communicate. If you survive longer than an hour, I shall spare you this night and give you a chance to run from this country. If not, then, well, let's just say it won't be pleasant and leave it at that. Do you understand?"
No.
"Great. Then the game will start in 10 seconds. As that one chick from that one book once said, may the odds be ever in your favor," the voice said before going quiet. Lucius was extremely confused but thought he understood the gist of what was happening. Someone or something had killed all his companions and was now going to hunt him like an animal in his own home. If he survived an hour, he would be given a chance to live. He readied his wand and crept into the next room cautiously. He turned off his lumos and tried to get used to the darkness. Eventually his eyes adapted and he could make out the outline of the things around him. He saw that he was in the showroom, so he went to one of the corners of the room and lied in wait. This way he couldn't be attacked from behind, would be much harder to see, and would be better able to identify his enemy. "You know, your wife is quite beautiful," the voice commented. Lucius steeled himself. "You keep your filthy hands away from her. What about my clean ones?" "What? Doesn't matter. Oh, is this Aujin's finest? They say this is the best stuff in all of Britain," the voice said. Lucius's breath got caught in his throat at that. Whoever it was in his study. That was only a few rooms away. He held his breath. Whoever it was would be here any minute. He waited a few seconds until he saw what he thought was the movement of a shadow. He was sure it was him. "Bombardo!" he yelled as the scarlet spell flew to where he thought the shadow had come from. There was a big explosion across the room as some priceless artifacts were thrown from their resting place and shrapnel flew all over the place. He waited and heard nothing for multiple seconds. He then let out a sigh of relief as he was confident that he'd taken out whatever had been trying to kill him. That feeling didn't last long. The breath was literally stolen from his lips as he felt something extremely sharp pierce his chest. As soon as it did, Every light in the house turned back on. Right next to him was a smiling Harry Wolf, one hand at his side while the other was holding the blade that was in his chest. Well, you certainly didn't last long. You didn't even try to leave the house. I left the doors unlocked and everything. Don't worry. The blade missed you heart and lungs, so you should have a few minutes to get any hateful words out of your system before you die. Harry said with a kind smile that did not match his actions. Why? Lucius barely managed to ask. You mean, besides you being a huge asshole that I really just don't like? Well, it has to do with this little deal I made. I won't tell you more though. Despite what others may think, I know for a fact that the dead can talk. Harry told him. Lucius slid to the ground. I can't believe after all I went through. Taken out by a damn child. He muttered angrily. Pretty ironic, huh? Harry asked as leaned against the wall without a care in the world. Well, don't just hang over my like a fucking vulture. At least leave me to die in peace. Lucius said with the last of his strength. Harry shrugged. Fine with me, he said as he gripped the blade and tore it out of the man's chest, causing Lucius to slump to the floor and bleed out even faster. He was almost dead by the time Harry left the room. Harry did a light jog up the stairs and into the master bedroom. He opened the door and conjured a chair which he sat in as he looked at the sleeping form of Narcissa Malfoy. He then reversed the sleeping charm he had put on her. She blinked her eyes a few times as she regained consciousness. She moved her head up and immediately noticed Harry. She scrambled up against the headboard and looked at him fearfully. Where is Lucius? She asked fearfully in almost a whisper. Dead, obviously, Harry told her. She glanced at the injured knife lying next to him and then back at his face. Are you planning to kill me as well? She asked, trying to hide how scared she was and doing a pretty poor job of it. Totally depends on you, Harry replied. She just continued to sit quietly, indicating that she was waiting for him to continue. Harry stood and started to lazily pace like a tiger at a zoo, just waiting for an overweight parent to make a mistake and fall in to become his snack. You have 3 real options. The first option is you agree to no other option I give you and I kill you and most likely your annoying son. The second option is that you leave Britain with a sizable sum of your money and ensure your family will never return. The last option is that you stay here and the money you were spending to keep the ministry in power now goes to the rebels. You may now decide. Harry finished as he sat back down. Narcissa just stared as she weighed her options. If I agree to stay here, will you leave me and my family alone? She asked. Harry just looked at her. As long as you do what I asked and your family doesn't do anything stupid that might put them on my radar, Harry told her. She pondered that for a moment before hesitantly nodding her head. Okay, fine. I will send aid to the rebels and do my best to make sure we do not cross again. In return, you will let our family stay in the country, she said. Harry nodded and immediately looked less like a tiger ready to pounce and more like an excited golden retriever. Great. Well, this has been fun. You should probably contact all the families of the other people I killed. They will probably want to know that I killed their husbands or wives, Harry said as he left the room and disappeared. Hogwarts, 20 minutes later. Dumbledore was sitting in his office going over some paperwork that had to do with dealing with the board. Again. He sighed as he flipped through the biggest annoyance in his life. Hello, goat fucker. Well, second biggest annoyance at least. Dumbledore looked up wearily. There he saw Harry Wolf leaning up against one of the bookshelves he had in his office. How may I be of service, Mr. Wolf? Dumbledore asked, trying to get straight to the point. Harry smiled. Not even a little back and forth first? You used to love arguing with me, Harry said as he reminisced about the good old days. No, I didn't, Dumbledore replied back dully. Harry waved him off. So how's Voldemort? Harry asked pleasantly. Brain dead. A healer tried to enter his mind to see what the damage was. He came out saying the whole place was complete shredded and torn to pieces. It was completely lifeless. The healer was adamant that there would be no chance of recovery. Dumbledore said. Harry nodded and Dumbledore suspected he already knew all of this. That's what I was going for. Now we just have to wait for him to die and he'll stay gone permanently, Harry told him. Dumbledore just nodded. I doubt you came just to ask about your former victim. What else did you wish to know? Dumbledore asked. Harry shrugged. I need you to go help the rebels with setting up their government and finalizing everything so they will be ready to go day one of taking over. Go over everything they should expect and give unbiased advice on the best way to deal with such things. Harry told the old man. Dumbledore didn't make a sound of protest, although internally he wasn't happy about this. He had been trying his best to stay out of the war and just live peacefully as best he could, but it seemed that was just wishful thinking. As you wish, Dumbledore said, defeated. Harry raised an eyebrow. How pathetic the man who once blackmailed him sounded. Well, I must be off. Have a whole lot of nothing to get done still, Harry said as he popped away to go home and be with his beautiful girlfriend. Without another word, he was gone once more. Dumbledore sighed before opening a drawer and pulling out what looked to be a 40 ounces. He cracked it open and took a big swig from it. I am way too old for this shit. Once more in his apartment. Honey, I'm home, Harry called out as he entered the apartment. Yes, I figured when there was a bright flash coming from a random room in the apartment. She said sarcastically, don't knock the flash. It makes sure I have a spectacular entrance wherever I go. Harry told her. Natasha entered the room and rolled her eyes at him. So you say, I think it's too conspicuous. Eventually it's going to be known as your calling card. Someone will also learn how to stop you from using it one day as well. She told him. Harry just raised an eyebrow. That would be quite hard to do considering how my little teleportation method works, but you're probably right. I usually am, she replied. Harry just rolled his eyes. The past month with the redhead had been, well, great if he were to be honest. She was easy enough to talk to, but also respected his privacy and understood when he couldn't tell her certain things. Her sarcasm always managed to make him smile. It was really easy to be himself around her and not have to put up a psycho killer mask. Even if that particular mask was extremely fun to bring up. So what did you do today? She asked as they sat on the couch. Well, I made some deals, killed some people, and then forced an old man to do my bidding, Harry said. Sounds productive. She replied without batting an eye as she continued to watch the TV. Harry, on the other hand, was having his eyes wander. Natasha was wearing a pair of short shorts and a loose t-shirt, which was not surprising since she found them extremely comfortable. Harry rested his hand on her left leg and scooted closer to her. Natasha just sighed. For someone who claims to be physically and mentally older than their age, you sure have a teenager's libido, she said with a smirk. That's pretty rich coming from you. Not only did you literally knock me out last time, but you wouldn't even let me heal the scars. You made me go through the natural rate. Such a sadist, Harry commented as he continued to move his hand up and down her leg. She moved in close to his ear. Did you not like being my Harry? She whispered quietly. I didn't say that. Don't go putting words in my mouth. I was just commenting, not complaining, Harry told her with a smirk. She smiled, then wrapped her arms around his neck and gave him a kiss on his cheek. Good. Now take me to the bedroom so I can give you a few more scars, she ordered. As mistress wishes, Harry replied before lifting them both up and carrying the giggling redhead to his room. Needless to say, neither got any sleep that night. Okay, I'm sure some of you are not so happy without the full details of Harry and Natasha's sexy time. Truth is, I tried to write it, but it all just came out as sounding really stupid and rushed. So I just decided to scrap it. If anyone wants to make a separate story about that, as I know some of you do, just let me know, and if it looks good, I'll throw up a link. If no one does, then it sucks for those of you who wanted it. Expect to not get lemons from as of right now. That may change at a different time, but for now, I'll stick with that policy. Besides that, I hope you guys enjoyed the chapter. Hopefully I'll have the next chapter up soon, but if I don't, then you know who to blame. Until next time. Peace. Chapter 37. Guess who's back? It's me, Mario. Sorry for the wait. Been hella busy. Finally got some time to just sit down and write a chapter though. Not going to lie, I doubt I will be able to get back to my regular schedule, but I'll do my best to get the chapters out when I can. Again, sorry for the long wait. Thanks to those who stuck with me and still favorite/follow/review this story. I see the notices pop up almost every day, and what has inspired me to make sure I keep going with this story, so thanks to all you guys. Hope you enjoy the latest chapter. in unknown regions of space. The Mad Titan sat on his throne drinking from a goblet made of intricate gold as he stared aimlessly into the reaches of space. It had been many years since he had been met with a pestering problem that he could not just power through as he usually did. If he were to be totally honest with what he desired, then it would have to be the dirt ball known as Earth. It was not very remarkable in any real way by most observers. Even Thanos himself would normally only find it interesting as a way to cause another genocide. Those were always fun. No, what made the planet truly special was the fact that it had 2 known infinity gems in its possession. At least until recently, Loki, the failure god of magic, seemed to not be able to take over the backwater world even with his gifts and the army he had graciously given him. Though maybe he should give Loki more credit. After all, his supposed destruction was currently an inhabitant of the planet. Thanos scowled at just the thought of the boy, Harry Potter. The boy should have been a nobody. He should have been dead before he could even reach the age of 4. Many years ago, he sought out 3 seers to find the secret to conquering the universe and rule unopposed. They told him of the Infinity Stones and that if he obtained them, he would rule unopposed. Sadly, they also warned of a boy that would stand against him, a boy that would continue to grow in power till he would eventually overpower him. Simply the thought of it made Thanos want to laugh, but he was no fool. He had seen many not take serious the future telling of seers, and it had cost them dearly. He had debated simply outright killing the boy, but also feared that it may cause a self-fulfilling prophecy if he got too directly involved with it. So, he had tried to arrange everything perfectly without too much influence while also making sure he didn't get the Allfather's attention. Wouldn't do to have Asgard actively opposing him just yet after all. He had sent one of his agents that dabbled in obscure mind magic. He specifically ordered the servant to only do something to the boy's family. He didn't tell the servant specifically what he wanted to happen to the parents, but he gave him an idea and sent him off. He witnessed as the parents slowly forgot about their child. Since the servant had to return, he could not continue to reapply the spell when it got weaker and eventually broke. Luckily, the boy had left his family by that point for the streets to try and live on his own. That was where his plan had started to fall apart. The boy adapted very quickly to his situation. Thanos had assumed the boy would be reliant on the fact that his world run totally based on magic, but he seemed to adapt without it very well. What was worse was he met with a man that gave him skills in battle. Not exactly comparable to his, but good enough for a low-level mortal of his status. It had even impressed Thanos if he were to be honest. The boy was cold as well. He didn't seem to care much for those around him, especially after the death of his mentor. Thanos briefly wondered what would happen if he tried to recruit the boy and have him trained as an ally. He would make a good enforcer in his armies. Sadly, the boy's cold exterior seemed to break away to a more normal one. He exhibited caring and attachment to those close to him. Thanos knew it was too late to try and convince the boy to join him at that point. Then came the whole failed invasion. He clenched his fist in true anger. Every loss on that world up till that point had already been taken into account into his overall plan and prepared for. He had already seen some of the boy's power and skill, but he thought with Loki, he would be able to successfully get a foothold on the planet even with the boy there. How wrong he had been. The boy had wiped the floor with Loki. Granted, the god of magic had not been quite as powerful as he could have been after what Thanos had done to him, but it should have been more than enough. Yet, the boy had still destroyed him. He was advancing faster than even Thanos had expected, and it had cost him dearly. Now the Tesseract was lost to him until he could figure out a way to steal it from Asgard. That would not be an easy task. What was worse was that he had also lost the Mind Stone as well. Needless to say, he had killed many of the remaining Chitauri in his rage. The Mind Stone, luckily, still remained on the dirt ball, but it was already being searched for. He would most likely have to get it back as quickly as possible. He had had enough of that damned boy. Thanos unclenched his fist as he thought about the problem logically before he did something he would regret. He still needed 3 more Infinity Stones to power the gauntlet. He also needed to get rid of the boy before he got to be any more of a problem. He thought of a plan to his little problem while at the same time thought of a way on how he was going to deal with the Kree Brat Ronin. He would enjoy tearing off the head of the winner once his purpose was fulfilled. Until then he was left to continue to look out into the blank reaches of space. London, Earth, January 15, 2013. Harry sat in the office of the Minister of Magic as Fudge gave over power to Hemingway while both rebels, Aurors, and reporters all stood around in watch. Most looked relieved. Both sides had taken heavy casualties before the rebels finally had taken the Ministry of Magic this morning. That was when Fudge had surrendered. Fudge sat on one side of the table while Frederick sat on the other. Harry sat to Frederick's right while Dumbledore sat to his left. Dumbledore was the Aun who had made the terms they were both about to sign. He of course had put a bunch of merciful mumbo-jumbo for the losing party, but Harry made a few revisions. The losing party would still get their piece, but if a single one tried to rebel against the new government, it would be open season on their asses. 3/4 of the Dark families were dead after the battle. Most were the result of Harry himself going after them. Boy, had that been fun. Most only lived due to them giving him bribes like rare books and artifacts. Harry did enjoy the chance to learn about new magics he may have not considered after all. I, Cornelius Fudge, formally surrender the ministry to one Frederick Hemingway, as representative of the new Republic of Magical Britain. I also formally step down as Minister of the former Ministry of Magic. Fudge said nervously as he signed the treaty. Harry watched the man and rolled his eyes and looked at his watch. He had better things to do, like hang out with Natasha or train Rose. As representative of the new Republic of Magical Britain, I, Frederick Douglass, accept your surrender under the previously stated terms. Frederick said as he too signed the contract. After that there was immediate cheering. If one looked out the office they could see the entire atrium was also cheering as well. People were crying and hugging each other. It looked like a scene straight from a movie. Harry nodded as he stood up with both Frederick and Dumbledore. Harry looked at Frederick. People were so immersed in their own happiness that they were no longer paying attention to the trio. I expect the contracts detailing my part of the deal by next Monday, Harry said, referencing the little agreement that Frederick and him had come to many months ago. Frederick nodded in agreement and Dumbledore just looked on impassively as he had nothing to do with said agreement and therefore wanted no part of it. Good. Well, enjoy the victory. I have other things that I wish to do today, Harry said as he flashed away back to New York. New York? New York. Harry looked at the morning skyline of the city from his bedroom window. Natasha was still asleep since she would need to go on a mission with Barton today. Plus they had stayed up till at least 12 last night and then Harry had left to London after a quick shower. Harry looked out into the distance with a semi-bored expression. If he were to be totally honest, he was getting a little bored with where his life was going. Sure, he was rich and had a beautiful girlfriend who liked very much. Hell, he might even love her, to be honest. He needed to be sure though. As someone who didn't really have any previous relationship experience, he needed to be sure that love was indeed what he was feeling with Natasha. Back to his point, he was bored. He needed to get out of the slump he was in. He turned his eyes from the skyline to the actual sky. It was beautiful as the sky was painted a beautiful orange that clashed with its blue. He didn't used to care about such things, but since his life had slowed down a little, he had more time to find things to appreciate. The moon could also still be seen hanging lazily in the sky. Harry stared at the sky a little longer before his eyes lit up with an idea. He walked over to the bed and placed a kiss on Natasha's forehead, which caused her to stir. She blinked open her eyes and looked over him for a second. Have you slept at all in the past 24 hours? She asked disapprovingly. Harry knew that she already knew the answer. I told you that I don't strictly require as much sleep as you, didn't I? Harry asked rhetorically. He already knew that she knew that. Still, she didn't like when he didn't sleep at least 5 to 6 hours per day. And I told you that I didn't care, if I recall correctly, she said back. Harry's lips twitched upwards as he sat down next to her. That you did. I just thought I would wake you up and let you know that I need to head out again, and also that you need to wake up soon if you want to shower and eat before you head to work, Harry said. Natasha looked at the alarm and groaned. You know, I used to be able to wake up exactly at whatever time I wanted just by thinking about it before I started sleeping with you, she commented in slight exasperation. Harry looked at her with one raised eyebrow. I couldn't tell if that was a compliment or an insult. Harry said, both. Alright, I guess I need to get up and shower. I'll see you in 2 days, she said as she kissed him one last time and walked to the shower in her full glory. Harry's eyes were glued to her exquisite form until it disappeared. God, I must have really been storing up my luck from several previous lives to convince her to date me, Harry said to himself. It's even cornier when you say it thinking you're talking to yourself, by the way. Natasha's voice sounded from the bathroom before the shower drawn to. Harry chuckled as he got up and walked over to the window and then, once again, flashed away. Unspecified location, Canada. Harry entered his research and development building and started walking through the halls until he came to one of the main labs where he sat both men and women working calmly and a multitude of different projects for his company. He scanned the crowd of workers until he spotted the one he had came here for. He walked over to the individual to get his attention.
Hello, Rain.
Been a while, hasn't it? Harry said as he got the man's attention. Ren looked up and smiled at him. Indeed. You have been too busy with the British Rebellion from what I hear, Ren said. Harry wasn't surprised that he already knew that tidbit of information. It's not like he had been hiding his presence in Britain. Well, if it helps, it was technically on company business, Harry said. Ren looked confused at that. How would getting the company involved in a war help us exactly? Ren questioned as they both started walking out of the busy room to get some privacy. Well, I got Azkaban and a license to bring anything I want into the country without a hassle, Harry explained. Ren looked even more confused at that. Why would you want Azkaban? It's a dark prison full of Dementors, is it not? Ren asked. Harry nodded. Yes, but it also a solitary fortress. I plan to destroy the prison and build a building there instead. Close enough to Britain but still solitary and easily able to be defended, Harry explained. Ren thought about that for a second before asking a question he wasn't sure he really wanted to know the answer to. Why does the company need such a property? Ren asked, almost frightened of the response. Harry shrugged. I figure, like most companies, we'll have some secret projects we want no one to know about no matter what until we release them or if they are private. That is what the island would be for. We can make it totally inaccessible to mundanes and heavily warded against wizards. Plus, because it's in the middle of the ocean and always seems to have a storm around it, it makes any force trying to assault it in an extremely easy position to be counterattacked, Harry explained. Ren listened to the logic behind owning the island and could not technically find a fault with it. What was wrong with this facility? It is already well hidden and hard to reach. Just too many people already know about it that I don't want to know about the facility, Harry responded.
Rain nodded.
So who else knows about this little project of yours? Besides you and I, 2 other people. Both will not say anything without my permission though, Harry said. Ren just sighed. So what kind of projects did you plan to have at this island? Ren asked. That's actually the main reason I came to talk with you today. I had some questions I wanted to ask you, Harry said. Ren looked at him and gestured for him to continue. I was wondering, what's magic? Like scientifically, what is magic? Harry asked. Ren seemed even more confused than he had been before. Wasn't expecting that. Well, I suppose it would considered a type of energy that certain creatures store in their body for usage at certain times. Ren said, trying to keep it simple. What do you mean a type of energy? How many types of energy is there? Harry asked. Well, there's quite a few actually. Some common ones are known as kinetic, chemical, etc. As humans, we know of quite a few different energies, though I'm sure there are more that we have yet to discover.
Rain explained.
Harry thought about that. So magic is one of these energy types then? Harry asked. Ren shook his head.
No.
Magic falls in what I believe is a new category of energy. It works through different ways. Mostly it takes our internal energy and to cast, we force that energy on to the atoms that are constantly surrounding us and force them to form or do a certain thing. Comes out looking like a spell. It's more complicated than that, I am sure, but that's really as far I know.
Rain explained.
So what you're saying is that basically, this energy is an extension of our will that if we exert in certain ways will cause actual effects in the world around us. Harry questioned. Basically, yes. How does our body store this energy? Well, along with the cells in our body, we have another tiny organism that acts as a storage unit for this energy. They use some of the energy to hide themselves and become virtually invisible to see by any non-magical means. It condenses the energy into tiny areas and it travels throughout your body via your circulatory system. It's quite efficient. Storage units. Does that mean that there is an actual limit to how much power that one magical being can have? Oh, absolutely. Your body can only handle having so much magic running though it after all. Depending on the creature and how it's built can also affect how much magic it can contain. Humans and their magical subspecies such as vampires, Velas, etc. can hold the most amount of magic on this planet as far as we know, but even we have limits. So, hypothetically, if someone's amount of magic just kept growing inside of them with no real finish in sight, how would that end for them? Eventually their magic would violently explode out of them, painfully vaporizing the person. I see, Harry said before he delved into his own thoughts. He had always assumed that he would be the most powerful wizard on the planet because his magic reserves were constantly getting bigger. Now it seemed like he would need to find a way to stop the growth before it killed him. These were the kind of problems the universe gave him when he got bored. Damn it. You don't look so good. You wouldn't happen to know anyone with such a problem, would you? Ron asked, slightly concerned as he thought of Harry and how seemingly powerful he was. No enemy had managed to put him down, no matter how powerful they were. Harry seemed to be in deep thought. Well, I guess there is no point beating around the bush. Yes, my magic is currently increasing with no end in sight, Harry stated. Ron looked somber as if his greatest fear was now reality. I see. Needless to say, I will get a team of our best researchers to find a way to make sure that you live, Harry. Promise, Ron said passionately. Harry smiled. That was why he liked Ron so much. The man genuinely cared about the people around him and wanted to help. Harry shook his head. Don't bother. I believe I may have a solution for that problem already. Now let us continue with the topic we were discussing. Ron still looked concerned, but Harry looked to be telling the truth, so he did indeed drop it. What else did you want to know then? So if magic works like energy, then can it be used to power things? Sure, that's how we keep the phones powered, Ron said. Harry looked surprised. Really? I thought it had to do with the runes on the phone, enchanting it to work, and then you would just use magic to recharge the runes when it got low on battery. No, most of the runes are for making sure the magic doesn't interfere with the phone's own signal, and also a simple conversion rune that transforms the magic into a power source the phone can use. Ron finished. Okay, I understand that. So can magic be used to power anything then? Like say a car or a plane? Theoretically yes, but technically at this point, no, Ron said. Harry looked at him confused. Why? Because of the type of power source they are using. Turning magic into electricity for a phone is easy, especially since there are already regular spells that do that. Turning it into gas, which is a liquid, would be much harder. Don't we have spells that create liquids? Not just any liquids. We have spells that create water, which is just one liquid. As far as I know, no one has ever cracked the code to making any type of other liquid with magic. We don't technically make water either. We just grab the water particles in the air and condense them. Then we separate some of the atoms from other gases in the air to recombine them to make even more water. Most wizards don't even know what they are doing when they create water. I bet even the creator of the spells only stumbled onto their creations by accident. Just pure luck for the most part. So we can't convert magic into liquids besides water. Harry concluded. Well, as of now, yes. I'm relatively sure that I could find out how if I took an in-depth look into the different properties of the liquid in question. Isn't it more efficient to turn it into electricity instead of gas anyways? Harry asked.
Ren smiled dryly.
Not if the thing you are trying to power only runs on gas, Ron said. Could that be worked around? Couldn't you just swap out the source of power with something else? No, most things that run around a certain power type, whether it be gas, electricity, or other, are made around the thing using that specific power. You would basically have to start from scratch with whatever machine you were trying to build to get it to run with a new power system.
Ren explained.
What about making a new power system altogether? One that used a new type of power source? Harry asked. Ren looked at him baffled. What do you mean? What kind of power system are you trying to make?
Rein questioned.
Well, I was thinking as you were telling me about how magic is energy and the process it uses to power the phone. I figure that magic loses some of its potency when the conversion takes place, right? Harry asked and looked to Ron for confirmation.
Rein nodded.
By our calculations, it's not even close to being as strong or as potent as straight magic is. But then again, we don't want it to overload the phones or anything since they only require a minuscule amount of magic anyways. Ren told him, right, so what if we didn't convert it and just use straight magic to power something? Wouldn't it be one of the most powerful power sources ever? Harry asked. Ren stopped and looked at him suspiciously. What are you getting at, Harry? You're dancing around the topic that you actually came here for. Just spit it out.
Rein coaxed.
Harry shrugged in defeat. Fine. I want to build a spaceship. A real bona fide spaceship that can hold a crew and travel outside of just our solar system. Harry explained. Ren just looked at him. Why? Ren asked. I don't know if I can explain it really. It's just... Recently we found out that humans weren't the only sentient life forms in the universe. Someone tried to take over our planet and it definitely wasn't Loki, he was just a puppet. There was someone out there that tried to take over our planet and went so far as to send an army. Yes, we beat them soundly, but every time I look up into the sky now, I don't know, I just feel trapped. I feel like we're just sitting and waiting to be attacked again. I'm not saying I would go world to world and attack natives or anything like that, but if someone hits us, I want the option to hit them back just as hard. Harry explained. Ren patiently leaned against a wall as he heard what was on Harry's mind. So basically, you want to build a spaceship that runs on magic?
Rein summarized.
Harry nodded in response with a serious look on his face. I'll see what I can do. I don't suppose you have any ideas on how to do this? Ren asked. Harry wasn't a real expert in any field, but he easily grasped advanced concepts when explained to him and usually had just enough knowledge and tons of creativity to spout off a logical idea or two when he was feeling up to it. Maybe. I've been thinking about that way that you said magic runs in our body. How we have little cell-like structures that just store it until we use it later. I was thinking maybe we could try to duplicate those and store them into some type of power cell and then, when they need to be used, they are released in certain amounts based on how much is needed. Harry explained. Ron tilted his head in thought as they sat in a private conference room. The idea actually has some merit. I would need to get some people to look and study these structures in our body to find out how they work. Biological sciences aren't really my area of expertise. Ren told him. Harry looked at him. Make sure that you only bring on people who you trust with your life and who you also know can keep quiet no matter what. In fact, draw up a magical contract to ensure the secrecy. Anything that takes place on Azkaban needs to stay absolutely secret when we start up the facilities. Harry told him. How do you plan to get it built? Ren asked. I'm sure there is some form of magical construction workers. I'll just hire them but make sure they sign a contract that agrees that they will have the location of the facility mind wiped from them when they are done. Harry said. Can you do that? Legally, I mean? Ren asked. Harry nodded. Sure. As long as you get a contract signed first. Totally legal in most countries, actually. At least it is for other things like curse breakers and people who put up wards. I'm sure it also extends to construction-type projects, Harry said. Ren agreed with him on that. So when do you think you can have it move in ready?
Rein inquired.
7 to 8 months probably. I imagine that with magic and the fact that I don't need to get a bunch of stupid building permits in most magical communities, it should up quite fast. Harry said with a smile. Ren smiled back. That had always been the most annoying part of setting up shop anywhere in a Muggle community. That's good. Would you like me to do research before the facility is up and running or wait until it is established? Start on the duplicating the structures but do it as discreetly as possible. Also, we really need to find a name for those. Harry commented.
Rein smirkede.
How about midichlorians? Ren. I swear to God I will kill you where you stand. Harry exclaimed as Ren burst into a fit of laughter. Harry just shook his head in exasperation. All right, I'll find something better. In the meantime, you should probably leave. Don't you have a girlfriend to get back to?
Rein tissed.
Harry rolled his eyes. She's on a mission. Mexico, I think. He said, speaking of which, when are you going to settle down and find a lovely lady? Or man? Harry asked. Ren gave him a dry look. I'm straight. Not saying you aren't. I've just never seen you look with any real affection at a female before is all. You could tell me, you know. Not like there's anything wrong with it. We're friends after all. What's that? I think I hear Darth Jar Jar in the distance. Ren said as he turned and cupped his ear.
Auric Jesus.
I'll stop. Harry shivered. Very few things filled him with horror, but still. He was just a man after all. Just so you know, I've been too busy to even contemplate a relationship. Not that I'm opposed to having one or anything. Just hasn't happened yet is all. Not all of us were lucky to get a supermodel, spy, girlfriend right off the bat. Ren told him. Harry shrugged. Guess I really am just that good. Get the hell out of here. Ren said playfully. Yeah, I better head out anyways. Have other stuff to do today like sleep. Harry told him. I thought you didn't need much of it? I don't, but Nat's getting on my case about it, and I figure that if it gets that annoyed scowl off her face, then it's worth a few winks of rest. God, you're so whipped. Least I have a girlfriend to be whipped by. Bow chicka wow wow. Harry said with a smirk as he disappeared, leaving a red-faced Ren at the mental image now firmly in his mind. So that's how you want to play it, huh, Harry? I'm gonna get you back for that. So help me God. If it's the last thing I do. Hope you guys enjoyed the chapter. I'll be back with another as soon as I can. Until then, peace. Chapter 38. A few announcements before I start the chapter. First, some exciting news. I have officially reached 1 million views on this story. I would like to thank everyone who took the time to read the story and helped to keep me inspired to continue writing it. Also, I have officially started college, so I have no idea what that's going to do to my update speed, but it's probably going to have it go down. I, of course, will always do my best to get the next chapter out as fast as possible, but I can't promise to get it out by a specific time. Thanks again to everyone who follows/favorites/reviews this story. Always means a lot to me. Well, here's the latest chapter. Hope you guys enjoy it. April 12, 2016. Harry walked around the construction zone that was known as Azkaban. The construction was moving even faster than he had predicted. In fact, the facility would probably be done in less than 2 months. The hardest part was that the builders didn't seem to be too experienced with making structures made of anything but wood. Harry had shown them how Muggles built their buildings with glass and metal. The builders had learned quickly how to use magic to speed up the process themselves though. Especially since the facility would mostly be within the island itself and not on top of it. Hollowing it out and putting in a structure was actually harder than the building that was being built on top of the island. Harry made sure to come by often to make sure the workers weren't slacking off. He had a lot of workers to look over too. With the whole new government thing happening on the mainland, many people were scrambling for jobs to get back to some semblance of normal life. Even a few purebloods were looking for work. Harry continued to look over the work being done when his phone started ringing. He pulled it out and looked at the caller ID before answering. Hey Pepper, what's up? Harry asked. Hello Harry. Do you have a second to talk? Pepper asked. Harry was pretty sure she was in an airplane based on the low background noise he could hear. She sounded a little stressed if his ears didn't deceive him, which they had never done before, except for that one incident. Of course, let me just go somewhere a little quieter, Harry said as he flashed to his Paris office. So what's up? Harry asked. Well, I know you're very busy, especially lately, but I wanted to know if you could do me a favor? She asked nervously. Harry raised an eyebrow. Pepper had never asked him for anything before. He was much closer to Tony, but she was someone he would still consider a friend. Of course. Name it, and if it is within my power, you shall have it, Harry said in a mock godlike voice to ease the tension. He heard her give a slight chuckle, so he figured it worked. Thank you. It's actually about Tony. I'm concerned about him. He has been working non-stop on new suits with no end in sight. I know when he concentrates on something, he usually can't stop until it's done, but this is different. He's working himself beyond his limits. He won't talk to anyone, he barely eats. I don't know what to do. He won't listen to me and just brushes my concern away and won't tell me what's wrong. Do you think you could maybe see what's wrong with him? Pepper finished. Harry was surprised by the news. He had been too busy to see Tony recently, and he had been too busy visit him as well. He actually hadn't seen any of the Avengers except Natasha for a while. He really should go visit or maybe invite them all for dinner. Lord knows the captain needed a break if what Natasha was telling him was true. Yeah, that's no problem at all. I'll go visit him right now. I'm sure he's awake. Will you be joining us at some point? Harry asked. I'm on a flight back now, but I won't arrive for a few hours. Pepper responded. Harry nodded even though he knew she couldn't see it. All right. Well, hopefully I'll see you there. Harry said. Okay. Thank you for doing this, Harry. I know how busy you are. Pepper said. It's no problem. What are friends for? Harry said before hanging up. With that, Harry flashed away. Malibu, California. Harry looked around Tony's living room. Hello, Jarvis. May I assume he is in the garage? Harry said out loud to no one. Hello to you too, Mr. Wolf. You presume correctly. Mr. Stark is currently working in the garage. Jarvis responded. What's the time in this time zone? Harry asked as he walked towards the stairs. The time is currently 3:42 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Jarvis responded. Harry clicked his tongue in annoyance as he walked down the stairs. He made it to the bottom and opened the glass door into Tony's little workshop. Tony himself seemed to be deeply engrossed in what looked like the metal arm of some new suit he was making. Harry silently took a seat and decided to watch the man for a while. Tony worked and put the arm together with a clearly skilled hand. Harry would even go as far to say that Tony was as good with mechanical things as Harry was with magic. He worked so smoothly and beautifully that it almost seemed mesmerizing just to watch. Finally, Tony seemed to finish whatever it was he had been doing to the robotic hand. He held it up and inspected, before putting it down with some satisfaction. That one is sure to cause quite the amount of damage when you finish it. Harry said out loud, gaining the man's attention. Tony jumped and spun around to look at him. When he saw it was just Harry, he let out a breath. Jesus, you ever hear of knocking? Tony said with a fake annoyance in his voice. Sadly, I learned the concept too late. I'm much more used to just breaking in the homes off my targets. Harry said with a smile. Yeah, well, make yourself at home, I guess. I assume you need something if you decided to just randomly break into my home at... Tony checked his clock. 3:45 in the morning. Harry shrugged at the man. Not really. Just haven't talked to you in a while and thought I'd stop by and check up on you. Harry said with a friendly smile. Tony squinted at him in suspicion. At almost 4 in the morning? He asked rhetorically. Harry just nodded. Tony turned around back towards his robotic project. Pepper sent you, didn't she? Tony asked even though he already knew the answer. Harry wasn't going to lie to him either. She did. She was worried and after coming here and seeing you, so am I. Harry said. Look, I appreciate the gesture but I'm fine, really. Tony said with his usual charm as he turned around and looked at Harry. Harry could easily tell how fake the sentence was though. Don't insult me with such an obvious lie, Tony. Even if you didn't look like you haven't slept in a week, I can still see in your eyes that you are anything but fine. Why don't we skip the whole lying part and you just tell me what's wrong? Harry pressed. Although it sounded like a command. Harry said it softly and more as a suggestion. He didn't want Tony to get even more bent out of shape than he might already be. I've just been busy is all. Without being CEO of Stark Industries, I needed a hobby to keep me busy. So I've been building suits. What do you think? They look pretty cool, huh? He asked as he gestured to a few he had in a display. Harry didn't bother to spare a glance at them. He just kept looking at his billionaire friend. He could sense, even from across the room, that his mind was in turmoil. Tony, Harry said with a little more aggression. Tony just looked at him for a moment then sighed when it became clear Harry was not going to change the subject with him. All right, you're more pushy than Pepper, he said sarcastically as he pulled up a chair near Harry. He looked conflicted though he was still trying to appear unaffected. So, what's wrong? Harry asked him. Tony took a deep breath. I've been having dreams, Tony said quietly. Harry looked at him with concern. Tony wasn't one to be affected by something like scary nightmares. What about? Harry asked carefully. Well, it's about the invasion. Well, sort of about the invasion. Not really, but that's the focus of it. Back then, we were so worried about the fact that we needed to save everyone that I don't think my mind really processed everything, but after he trailed off, Harry nodded. He thought he understood what Tony was trying to say. I mean, we fought aliens, Harry. Like real-life aliens. That wielded things that we have never even seen before. I mean, we did our best, but people died out there. Good, innocent people that were just trying to go about their daily lives. Tony continued. You could tell he was losing his composure and getting more and more worked up at every word that came out of his mouth. I've been doing this hero thing for a few years now, but it's usually me at risk. Sure, there has been collateral damage and people have gotten hurt before, but it was never like this. I flew a damn nuke through a magic space portal, for Christ's sake. We did absolutely everything we could, yet so many people were still hurt even though we did our absolute best. Tony was almost whispering at the end. His eyes had glazed over as he continued, and it was clear he was remembering the invasion. Harry snapped his fingers in front of Tony's eyes. Hey Tony, come back to me, man. Look at me, Harry commanded. Tony took a second, but he looked at Harry. What happened out there was not our fault. No one could train or prepare you for what we had to face that day. We did everything we could to make sure as many people made it out as possible, but sometimes good people die, but that should never stop someone from continuing to keep fighting. It should never stop someone from continuing to live their own life. You did more than anyone else could out there, Tony. No one could say that you didn't do everything you could. Don't think for a second about what ifs and how you could have done something differently. It happened and there's no going back. Mourn the ones that were lost and be grateful for the ones that were saved. Harry finished. Tony looked at him and seemed to be putting honest thought into what he was just told. He looked ready to say something else, but just then his phone rang. It seemed to break the serious moment they were having, and the intensity seemed to die down as Tony picked it up. Yeah, he said to whoever was on the other side. His expression went from curious to one of horror in a split second. Where? All right, I'm coming right now, Tony said. He immediately put the phone down and ran to his desk where he scrambled to get his keys. Tony, what's going on? Harry asked as he watched his friend move faster than he had seen in a long time. Tony ran to his Audi. There's been an attack. Happy is in the hospital, Tony said as he got in the driver's seat and drove off as fast as he could. 3 hours later, Harry and Tony both watched as Happy sat motionless on his hospital bed from the explosion he had been in. The first thing Tony had done when he had got there was to tell the doctors to spare no expense when it came to getting him healed. They were assured that the possibility of him recovering was good, but it would take time. It was apparently a terrorist attack at a theater in Hollywood. Happy had tried to stop it from what the authorities were told by people that were close enough to the scene but out of the blast radius. So what's the game plan? Harry asked as he continued to look through the glass with his arms crossed. The plan is that I'm going to find whoever did this and I'm going to make them regret it with every fiber of their being, Tony said with anger clear in his voice. Harry raised an eyebrow. You mean we? Harry said as he gave Tony a look. Tony just shook his head. No, I meant me as in just me, Tony said as he turned away from the glass and started walking away from it. Harry followed. What are you talking about here, Tony? I know you're angry, but you can't just... Look, Harry, I know you just want to help, but Happy was my friend. I need to do this and I need to do it alone, Tony said as he kept walking. Why though? Together we could find the people who did this and make them pay in no time at all, Harry said. He wasn't sure why Tony was so opposed to this. Tony spun on heel and stopped right in front of Harry. Look, Harry, I appreciate what you're trying to do. I really do, but I need to do this. Not just for Happy, but for myself as well. You were right with what you said in the garage, okay? I've become a recluse and have been hating myself for a while. No more though. I need to be able to learn how to get over what happened in my own way, and I can't do that if I'm using you as a crutch. Do you understand? Tony asked as he looked Harry right in the eye. Harry didn't say anything for a moment before he slowly nodded. All right, fine. I'll allow you to do this alone. I'm going to leave you alone for 1 week. After that, I'm going to check in on you, and if I still think you need help, then I'm going to step in whether you like it or not. Got it? Harry demanded. Tony nodded as they then walked out of the hospital and right into the media mob that was waiting for Tony. For days later, Harry was very tense at the moment. Natasha was kind enough to give him a back massage to try and ease his stress. The source of his stress was of course because of his dear friend Tony. His house had been destroyed. As soon as he saw on the news that the billionaire's house was now residing at the bottom of the Pacific, he was going to flash over and start looking for him. Of course, no sooner had Tony called him and told him that he was fine. He claimed he still had things under control and that he was going to do some recon work. Harry had yelled at him of course on how getting your fucking house blown up was having anything under control, but Tony said he was still in control of the situation and for Harry to not interfere. 2 days later, Harry was anything but calm. Why hasn't he checked in again? What if there was an accident? Why does the asshole have to be so goddamn stubborn? Harry shot off as he laid flat on his stomach while Natasha was sitting on his back and trying to get as many knots out of his back as possible. You would want the same thing in his situation, she said softly to him. Harry grunted. There's a difference. No, there's not. If you were facing a problem, you too would also do your best to make sure as few people were involved as possible, she said as she dug her palm into his shoulder. Yes, but I know I can handle all my situations alone, Harry said. Tony has managed to handle all his situations alone as well, she reminded him. Whose side are you on? He asked. The reasonable one. Sometimes there are problems that people just need to solve themselves. In those situations, it's best to just offer moral support and let them know you are there if they need you. You can't help someone that doesn't want to be helped, she told him. The hell I can't. Never had a problem getting people to do what I want, even when they didn't want to do it, Harry remarked. Yes, but I somehow doubt you want to employ such methods on a man you consider your greatest friend, she commented. Harry didn't have anything to say at that. It was true that while he could use some methods to force people to accept his help, he would never do such a thing to Tony. He respected him way too much for that. I suppose you're right, Harry conceded.
Surprise, surprise,
she replied. Harry chuckled at her antics. So how's your little island building coming along? She asked, trying to make conversation. It's going along pretty well. Ahead of schedule, actually. We can hopefully be done and get to work quite soon. You still haven't told me what you want to do on your little secret base, she commented. It's a surprise, Harry said. He knew she was curious, and it's not like he didn't trust her, but he did want it to be an actual surprise. I don't like surprises, she said blandly. You liked your birthday surprise, didn't you? Harry asked. I loved the gift. I didn't like the surprise that went with it, she replied dryly. Harry chuckled softly. Harry had gifted her a pair of tight gloves that she could use in work. It had 2 main charms on it. One was a sticking charm modification that would allow her to climb virtually any surface with ease. The other was a seal he put on both gloves for emergencies. With an activation phrase that Natasha had set, the gloves would spew a huge torrent of Harry's famous hellfire. Natasha was quite pleased with the gift since it was stylish as well as useful. She had been a little curious on how Harry had found out her birthday, to which he just smiled mysteriously and said, I have my ways. Of course, Natasha's spy instincts had kicked in the moment she saw the neatly wrapped package and had to resist the urge to smash it out of Harry's hands. Harry had seen the slight shift though and had laughed at her jitteriness from just receiving a gift. The surprise is what makes the gift so great, Harry argued. It really isn't, she said as she got off him and then laid down next to him. Harry immediately wrapped an arm around her and brought her close to him. Natasha had found that Harry was much more accepting of the idea of more sleep when he got to do it curled around her. Plus, he was a damned good pillow, so she wasn't complaining. Do you have work tomorrow? Harry asked smoothly. I have to go to Washington in the morning. Have a mission with
capítulo,
she murmured back. Harry made a hm noise from his throat. I'll give you a ride, he said softly. That would be nice, she replied as she gave him a small kiss before the sweet oblivion of sleep overtook her. Harry, on the other hand, decided to just stare at her for a while longer. Since there was a giant window on the other side of the room, the lights of New York crept into the room. This caused them to almost give Natasha a ethereal glow around her. Natasha had turned, so they were no spooning. Harry nestled himself into her soft hair before allowing sleep to overtake him as well. 18 hours later, Harry sat in his office with Daphne and Tracy across from him. It would seem that the demand for his company's products had skyrocketed recently, and there was no end in sight, especially with his new car line coming out. He had decided to name the line Nundus after the fearsome beast. The Nunda 1X was a sports car that was sleek and had plenty of curves rather than sharp edges that most cars had. It could reach a solid 180 miles per hour in its normal commercially bought version. It also had lots of cool toys on the inside to combine speed with luxury. They were also relatively cheap for the kind of car they were. You could get one for only $120,000. Or get the upgraded one that could reach 205 miles per hour for $150,000. The best part, of course, was that the car was an electric hybrid. It had baffled car specialists on how the car could reach such speeds and be so lightweight with any type of electric engine. Many had even requested to know how he had done it out of plain curiosity. Harry, of course, had said nothing. Another order request came in for the 1X. Daphne said, as she apparently read an order form, "Put it with the rest and have some people log it in when you go down later." Harry said without even looking up, "There's some gala going on in Tokyo next week and they invited you, Harry." Tracy said to him, "I'll think about it." Harry said he wouldn't go unless Natasha came with him. He hated playing nice with all the other important people. He would also get the urge to kill one of them if one of the CEOs tried to give him one more speech on here's how this is going to work in an effort to take advantage of Harry's age and supposed limited knowledge on owning a company. Or have to deal with people trying to dance and get with him the whole night. Natasha was so much better at playing those games, and they were entertaining to watch when she did. Harry was pulled out of his train of thought when he felt his cell phone start to buzz. He pulled it out and saw that it was Tony. He quickly answered it. "Tony, what's going on? Are you hurt?" Harry asked. "Nah, just been having a rough couple of days. Found out who the Mandarin is, saved Rhodey, and now I have to go save the president from a small army of superhumans because they fucking kidnapped Pepper." Tony screamed into the phone. Harry had to pull it away from his ear. "Can I help now?" Harry asked impatiently as he started to pace with both Tracy and Daphne watching him. "Look, I don't want to hear an I told you so from this, but yes, I could use your help. How soon can you come to me?" Tony asked. Harry didn't need him to say more. He gave a quick goodbye wave to Tracy and Daphne before locking onto Tony and flashing next him. He looked around him and saw Tony as well as Rhodey. Harry looked around and they seemed to be behind a crate in a shipyard. He peeked out and could see a lot of activity happening from what looked like heavily equipped males and females. He could also see what appeared to be a man strung up high in the air by two chains wrapped around his arms. He looked back at Rhodey and Tony. "How we doing this? Slow and stealthy or loud and proud?" Harry asked. "Slow and stealthy first. We have got to try and get the president out of here as fast as possible." Rhodey said, "I need to find Pepper. I don't suppose you could help with that, could you?" Tony asked urgently. Harry paused and closed his eyes as he felt around. He could feel Pepper in a building to their left, but he was more surprised by the feeling he was getting from all the people around here. It was almost like their auras were on fire. That was most definitely not good. "Found her, she's in a building to our left and has 3 people in the room with these guys. I just felt these guys and they seem pretty powerful, or at least, they are a lot stronger than normal people. Be careful out there," Harry said as he turned and prepared to head off. "Wait, where are you going?" Tony asked. "You guys need to find your respective targets. While you're doing that, I'm going to start thinning the crowd quietly. I'll wait for you guys to set off the fireworks before I pull out any of the big guns though," Harry said as what appeared to be a ninjato conjured on his back. "Fine, but for the love of God, please don't sound any alarms." Tony said, "Just real quick, raise your hand if you were ever considered the most deadly and effective assassin alive." Harry said as he was the only one to raise his hand. Both Tony and Rhodes rolled their eyes as he left and ducked into the nearest shadow. Harry crept and ducked behind cargo boxes and anything else that kept him out of sight. He watched as a man walked right by his hiding spot, oblivious to him. Harry quickly jumped out and pulled out his blade before cutting the man's head clean off. He didn't get injury like he expected though. Instead, the body started to glow orange and get extremely hot on the site of the wound. Then the glow died down and nothing happened. That was unexpected, Harry said to himself as he then vanished the body so it wouldn't be found. He then crept along and noticed another patrolman about to walk by. He did the same thing that he did to the last man and noticed that this person too also glowed orange and burned hot at the site where his head and neck were separated. This time, Harry watched extremely closely on what was happening. It almost seemed like the neck was trying to regenerate for a second before it stopped and the glow would go away. Harry stored that information away. Based on that, he assumed any non-lethal attacks to these beings would just heal and they would get right back up. Good thing he only used lethal attacks. One by one, he cut down any of these superhumans he could without drawing attention. There weren't actually that many he could kill without being noticed. Most stayed in the line of sight of others, so he had to avoid going for them. He did manage to get 10 though. Others were starting to notice their disappearances though since they weren't reporting in. Just before Harry could think about how to solve this problem, he heard gunfire and explosions start echoing in the air. Finally, Harry yelled as he gave away his position. Immediately, 3 of the superhumans spun to his voice and opened fire with their assault rifles. Harry simply conjured a shield in front of himself as he charged the nearest superhuman. "Let's see how strong you fucks really are," Harry said as he got close to one and smashed his right fist into its face. This caused the man to stop firing and tumble back a few feet. Harry didn't give him any time to recover as he smashed his knee right into the side of the man's leg, causing him to go down. Before Harry could finish him off though, the man seemed to recover enough to smash his elbow into Harry's stomach, causing him to fly back and smash into a cargo box. Harry fell to his knees for a moment before getting up with a smile. "Oh, you are strong. Good. It only makes this more fun for me," Harry yelled as he charged again, this time with a conjured claymore, sword in hand. He swung it down diagonally, which the man dodged but clearly didn't expect to see Harry's hilt come smashing into his face, causing him to stumble backwards. Harry noticed the man's 2 friends were running towards him, so Harry quickly grabbed the man by his hair and yanked him up slightly before shoving the sword directly through his face and skull. It looked very brutal, especially as he pulled the blade out and stood over the corpse. His friends, however, were only angered further. The first that ran up to him was a brunette woman that seemed to have an extremely athletic build. She was fast. She threw punches that were fast enough that Harry was just able to dodge. In her rage though, she got too close to him and Harry smashed his left arm into her abdomen. She immediately bent over in pain, and before the last man could intervene, Harry had separated her head. He then looked at the last man and cracked his neck. "Alright, I think I have a good idea of how fast and strong you are. Guess it's time for the kid gloves to come off," Harry said. He didn't even wait for the man to charge. He flashed right in front of the man and brought the sword down vertically on his head and kept pushing till he was completely cut in half. Harry turned and didn't even bother to look at his work as he knew the man was dead. He looked around and saw Tony's suits flying all over the place and taking down the superhumans as well as taking a few casualties of their own. Harry flashed right into the middle of it. 2 superhumans had a suit pinned and were trying to tear it in half. Harry didn't wait. He blasted one back with an exploding curse and cleaved the other one in half. He then ran off to his next opponents. Harry would flash near a group of them and start hitting them with spells and then using his sword to quickly take care of the remnants of the group before moving on. He could see Tony and Rhodes flying around as well as Tony engaged with a superhuman that seemed to be giving him some trouble. Harry quickly flashed up to where he was behind the handsome man that was currently attacking Tony. Tony saw him and gave him an almost unnoticeable nod. "Give it up, Stark. Soon the world will." The handsome man wasn't able to finish as Harry came up and Spartan kicked him directly in the spine, causing the man to fly forward. Tony was ready for him and shot his repulsors straight into and through the man's chest as he flew towards him. The man then changed course and flew back before slamming into the ground. He then fell off the crane and dropped all the way down to the ground. "What took you so long?" Tony asked rhetorically. Harry shrugged with a smile. "Sorry, I think I was getting too into it. Not every day I get to do this after all. I'm usually stuck behind a desk nowadays," Harry said. Tony just shook his head and then looked over to the building. I have to go, Pepper's still in there. Rhodes already took off with the president, so he should be back soon. Help my suits holds these guys off, will you? Tony said as he blasted off towards the building. Harry shook his head as he jumped back into the fray and started cut people down like his life depended on it. They weren't too much of a challenge as long as you used only lethal force and aimed for the head. Or just blew up the entire body. That seemed to be working as well. Harry started to wind down as less and less people were showing up to die. He started to look around and immediately locked onto Tony, who was on the ground outside of his suit with the asshole handsome dude standing over him. Harry was about to flash down and deal with him when he saw Pepper come in with a giant metal pole and shove it through the dude's chest hard. Harry was quite shocked. He would never expect someone like Pepper to do that. Not just because she shouldn't be physically strong enough, but also because she rarely ever used violence. Except on that one guy a few years ago. Harry flashed down and saw Pepper helping her boyfriend up. Damn, Pepper. I didn't know you had been hitting the gym. It's definitely working. Harry said as he walked up to the couple with a smile. Pepper looked over and gave him a tired smile. Hello to you too, Harry. Thanks for coming to help, she said sincerely. Harry waved it off. It was no problem. You should have seen how angry Tony sounded when he found out they took you. I honestly was just back up, Harry said. Regardless. I really appreciate it, Harry, Tony said. He sounded serious but was already sounding like his normal self again. Harry just smiled. The couple were now just staring at each other in the eyes intensely. It was really intimate, so Harry decided to excuse himself. Well, I'll leave you with the mess then, Tony. I guess I should get back to the office, Harry said. Tony just nodded as he was too distracted with Pepper to comment. Harry took one last look before he flashed away. Back at the office. As soon as Harry arrived back in his office, his heart almost stopped. Both Tracy and Daphne were still in the room. Except now they seemed to be on top of his desk, almost entirely covered. They seemed quite busy too, as Harry was just frozen in complete shock at the activity that was happening in front of him. Tracy noticed him first as she opened her eyes from the pleasure she was receiving at being lip-locked and moved together against Daphne. She immediately zeroed in on the frozen Harry, who was gaping at them in surprise. Tracy immediately shoved Daphne off and went as red as a tomato. Daphne looked very confused as she looked at Tracy. What's wrong? Daphne asked. Tracy just pointed at Harry. Daphne looked to where she was pointing and then she too froze in shock. A whole minute must have went by before anyone had enough brain power to say anything. Daphne was the first. We can explain, she said nervously. This seemed to make Tracy even redder. It did manage to snap Harry out of his shock. Harry then looked both sad and disappointed. Daphne briefly wondered if he wouldn't accept the relationship she and Tracy had. It was very rare for two witches to be together in such a way, and many wizarding countries still looked down upon it. She didn't think Harry would be biased because of something like sexual preference, but the way he was looking now made her doubt herself. However, all that doubt washed away with his next sentence though. That desk was made 100 years ago from 2,000-year-old mahogany, Harry said with sadness clear in his voice. Daphne was so thrown off by that she could only manage one response. What? And that's the end of the chapter. One of my longest chapters to date. Really hope you guys enjoyed it. Try to drop a review and tell me what you guys thought of it if you can. I'll see you all at my next chapter. Until then, peace. Chapter 39. Boy, it's been a while. I'm sure I don't need to tell you guys how busy college life is, so I'll just skip over that part and say it's really fun but obviously causes me to have random update times based on how much work I have. Thanks to everyone who is continuing to read this. I believe it was like 8 or so chapters ago that I said this story was 2/3 or 3/4 over. Not sure if that remains true or not, so I'll just try to end it whenever it feels natural. Hope you guys like the latest chapter. Enjoy! June 17th, 2013. You do need to go back to the office at some point, Natasha commented as she looked at her boyfriend. Harry was sitting and doing work at the dining room table in just his boxers. No, I don't. Harry responded without looking up. It's just a desk. Why don't you just buy a new one and get over it? Natasha questioned. The desk was a heavy loss to be sure, but that's not the problem. The problem is that I highly doubt that they only restricted their illicit activities to my desk while they were doing such activities in my office. Harry said back. Then just have the room sanitized. She exclaimed. Harry shook his head. Won't matter. I will still always have the knowledge that they were doing such activities in my office. I will always look at a piece of the room and wonder if it has been contaminated. Harry said back. If I recall correctly, we already contaminated most of the room ourselves. Natasha said lightly with a smile. Of course, but I liked it when we did it. I would look at my office chair some days and just sit down with a smile at the memories. Harry said while smirking back at her. Natasha just shook her head at his antics. Well, when are you going to at least start talking to Daphne and Tracy again? Natasha asked. As soon as the image of them fucking leaves my head whenever I see them. Harry responded back. Natasha walked up behind him and draped herself on his shoulders. Perhaps I could help replace those memories with something more pleasant, Natasha whispered into his ear. Harry couldn't help the small shiver he felt go down his back when she said that. What did you have in mind? Harry asked her as he stopped looking at his papers and tilted his head more in her direction. Why don't we head to the bedroom? I'm sure I can think of something on the way, she said with a devious smirk. Harry gulped softly at that. He would like to think he was pretty good when it came to the art of love making, but Natasha was something else entirely. She was definitely way more skilled than him, but he had much more stamina than she did. Still, she would always take the lead in the bedroom, not that he had a problem with that or anything, but sometimes she got a little extreme. Harry followed the woman he was equally scared and drawn to by up to his room. June 18, 2013. You don't look so good, Ren commented as he looked at Harry in their newest facility. Azkaban was finally finished and had already been fully equipped. Ren had even employed his trusted staff on the projects they were assigned. Yeah, me and Natasha. Let's just say I had a long night and leave it at that. Harry finished as he looked over the men and women currently working and researching. I'm not even going to bother asking as I already knew you were a masochist, Ren said as he looked down at various papers that had research on them. I'm not a masochist, Harry said to the man blandly. Oh, then what would you call yourself? Ren asked. Someone who loves their girlfriend enough to allow her to occasionally do what she wants with my body? Harry responded. I'm fairly sure you like it, therefore you are a masochist. Ren told him as they started walking to what was Harry's newest office. Again, do you even have a girlfriend or boyfriend yet, Ren? Harry asked challengingly, and as I will say again, I choose to not have one as I am too busy. I also already told you that I am straight, Ren said with a glare as they reached the room. Sure man, whatever you say, Harry said as they sat down. Ren just continued to glare. Harry decided to stop the conversation there and move on. So, how's the projects coming along? Harry asked as he looked at Ren. Ren handed him a folder to read over as he gave a verbal update. It's going well. Those magic containers we found are now called cells. Unimaginative, I know, but we are pressed for time.
Ren explained.
Harry nodded at the explanation. The name wasn't terrible, and if he found that it didn't fit, he would just change it later. He gestured for the man to go on as he opened the folder with the research. We have found that we can indeed clone them, but we couldn't exactly take them out of injury, so we are trying to make an artificial plasma that will work as a proper holder instead. We actually have already made progress on that front as well. We should have said plasma figured out in a month. Also, said plasma will only be able to be made through magical means. Ren told him. Good, that'll mean that even if world governments discover it, it will be very hard if not impossible to replicate. Harry said. Ren nodded in confirmation. We have been having problems with the ship creation itself though. Ren said. Harry looked up from the papers and at Ren questioningly. You already started its building plans? Harry asked. No, but we have been looking for materials that will be able to withstand the pressure of the speed we will need to achieve to go out of our solar system conventionally.
Ren explained.
Oh, go ahead and not do that, Harry told the man. Ren looked at him in surprise. Why? Are we canceling that project? Ren asked. No, we just won't need to travel at that speed in the first place, Harry said. Can you elaborate on what you mean? Ren asked his young boss. Harry nodded. After thinking about it, we will not be using speed to move from place to place. We will use wormholes instead, or at least sort of wormholes. I'm going to call them wormholes for convenience, Harry said to the man. Ren raised an eyebrow. How do you propose that we create these sort of wormholes then? Ren asked. This is where I will come in. We are going to do extensive testing on how I travel when flashing. After that we will apply it to the ships so no major speed will be necessary, or at least nothing past light speed. I see you think you create your own miniaturized wormhole every time you teleport then? Ren asked. If not, then I'm still going to call it that, but I do believe that you can use it for the ship's method of travel. Here's what I am thinking. We measure a small distance of me teleporting. Then we have a computer calculate the distance that I teleported so it has a unit of measurement associated with my traveling. This will allow us what we need to know to calculate for travel. Then presto. We make a wormhole then appear there. I really hope to God that you know it won't be that simple, Ren said as he looked at his boss. Nothing ever is, but it's a start, Harry said with a smile.
Rayton nodded.
I see. Well, I suppose I'll get started right away, Ren said as he stood up to leave. Harry himself also prepared to leave as well. One more thing, do you know a Jane Foster? Ren asked. Harry gave him a confused look. The name is vaguely familiar. Why? Harry asked. She's been trying to get an audience with you from what I hear. Your assistant has been trying to get in contact with you to let you know, but apparently you're ignoring her, Ren said, giving him a pointed look. Harry grimaced. He should probably have a sit-down with Daphne at some point to talk about the incident, but he still wasn't sure if he could see her without images popping in his head. I will take care of it. Thanks for letting me know, Harry said before flashing away. June 19th, New York penthouse. Harry looked around the penthouse full of people that all came exclusively from the one of the entire planet. There was a lot of women in dresses and men in tuxedos mingling with each other. This was the third fundraiser that Harry had been invited to, and Natasha had told him that he needed to stop putting them off and just go to one. Of course he agreed as long as she came and suffered with him. She seemed to not have any problem with this arrangement, sadly. Harry hadn't really thought about it, but she had gone to quite a few of these type of events on missions already. Going to one more was nothing for her. You need to relax, Natasha said as she pressed herself against him. I am relaxed, Harry said as his eyes scanned the crowd of million and billionaires. No, I mean relaxed to the level of a normal person, not your fake version of being relaxed. Natasha scolded him playfully. Tell you what, just don't leave my side tonight and I will try to relax. Harry replied with a small smile back at her. Natasha returned the smile and nodded slightly as they both started to make their way through the crowd of people. He greeted both men and women who seemed interested in meeting him. He had just released his car line in both the U.S. as well as most of Europe. It seemed to be selling well so far and had gained his company a lot more attention. They had to start doing massive expansions in both offices and dealerships in a short amount of time. Harry had to constantly go to each country to speed up the contract process that allowed him to own new pieces of property for his business. It was both a hassle and necessity for his company. He was considering on starting a construction department within his company that specialized in both speed and reliability. It didn't take long before music started playing and couples started to slowly dancing in the middle of the penthouse floor. Harry didn't even get a chance to ask Natasha before she was dragging him to the dance floor and wrapping her arms around his neck. Harry just smirked at her before wrapping his arms around her waist. You have been rather pushy lately, Harry commented. It's a new experience for me. I admit, to get to do whatever I want with someone. In the past, the most important thing was to fit my target's image of an ideal woman. I never really got think about what I myself enjoy to do. Now that I have you, however, I find myself enjoying my newfound ability to decide my own preferences, Natasha said almost excitedly. Harry rolled his eyes. Glad that I can be of service, Harry said to her sarcastically. She just smiled back at him deviously. Don't lie. I know you love the things I do to you, she said back sensually. Harry felt a slight shiver go down his back. I will not confirm nor deny that statement, Harry said back as he continued to dance with his girlfriend for a few songs. Towards the end of the third dance, Harry started to notice some not-so-pleasant intent that he felt was directed at him. While dancing, he allowed his eyes to scan the crowd in the direction that it was coming from. It was hard to pinpoint it exactly. So many people here let off so much greed that it was even able to cover the more sinister intent that he was feeling from whoever his unwelcome spectator was. After a few more moments, his eyes finally landed on a woman. She appeared to be European of some sort. She was clearly Caucasian but had a slight olive tint to her skin. She had long raven black hair that cascaded down her back and complemented her black and purple, backless, dress. She was quite beautiful, and Harry could see that she was getting quite a few looks from members of the opposite privacy and quite a few members of the same privacy as well. Harry would have passed over her as a suspect if it wasn't for the quick glance she sent his way that was almost unnoticeable and clearly wasn't meant to be noticed either. Harry concentrated on her more fully now that he knew who was sending him such negative intent. He frowned in confusion. She felt weird, unlike any person he ever felt before. Even her heartbeat was different than anyone else he felt before. Natasha seemed to notice his frown and the direction of his gaze. "Something interesting about that woman?" Natasha asked calmly. She didn't want to assume anything. "I can't be 100% sure, but I think she may want to kill me," Harry said, unsure of himself. Natasha raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Why would she want to do something like that? Do you know her?" Natasha asked.
No.
"This is the first time I have ever seen her before. She also feels weird to my senses," Harry commented as he made sure to stop looking at her to not arouse suspicion and just kept his attention on her with magic. "Weird how?" Natasha asked while still glancing at the woman who seemed to be looking like she was trying to mingle with some of the other guests. "I'm not sure how to describe it exactly. It's almost like she's not human, or at least not completely. She feels like something else," Harry said with uncertainty. Natasha looked surprised. "Do you mean like a mutant?" Natasha asked. "No, mutants just feel like humans with a little or a lot of something extra depending on their power level," Harry answered. Natasha thought about that for a moment. "What do you want to do about it?" Natasha asked. "I think I'll give her an opportunity to kill me and go from there. Might interrogate her afterward. Would you mind going back home while I take care of this? Since this is a new entity that I have not encountered before, I would prefer to do this alone," Harry said to her. Natasha did not look pleased but nodded nonetheless. It wouldn't exactly be fair if she said no, as she asked the same thing of Harry to allow her to do her own job with no interference from him unless absolutely necessary. Harry watched her smoothly make her exit. He threw up a few privacy spells before walking up to the unknown and preparing to give her the old razzle-dazzle. "Beautiful event tonight, isn't it? And for such a good cause too," Harry commented airily to the woman. The woman turned to him and immediately her eyes sparkled at seeing him. He felt her intent increase by twofold. "Indeed it is. I did always have a soft spot for children," the woman said back smoothly, referencing the fundraiser's target to help orphan children all over the country. "I just like helping those less fortunate than myself. Oh, where are my manners?" "Harry Wolf, CEO of Wolf Enterprises," Harry said while shooting a charming smile at the woman. The woman smiled back, charmed. "My name is Samantha. No title that goes with it, I'm afraid," she said jokingly. Harry gave a convincing laugh at the joke. "So Samantha, I don't believe I have seen you at one of these events before. Are you new to the area, or did you perhaps just come in to some money that you wanted to give the less fortunate?" Harry asked while keeping his smile on his face. "Oh, I wouldn't really say recently. It's been in my family for a while, but I just decided to stop letting it collect dust in some bank and actually spend it," she said back to him as she wrapped herself around his arm and they started to walk through the event. "My, how generous of you. I imagine your husband wasn't too pleased by that," Harry commented. "I wouldn't know. I don't have a husband," she said back with a smile as she leaned into him a little more. Harry quirked an eyebrow. "Wife then?" he asked. Samantha threw her head back and laughed. It was very convincing too. She clearly was quite good at acting, which likely meant she was a professional. If Harry didn't already know that she was probably planning to kill him, he would have most likely been convinced. It also didn't escape his notice that she was slowly leading him to the elevator. That probably meant she didn't want witnesses. "No wife either, I'm afraid," she responded. "Shame." Beautiful woman like you deserve someone who can make them happy all the time. Harry said alluringly. Maybe, perhaps you could help me with that, she said suggestively. Harry smiled at her. Well, who am I deny a lady? Harry said as they now picked up their pace to the elevator. He was glad that he had cast those privacy spells because it would be annoying if someone caught him with another woman so soon after he went public with his relationship with Natasha. As they reached the elevator, Samantha was clinging to him extremely tightly. She was also making sure to press her, admittedly impressive, neckline into his arms. It was at this point that Harry noticed something prickling at his mental barriers. He let it in slightly to see what it was and noticed it to be a probe similar to what Vila used to ensnare men. Harry looked at the woman and assumed it was from her, especially since the probe did feel different than what he remembered from that French Vila he met those years ago at the tournament. He let it in just in case she could consciously tell when it was working or not, but didn't let it affect him. They both stepped in the elevator and watched as the door closed behind them. Harry noticed immediately that there was no camera in the elevator and wondered if she would notice and try to make her move in here. He didn't have to wait long because as soon as the thought crossed his mind, she reached over and pressed the stop button on the elevator. Harry gave her a pretend look of confusion, which she returned with a sensual smile. Harry tensed slightly in preparation just in case. It caught him completely off guard when she actually reached over and brought him into a deep kiss. Harry's eyes shot open. What the actual fuck? Why the hell is she kissing me? Is she not going to actually kill me or even try? Could my senses have been wrong or tricked somehow? Did I misread the entire situation? Oh fuck. Nat is going to rip off my testicles and watch me choke to death with them shoved down my throat. Harry thought as he looked wide-eyed at the woman. It happened almost immediately after that. He felt the pull from his body and realized that the woman in front of him was literally pulling his energy and life from his body through the kiss. He made a mental sigh in relief that he had not terribly misread the situation and that this random woman did not have the hots for him. He put a magical barrier on his lips to stop this woman from killing him. Her eyes opened in confusion as she then focused on him. She tried to pull herself away, but Harry reached out and grabbed her arms. She had no time to react before both her and Harry disappeared in a bright silver flash from the elevator. She immediately jumped away from Harry and surveyed her new surroundings. She had no idea where she was. She assumed it was a room or cave of some kind considering how dark it was. She could barely see anything a few feet in front of her. Harry watched her try to get her bearings from a corner of his room. They were in his hidden basement on Wolf Cove. He hadn't used it since he mentally destroyed Voldemort after torturing him for hours. He sent out a mental signal to Sammy to let her know he was here, and that he had a guest. Sammy acknowledged this and was making her way down to the basement as well since she was apparently bored. Harry didn't do anything as he watched the woman try to regain her senses. He didn't bother attacking, especially since Sammy wanted to come. Harry just watched her with an almost bored expression. She seemed to have some sort of technology on her arm that she uncloaked. He was willing to bet that there was something on it that would give her light to see, but she didn't want to use it because she thought that he might still be here with her. A smart thought if he couldn't already see in the dark with magic, as if it were midday. While she tried to figure it out, the door to the basement opened. Harry had to do a double take when he saw a female silhouette in the light streaming through the doorframe. Sammy? Are you using some sort of illusion? Harry asked over their mental link. No. She responded without an explanation. Harry watched as the silhouette entered the room, as did their killer guest. The would-be assassin backed up into the shadows as fast as possible to not be seen. The silhouette closed the door behind her and walked down the now revealed stairs. She then moved to the middle of the room and looked at the woman who was trying to hide in the shadows. She was doing fairly well too. Sadly, even if Sammy didn't have magical eyesight, she was still a reptile. She could clearly see the woman. So who are you? Sammy asked dully. As she said it, Harry finally took in her appearance. His snake's form had long black hair much like his prisoner's and was a tanner color skin tone. The clothes she was wearing were also a simple blouse with jeans that he knew that Natasha owned. They must be constructs or illusions. There also seemed to be something wrong with her skin. He couldn't see in enough detail to identify it though. Harry turned his attention back to his would-be assassin. She seemed to be debating something. "My name is Samantha. Can you please help me? I don't know where I am," the woman said, clearly trying to pretend to be someone in distress. Harry almost smirked in amusement but managed to contain himself. Sammy on the other didn't bother, and an amused smirk came onto her face. "You don't know where you are, huh? That is quite unfortunate. Any idea how you got in here?" Sammy asked, the woman said with a hint of her amusement. Harry couldn't tell if his would-be assassin noticed though. "I have no idea. One moment I am with this man and the next moment he's grabbing me painfully and now I'm here," Samantha said with a sniffle. "You're talking about Harry, I assume," Sammy said. Harry got the feeling that she glanced in his direction when she said that. Samantha looked slightly more tense at Sammy, knowing his identity. You're not with him, are you? Please help me. He wants to kill me. I beg you," Samantha pressed. "If Harry wants to kill you and brought you here to do it, then you must be a really bad person. You clearly don't know where you are. The fact that he brought you to this room is not a good sign for you. He's only brought 2 other people here. One was never seen again and the other is brain dead. Also, you no longer need to put up this pathetic act. You aren't even close to fooling me," Sammy said nonchalantly. Samantha paused for a second before straightening herself. Funny how just the posture change alone seemed to change her whole attitude from pathetic crying mess to a confident woman who showed no fear. At this point, Harry decided to turn the lights. He snapped his finger and instantly the room was filled with light. Harry watched Samantha squint, trying to adjust to the light, and looked around. When her eyes landed on him, he could feel the steel enter her eyes. "Sorry to cut your chat short, Sammy," Harry said. He saw Samantha about to respond, assuming that Harry was talking to her. "It's fine. I'm more interested in what happens next anyways. You didn't even bother to restrain her. Does that mean you don't even plan to kill her?" Sammy responded. Harry tilted his head slightly. "We'll see. I want to know some things before I decide that," Harry said. He saw Samantha frown. Harry then diverted his attention. He reached his hand towards her and silently summoned whatever was on her wrist that he had spotted earlier. As soon as it came off, Samantha went through a big change. The most obvious thing was that she went from an average-height Caucasian woman to a tall, slightly muscled blue woman. Harry raised an eyebrow but wasn't too surprised. He already knew she wasn't a human after all. He went from looking at the woman to looking at the fascinating piece of technology off her wrist. It seemed to be something that one attached to their wrist and went halfway towards the elbow. He couldn't really make much of it besides the obvious. It was obviously a very advanced piece of equipment that could at least cause some sort of visual cloak on someone that could fool at least the sense of sight and touch. He would make sure to give it run for study. His eyes then turned back to the now glaring blue woman. "So, I take it your name isn't Samantha then?" Harry said lightly as he looked at the woman. The blue woman just continued to glare at him. Harry noticed she seemed to have black markings on different parts of her body. He wondered what they symbolized. "If you don't speak, then I will be forced to invade your mind. You will most likely try to stop me, which will cause me to do damage to you as I extract the information from you," Harry said. Harry watched her eyes widen at the statement and become thoughtful. He noticed a certain look cross her eyes that he recognized. "Don't bother. I can still retrieve the information from a corpse and it would probably be easier for me. This is a lose-lose situation for you. I would just try to run damage control if I were you," Harry said. The woman was back to glaring. "And how would I go about doing that against someone who could read my every thought?" the woman said in a challenging tone of voice. Harry noticed that Sammy had conjured a seat for herself and was watching. "If you cooperate, I won't enter your mind. You will only have to answer the questions I ask," Harry offered. The woman scowled. "I will not bend to your will so easily," she yelled. Harry saw this coming though. Samantha charged at him. Harry had to admit the woman was fast. He was 30 feet from her and she crossed the distance in a blink of an eye. Harry was ready though. The woman reared back her fist and brought it towards Harry's face at an alarming rate. Harry was just as fast though. He moved his right foot forward and turned his head to the side and watched the fist sail by. Before she could move back to cover her vulnerability, Harry drove his elbow directly in between two of her ribs. She lurched forward in pain and immediately jumped backwards to get away from him. Harry just calmly stood and watched the woman who was panting in pain from the hit. "You did not research anything about me before trying to kill me, did you?" Harry asked with a slight smirk. She glared at him in response. She took one deep breath and got back into a pose of some sort. It didn't look like any particular style that he knew of, but it was entirely possible that she was using some unknown style. Or she could not be using a style and just going off of experience. She charged more carefully this time. She tried to tackle him instead of a straight strike. Harry watched her dive at him. He simply dropped to his knees and watching the woman sail over him. She landed on the ground with a big shake that showed that she was most likely heavier than she looked. By now, Harry could tell that she was just going to attack him with different moves until she could find out what his weakness was. She was most likely used to relying on the fact that she was physically stronger and faster than most humans to try and go for the long run, where she took a few hits until she found something to use against him. With this figured out, Harry decided to cut this little game they were playing short. He stood up and moved over to her form that was still on the floor and about to get up. Harry raised his foot and stomped on her stomach, knocking the breath out of her harshly before putting his foot on her throat. "As fun as this for me, I'm gonna have to cut it short. Do you accept my terms, or am I gonna have to break into your mind? Nod your head for yes and shake it for no," Harry said to the woman that was literally under his foot. He waited for a few seconds for her to catch her breath. She then tried to use her strength to grab Harry and throw him. Sadly, for her, Harry was through messing around and would not budge. After finally stopping with the pointless struggle, she glared up at Harry and reluctantly nodded. Harry removed his foot and backed away a few steps. He watched her stand up cautiously and rub her throat while keeping an eye on him. "Good, now that we've got that nonsense out of the way, let's start with something easy. What is your name?" Harry asked almost politely. The woman continued to glare for almost a solid minute before speaking.
Unarro.
She almost spat out. Harry tested the name in his head. "Well then, Una Rog, what did you hope to gain by killing me?" Harry asked. She looked conflicted again, as if she really did not want to say. "I hope to use you as a peace offering," she said. Harry was puzzled at that. Who would want my corpse as a peace offering, and why are you apparently at odds with this person? Harry asked. "I was to offer you to the Mad Titan as a peace offering. When I was young, I was chosen by the Mad Titan to be trained and used as one of his assassins. I did not want to do this, so I ran away and hid on this planet," Una said reluctantly. Harry tried to process this information. "I see. The Mad Titan is a title, I assume. What is his name, and why does a being who I don't believe I have ever met want me dead?" Harry asked. "His name is Thanos, one of the most powerful beings in the known, and most likely unknown, universe. He is also known as the Avatar of Death. He has killed billions and destroyed entire planets. I do not know why he wants you dead, but I do know he definitely does, though only his top generals know of this desire for your death. I found out from my father," Una continued to explain. Harry was now more than a little concerned. This being did not sound like someone he ever wanted to meet. Anyone who could cause the death of billions and entire planets was not someone who he wanted to be on the shit list of. "He doesn't sound friendly," Harry commented dryly. "He wishes to rule and enslave the entire universe. No, he is not very friendly. Part of the reason I wish to not serve under him and have done my best to stay off his radar since leaving my people," Una said back equally dryly. Harry looked at her. "What are your people, anyone? You look humanoid for the most part except for the enhanced muscles and being blue," Harry said. Una just looked at him. "We are known as the Kree, a great and powerful race that rules over countless worlds," Una said in an almost arrogant fashion. "So this Thanos guy is also Kree then?" Harry questioned. Una shook her head. "He is not a Kree, but he does rule over us for the most part. I do not know of his race or origin other than the fact that he is called a Titan," Una told him. Harry nodded slowly at that. "I see. Nothing else you can tell me about him then?" Harry asked. Una shook her head. "You know as much on him as I do now," she told him. Harry sighed. "So a recap. There's a super powerful, evil warlord after me that's destroyed entire planets. He also happens to have an entire race at his beck and call. Great. Just fucking fantastic. Harry thought to himself. Sammy seemed to be listening to his thoughts as she was still sitting and trying to not laugh at him. Alright, I guess that all that is left is to decide what to do with you. Harry pondered out loud as he looked at the blue woman. Una found herself suddenly feeling very nervous. She had honestly been truthful the whole time because she assumed he had a way to tell if she were lying or not. She had also tried to get him to relate and understand her cause enough to not want to kill him. Perhaps I can be of some use to you. Una stammered out in an attempt of self-preservation. Tell me, did you have any training in assassination before you left? Harry asked. Una was caught off guard by the question. I only ever mastered the basics. I am much more skilled in seduction with some skill in acting as well. I have experience with some fighting as well from some training, she said very quickly. She didn't know where this was going, but she hoped it kept her alive. That explains earlier, I guess. When I first saw you, I assumed you were much better than you were, but clearly you're better at subterfuge than at fighting or killing. Though I imagine that kissing trick you tried earlier is pretty effective against most people that aren't me. Harry said out loud. Una felt herself blush a little at the reminder of her failed attempt on his life. She didn't say anything more though. Harry just looked at her for a few minutes before gaining a strange glint in his eyes that Una noticed. A very dangerous-looking glint. A glint that made her want to curl in on herself. I have a job that I think you would be perfect for, Harry said as he slowly walked towards her. Una was very much reminded of how a predator would approach cornered prey, which meant that she was probably the prey. What do you mean? What job? She asked a little nervously as she watched him approach with his freaky smile. A very particular job. Harry continued as he crept closer. Stay away from me, Una said as she backed up into a wall. Why, Una, that's not very nice. And I thought we were becoming friends, Harry said as his eyes started to glow red. Una couldn't remember what happened after that very well. All she remembered was blacking out as her captor laughed like a psychopath over her. And there's chapter 39. Hope you guys liked it. For those of you who follow Marvel Comics and know of Una Rogg, know that I have no knowledge of her personality. All I knew of her was that she was Kree, she can suck out life and has a hypnotism stuff. Very basic things. I needed a Kree and didn't think I could just make one up. I don't know any Kree names, so I decided to just pick one that already exists and use them how I wanted. Anyways, hope you guys like this chapter and are looking forward to the next one. Peace. Chapter 40. Hey, so I'm back sort of, I guess. Sorry about the long wait. Life hasn't been great these past months. In late November there was a death in my family of someone I was close to, and then I had finals immediately after it, causing me to have a lot of stress. During Christmas break I went back to working full-time until literally the day before I came back to college. Needless to say, I have been feeling extremely tired and stressed. Needed to take some time to deal with it before I exploded, which is why this chapter is so late. Sorry to those who have been patiently waiting for its return. Thank you as well for giving me that patience. I truly appreciate it. I don't want to talk too much more, so I hope you guys enjoy the latest chapter. This is not the type of job that I thought you meant, Una said as she looked around the facility. Harry just smiled. It's better than being dead, right? Harry asked. I figure you want me to help you with technology. You will be disappointed. I'm not exactly an expert on how things work. I just know that they do work and how to use it.
Una explained.
Harry shrugged. That's more than anyone else knows. Besides, I am sure that Ron will appreciate the help, Harry said. Una just looked at him. You did not kill me just so I could help you with something that I probably can't even help you with?
Una asked in slight confusion.
Harry looked at her. A long time ago I might have done just that. I used to kill plenty of people without a thought. Mostly because it was easy and earned me an income. When I think back on it though, I realize it was because it was an activity that I felt connected me with someone I used to be close to. I myself didn't really enjoy it nor feel a dislike for it. Now, I try to not kill people unless I need to or they're just an asshole. Leave that to my significant other. Harry finished. Does that mean you will stop saying you are the world's greatest assassin? Asked Ren, who finally entered the room. Nah, I already earned the title, meaning someone has to beat me to take it away from me. Harry explained. 1. You were a mercenary, not an assassin. 2. That logic only applies to wrestling, not killing people.
Ren deadpanned.
Run, here I am giving you a new assistant, who is an alien by the way, and all you can do is complain about my well-earned titles. Harry exclaimed. Ren chuckled slightly before looking at the blue woman with some curiosity. And who might you be? Ren asked, ignoring Harry. Unarag of the Kree. Una said warily. Kree? Interesting. What brings you to this planet? Ren asked as his eyes started to light up. Questions for after I leave, maybe. For now, let me do some quick explaining. Una is going to help you figure out the science behind her technology. She also can kinda suck out your soul through a kiss, so be wary of that. Harry joked. Ren just scrunched his eyebrows in confusion while Una glared. I can't tell if you're joking or not. I did actually want to ask you how you found an alien though? Ren asked. She found me actually. Yes, I also am sure she is an alien and not some sort of mutant or magical variant of a human. Harry said. Ren seemed to make a grunt in thought. So you are sure she won't try to kill me? Ren asked. Una did look slightly offended. Of course I'm not sure. That's why we have the turret security system. Oh, by the way, Una, there is a security system built into every room that will blast you to pieces if you try to hurt any
personnel.
Harry said to the blue woman. Una seemed like she wanted to say something but apparently decided not to. Good, so you two have fun with science and shit. I have other stuff to take care of. Harry said as he prepared to leave. Wait, what did you want us to work on with her? Ren asked. Whatever you think may benefit us, especially if it concerns our little project. Harry said as he gave Ren a meaningful look. Ren nodded in understanding. Una looked confused as she looked between the two men but still didn't say anything. Harry smiled and waved goodbye at the two before disappearing in a flash. Una looked at Ren. Is he always like that?
Una asked.
Ren just shrugged. Pretty much. You should be glad that age has mellowed him out. Ren said to the tall blue woman. Wolf Cove. Harry looked at what used to be his snake as Sammy sipped tea in his kitchen. So, do you perhaps want to explain how you now have a human form? Harry asked. Not really a human form. More of an anything form. While you have been sitting behind a desk doing nothing, I decided to study magic. You have a library of books that you haven't even bothered with. I thought I might as well take a look. Sammy explained. And this form of yours was in those books? Harry asked. She shook her head. No, I had taken a liking to arithmancy and actually created this form myself, or at least the ability to change form easily. She said with a lazy drawl. Harry raised an eyebrow. Anything else you may have learned? Harry asked. Plenty. Speaking of learning, it seems your power stopped growing. I was going to discuss that with you as I found out that's pretty dangerous. Sammy explained. A little late. Found out a while back and made a quick solution. I put some runes on my skin that act as magical storage. They fill up and then disperse any of the extra magic after that safely into the air around me. That sounds like something complex that you just simplified to make sound simple. Sammy said with a smirk that was very reminiscent to her snake smirk. Harry smiled at her. Well, you know me. So we gonna have a fight or what? I want to see how strong you are. Harry said. Don't think that's a good idea. Sammy said as she looked at him. Harry raised an eyebrow in confusion. Why? What's the problem? He asked. To put it simply, you are out of shape. You are still both fast and strong, but you are definitely not as fast and strong as you used to be. Plus, I doubt you have learned any new tricks. In a fight between us, especially with my body's magical resistant properties, you would not win, Sammy said. Harry glared at her. Now I'm going to have to insist. Harry said. Sammy shrugged. Whatever. She replied. They both walked outside. They went over to the beach where Harry drew a rune in the sand to put a light dome around them to prevent damaging the island. Alright, should we jump right into it? Harry said as he got into a stance. Sammy did the same. Harry started with a heavy stunner sent towards her. Sammy didn't even blink and barely moved to summon a shield to block the stunner. The way she did already proved that she was better than most modern-day wizards. How much better was the question? Harry was about to throw out another spell to test her, but Sammy did so first. She threw out a pitch-white spell that almost looked like it had a trail of fire behind it. Harry threw up a powerful shield to block the spell and watched with surprise as it went straight through. He was barely able to dodge to the side as the spell flew past. It was very concerning that even when it missed him, he could physically feel the heat coming from it as it passed by. Spells usually didn't have physical effects coming off them. With the darker ones, you could feel the darkness coming from it, just like you may feel certain emotions from ones like an Expecto Patronum. Spells were really just concentrated forms of intent anyways. They needed to hit a living thing to even do anything, unless they were overpowered and cause damage. Of course, when you throw out an elemental magic like lighting or fire, you could physically feel it since elemental magic worked differently than regular spells. This spell definitely had heat pouring off of it that Harry could only imagine was comparable to the black flames that he used. Harry looked back at Sammy, who was smiling innocently at him. "We're gonna play like that, are we? Alrighty then," Harry said as he conjured a pack of wolves from the sand on the beach to attack Sammy. Sammy easily blasted them back into sand, but Harry only needed it as a distraction as he conjured a giant wave of water from the ocean next to them. Sammy's eyes seemed to widen a little but quickly whipped into action. She formed a transparent bubble shield around herself. The wave hit her, and as soon as it did, Harry reached out with his magic and froze the water solid on top of her. He looked at his handiwork with satisfaction. Because of her little shield, the water had frozen around her in a sphere, looking pretty beautiful actually. The beauty didn't last long though, as it started glowing bright blue before exploding outwards, sending large shards of ice in every direction. Harry blocked the ones coming at him before looking at his snake/person/shapeshifter. He was honestly still confused about the whole thing. Sammy looked unconcerned about the fact that a minute ago she was frozen in an ice sphere. "Most impressive. Seems I had underestimated your skills and reflexes after all this time," Sammy said with a smirk. Harry returned. "Well, I'm just that amazing, I guess. You ready to call it quits?" Harry asked. He was pretty sure that she knew that she couldn't win at this point. Unfortunately, her smile just got wider. "You seem confused. I didn't say that you were going to win, merely that I had underestimated you," Sammy clarified. Harry frowned at that. Sammy held out her hand. Immediately red markings started to swirl around her hand in an almost mesmerizing pattern. The markings looked like letters of some kind, though not in any language he was familiar with. They were probably runes of some sort, though he had never seen runes used in such a way and had no idea of how to even go about copying such a technique. The glow pulsed once before a giant red mist shot out of her hand and quickly formed a giant cloud directly in front of him. He wasn't sure if cloud was the right word. It looked like a million tiny small things forming and moving as one to make a large thing. Either way, the way it pulsed almost like it was alive actually made Harry a little scared. Almost. The red mist seemed to notice him and rushed at him in a very quick pace. Harry flashed away, but some of the mist had already stuck to him. He watched as it ate away his clothing and started to eat away at his skin. He started to release large amounts of magic to purge the mist from his person, but nothing seemed to work. Not only was it not working, but it seemed to get larger the more it ate away from him. Eventually he summoned black flames to burn away the mist, and that seemed to do the trick. He made sure to burn every last bit so it could not multiply back into existence. With the most taken care of, he flashed back to the cove more than a little annoyed. "What the shit was that?" Harry yelled at Sammy. Sammy was sitting on a piece of driftwood on the beach, probably waiting for him to return. Just a little idea I had a while back. Turned out quite successful, don't you think?" Sammy said with a smirk. "Successful my ass. That mist shit was trying to eat me alive," Harry said as he held up his rapidly healing arms. Sammy nodded. "Well, it's supposed to. It's supposed to consume everything in its path until it's destroyed or called back to me. Even magic isn't immune to its effects. I assumed you used your little flames to destroy it?" Sammy asked. Harry glared at her for a moment before nodding. "Yeah, it burnt it completely," he admitted. Sammy nodded as if such a result was expected. Magic with such a destructive nature can overwhelm or at least hold it off. Not many I've noticed, have access to that kind of magic, though making it very hard to counter. Sammy said. Harry was still grumbling in anger about almost being eaten alive. So how did you make it? He asked. She smirked. She seemed to be doing that a lot more in this form. When I'm not sleeping and eating away the day, I relieve my boredom by trying to develop new magic for different purposes. Just something to keep me entertained. I've had quite a bit of success so far. Sammy explained. And the runes you used to summon that killer mist? Harry asked. He was most interested in that since he considered himself quite the expert in runes, yet he had not recognized them at all. They aren't runes, they are seals. Similar yet quite a bit more versatile. The language used for them is lost as far as I know, but I have managed to find a few books with them when I decided to travel. Sammy said. Could you teach me? Harry asked. Sammy shrugged. I'll think about it, she said unconvincingly. Harry glared at his snake in annoyance. Hey, remember when I gave you magic that allowed you to do basically anything you wanted and not have to slither around everywhere? That sure was nice of me and all. Maybe you might be able to return the favor, you know, Harry said with continued annoyance. Sammy put a finger up to her lips in thought. I'll think about it. I need to decide if you're doing what you should have, no matter what is truly worthy of a reward. Sammy said. You honestly believe that I am more your pet than you are mine, don't you? Harry said in defeat. What kind of stupid-ass question is that? Of course you're my pet. That was never in question, Sammy said. Harry just sighed in exasperation. I'm going to leave now. In a few days I'm going to come back and hopefully you will be willing to teach me something. Also, you better visit your sister. She will be starting Hogwarts soon, Sammy said. Harry's eyes bulged in surprise. Oh shit, I totally forgot to visit her recently. She must be pissed at me. Harry yelled at himself. She is, but she is very intelligent, so she understands how busy you have been, Sammy said. Still not an excuse. I should go visit her tomorrow. It's been too long, Harry said, talking to himself once more. Well, if that's all, I'm gonna go and sleep somewhere, Sammy said as she disappeared and a larger-than-average snake took her place before lazily slithering away. Harry looked at the snake in confusion. Why wouldn't she just walk to her napping spot before changing form? He thought to himself before he too disappeared. New York. Harry flashed into his apartment and immediately climbed into bed, where he draped himself over his girlfriend and wrapped around her. Natasha squirmed into him a little before she found a comfortable position. Did you kill her? Natasha asked sleepily. Nah. Turns out she was an alien and we worked out a deal. She's going to be working with Ren until I decide she has worked off the debt she owes me for trying to kill me, Harry said. Okay, we're going to Tony's Tower for dinner tomorrow or today, I guess, she said. Harry figured she must be either too tired to care about the fact that Una was an alien or simply did not care normally. He couldn't tell. Why? Harry questioned. Whole gangs getting together for dinner. Heard even Thor will be there, Natasha said. Okay, night, Harry said sleepily as he drifted off almost immediately. 7 hours later. Rose, I'm so sorry, sweetie. I swear I'll make it up to you. Promise. Anything you want and I'll get it for you, just name it, Harry said, trying to appease his pouting sister. Rose just glared at him and stayed silent. Harry just hung his head down. I want a dragon, she said to him. Harry's head shot up in surprise. A dragon? Why would you want that? Harry asked. The lady on the television who's a princess has some. I want one, too, Rose said as she looked directly at him. Harry felt a chill down his back as he suddenly realized his sweet little sister was testing him. It was clear this was less about the dragon and how far Harry was willing to go for her forgiveness. Harry sighed. All right then. You want a dragon? I'll find one for you. But understand that it will be hard to take care of. You have to find a way to feed it and keep it from eating people. Do you understand? Harry said seriously. Rose nodded at him in understanding and smiled at him. Now, what shows have you been watching with dragon princesses? Harry asked, trying to change the subject. Game of Thrones, his sister almost yelled. Harry's face went blank at the mere mention of the show. Game of Thrones. Who let you watch Game of Thrones? Harry asked quietly. Sammy did. We watch it together when she picks me up for visits. Rose responded happily. Harry grit his teeth. He would be having words with Sammy later about what was appropriate for his younger sister to be watching while over for visits. Rose, however, did not need to know that. I see. Well, what have you been up to here? Not getting into any trouble, I hope? Harry asked as he looked around her room. It seemed to be filled with things both new and old. Many were gifts he had given which filled him with some pride. Nothing much. I sometimes have Jessica come over and visit and we play games. Other than that, I play with magic, Rose said as she produced a light in her palm. Harry looked at it and found himself thinking about how beautiful it was. It reminded him of a star you would see at night. It's very beautiful. What else can you do? Harry asked. Rose shrugged. Not much, I guess, besides fire and the light. Sometimes when I get angry, stuff breaks around me. Rose admitted with some embarrassment clearly. Harry smiled. Maybe I should teach you some mind arts to help you control that better? Harry suggested to the girl. Rose looked at him with a scowl. You're not off the hook yet. You have to get me a dragon first if you want me to forgive you, Rose said at him. Harry put his hands up in mock surrender. Okay, a dragon it is. Then mind arts, Harry said as he stood up. It was sadly very late in London at the moment. It's time for you to go to bed, I believe, Harry said as he opened her comforter and gestured for her to hop in, which she did with no complaint. It was already close to 11 at night, their time, and Rose was clearly tired. Good night, Rose, Harry said as he placed a kiss on her forehead and made his way to the door. She already appeared to be asleep by the time he was closing it. Harry shut the door and moved downstairs where he saw the rest of the Potter family talking near the fireplace with some of their friends such as Sirius Black and Remus Lupin. Harry over the years had learned to better tolerate their presence but knew that every time Sirius saw him, that he wanted to Harry, come sit with us for a moment and chat. Sirius called out to him. Harry repressed a sigh and simply swallowed his annoyance. I don't think now is the best time, I am quite busy and still have things on my schedule, Harry said, trying very hard to not just be an ass and tell the man to shove it up his ass. Nonsense, this won't take long, Sirius said as he continued to press. At this point, Harry could tell James was clearly uncomfortable. While they were no longer at each other's throats, conversations between them felt forced. Harry knew that it was his fault but honestly preferred it over the man constantly trying to bother him with conversation. Lily, on the other hand, was a totally different story altogether. She wasn't saying anything, but it was clear through her eyes she wanted him to stay as well. Both his brother and Remus looked impassive at the thought. Sirius, on the other hand, looked determined. Harry decided he might as well humor the man since, in truth, he had nothing to do until the dinner tonight. This could be entertaining. All right, you old mutt. What do you wish to talk so badly about? Harry said as he made no move to go physically into the room to join them but did at least face the man. Both of his biological parents looked on with surprise as well as Arthur and Remus. Sirius just looked pleased. We were just talking about some of the current state of affairs in magical Britain. Since you played such a large part in reforming the government and winning the Civil War, we wish to hear your opinion on what is happening is all, Sirius said as he looked at Harry expectantly. I think that you have 5 to 10 years more of the Muggleborn tearing the previously known dark purebloods a new asshole as punishment for all the years of injury purity bullshit they had to deal with. I think that after that you have another 30 years where, while there may be less actual straight-up attacks on the new minority but still be a lot of tension and not much trust. And finally think that if at that point your government hasn't managed to become extremely corrupt or destroy itself, your society will finally start to some advancements it very much needs to continue to survive. Harry finished. All looked at him in deep thought. I see. You think it will take that long then? Sirius asked. That was me being very optimistic. In truth, it also wouldn't surprise me if it took centuries before all the animosity went away. I was only optimistic because how much the new government wants to move past the ugliness and establish good relations between all its people. If they continue on at this rate, then yes, it could take decades instead of centuries. I would advise you to hope for the best but prepare for the worst. That would be smart, Harry said. I see. You're pretty knowledgeable. Have you given any thought of a career in politics? Many would follow your lead on principle. I'm sure you could speed up the process if you wanted. Sirius said. Harry nodded as he leaned against the doorframe. You were so right. Now that anyone can pursue politics, I could as well, and yes, I'm sure I could speed up the process quite a bit, but there is a few problems with that thought line. Harry said. Sirius looked at him, but Harry said nothing more. Could you elaborate? Sirius finally asked while the others paid direct attention to him. Harry shrugged. For one thing, I absolutely hate politics and am more likely to kill my opponents from sheer annoyance than I am to beat them in a political race. 2. The last thing the British people need is some powerful figure to swoop in and solve all their problems. It's high time that they learned how to solve their problems by themselves. Relying on others to constantly do all the work is why they needed so many wars in the first place. Harry finished. Sirius's eyes lit up in understanding as he nodded. Arthur too seemed to be deep in thought about something or another. Well, if that is all, I do have prior engagements to get to, so I shall see you all later when I bring Rose her dragon, Harry said as he made to leave. As he disappeared out the door, the family and friends were sitting in stunned silence. Did he just say he was going to bring Rose a dragon next time he came here? Remus asked in clear confusion. He did. Oh well, I'm sure he meant a toy or stuffed animal, James commented as they all went back to their original discussion as they accepted his assumption as fact. Stark Towers, New York, 7 p.m. Harry, you seem to have gotten handsomer in these past months. A few more years of that and you may be able to get to my level of handsomeness, Tony joked as he approached both Harry and Natasha as they came out of the elevator. It's going to take a lot more than a few more months before my good looks degrade to your level, old man. I feel so sorry for Pepper. Having to pop back in your side every time you try and get intimate must be a tiring task. Harry shot right back at the man. I'll thank you to not make comments about my privacy life, which I will have you know is more than adequate, Pepper said as she rounded a corner and gave a slight glare at him. Natasha smacked him on the back of his head for good measure. Ouch, woman. Fine. Mayhaps I took it too far. Pepper, can you ever find it in your heart to forgive me? Harry said as he bowed low mockingly. Fine, but only because I have to see that ugly mug too often to be on bad terms with you, Pepper said with faux snobbish tone in her voice. Harry laughed at her and brought her in for a friendly hug. It's good to see you guys. Anyone else here? Harry asked. Tony nodded. Banner and Capsicle are both here. Clint's on his way and so is Thor. He wanted to go visit his little lady friend beforehand. I invited him to bring her, of course, but he said she was too busy working on something. Shame. I have a meeting with her within the next week about something. Wonder if this has any relation to that? In any case, I think I'll go visit Hulky and Cap, Harry said as he left the group. Pepper and Natasha were still in the middle of some discussion, so he left his date behind knowing she would join him again at some point. Harry moved upstairs to see the captain drinking a beer while looking outside at the view. Beautiful view tonight, Harry said as he came and stood next to Man. Rogers looked at him and gave him a nod of acknowledgement. Wolf, good to see you. How's the corporation life treating you? The man asked politely. Love the work and things I build, but I hate the paperwork. Harry responded with a smile. I can understand that. I can barely fill out reports with how boring they are to write. Steve said with a chuckle. Ha ha ha. Yeah, you don't seem the type who would be able to tolerate it for too long. Speaking of reports, where did you just get back from? Nigeria, was it? Harry asked the man. Steve immediately tensed up and looked at him. Don't worry. Natasha doesn't tell me anything. I know it myself. I trust Natasha with my life and know how capable she is, but I still can't help but check in to make sure she's okay. Just the thought of someone hurting her makes me want to crush them to a pulp, which is why I rarely ask about injuries she gets from work. At most I speed up her healing process, but I never ask. I'm trying to experiment with making the bond one feel with her 2 ways so she can do the same with me if she wants. Harry explained quietly. Steve visibly relaxed at that and nodded in understanding. I can understand that. I can't tell you how many times if I was just 1 second faster or knew of someone's peril 1 second in advance how I could have saved their life. Steve said as he seemed to lose himself in thought before shaking his head and looking back at Harry with a small crooked smile. So I guess you guys are pretty serious then, huh? Steve asked. Harry smiled before holding his hand out. Steve looked at it confused before a small dark blue box materialized into his hand. Steve's eyes bulged as he processed what it was. Is that? He started but didn't dare say out loud. Harry smiled and nodded. I decided a few months ago and decided to get it personally commissioned. I keep it on me at all times. Harry said as he opened the box after making sure no one was around. Inside was a ring, though not like any proposal ring Steve had ever seen. The metal itself was black in color and he couldn't tell exactly what metal it was. Embedded in it were 3 small rubies. It was very beautiful and very much matched Natasha's style. It had an almost threatening feel to it, as if telling those around it to only admire it from afar and to beware if they got too close. It's beautiful. When are you going to ask? Steve said as Harry put it away and had it disappear. I haven't chosen a specific time. I figure I'll know the proper time. Plus, I want to give her time to spend with me first. I know this all seems very rushed, but I'm sure of my decision. I just want to make sure she will be too is all. Harry said as he looked out over the beautiful cityscape. I think you should go for it. It's clear that she loves you. She brings you up quite a bit at work, you know. Talks about things you do that annoy and endear you to her, but either way she says it with an affectionate tone. I'm not sure if I would ever use the word smitten in conjunction with her, but I would say she is the closest thing to it. Steve said. Harry smiled at him appreciatively and nodded. What are you 2 boys talking about all alone over here? Natasha asked as she approached. Harry turned and smiled. Beer and NASCAR, of course. What else would 2 manly men such as ourselves be talking about alone? Harry immediately responded. Steve rolled his eyes at that while Natasha tried to swat at him again for his cheek. Well, Thor and Clint are here, so we're going to start the dinner, she said. Harry smiled. Good, I'm starved. Harry said as he wrapped an arm around his girlfriend and left to the bottom floor where the table was while Steve followed. They walked down the steps where Clint was waiting to greet them. Sup, jackass? Clint said with a smirk as Harry approached. Harry squinted at him. That's funny. I could have sworn that Nat told me that my old teammate was here, but so far I only see some old dude that looks like he may have been Clint's dad or possibly grandfather. Can I help you, sir? Could you tell me where your son has gone, or are you yourself lost? Harry responded mockingly. Clint dramatically grabbed his chest. You wound me, kid. Is that the welcome I get after all this time? Clint asked. You came in and called me a jackass. You got what was coming. Harry deadpanned at the man. You may have a point. Clint conceded. Where's Lightning Boy? Harry asked. Clint frowned and shrugged. Don't know. Soon as he got here, he dragged Tony to some private room to talk with him. I'm sure they will be back soon, though, Clint said. As soon as he said it, a pair of doors opened from the side of the room and Thor and Tony came strolling out with serious looks on their faces. Harry could immediately tell that they were not in civilian mode. This was hero mode serious. Harry schooled his features and saw everyone else in the room do the same in preparation of whatever was going to be said. What's going on? Harry asked. Tony said nothing, which is out of character even for him. Thor was looking at him. My friends, I fear I have come bearing grave news. A threat the likes of which none of us has ever seen is currently approaching the Earth as quickly as they can. They are led by a creature called Thanos. Thor said not bothering to mince his words. This had an unfortunate effect on Harry. His body froze as he immediately recognized the name. I just learned about a mad titan named Thanos trying to kill me, and now I hear of something called the same name approaching Earth. That can't be coincidence, Harry thought as the cold spread out in his body. Aliens? Natasha said with some incredulity, while Harry just felt a cold sensation settle in his stomach at the name. Thor nodded at her question. What are they after? Harry asked despite not really wanting to know. Thor wouldn't meet his gaze. At the moment there are only rumors to Thor tried. Thor! Harry yelled. Thor hesitated before continuing. They say his main purpose here is to hunt down a wolf. Thor said. As soon as the words left his mouth, every eye was on him. Harry let out a breath. Fuck, and there is chapter 40. Hope you guys liked it. Obviously the story is coming into its final chapters. I know I said that back in chapter 30, I think, but I'm serious this time. how you guys enjoyed this chapter and are looking forward to the next one. Follow, favorite/review if you feel like it. Until next time, peace. Chapter 41. Damn. It's been such a long time since I updated the story or any of my stories really. Sorry for such a long wait. I've been busy with school and then with taking care of my hospitalized father. You will be happy to know that I have already finished the next few chapters of this story, so the wait shall not be long. I would expect the next chapter within either a week's time or less. Again, sorry for the long wait. I hope you enjoy the chapter. New York apartment. Harry's POV. I'm 90% sure that it's just a coincidence, Harry said as he watched his girlfriend pace around their apartment in frustration. So, let me get this straight. You think that it's pure coincidence that suddenly a super powerful being is going to possibly be arriving on Earth in a month, right after you found out he wants you dead extremely badly? Natasha said as she glared at him. I mean, maybe? Harry responded. Natasha just growled at him. Harry relented and held up his hands in surrender. Alright, so I might possibly have a galactic dictator/mass murderer after me, but it'll be okay, Harry said as he got closer to her until he held her arms to her side comfortingly. You have a plan? She asked. Harry smiled. Of course, you don't get to where I am without having a plan, Harry said, smiling at her. You have no plan, she stated as she looked at him unconvinced. I have a plan, just need to talk some of my people, Harry said to her. You promise? She asked. Harry nodded. Promise. Alright, so what do you think? Do you have a plan?
No.
You literally just told me about the situation right now. We're nowhere near being ready to go against a galactic force of any kind, much less one of the most powerful ones in the universe, Ren said as he looked back at Harry in exasperation. They were currently in their secret RD department on what used to be Azkaban. I had a feeling you were going to say that, Harry said with a sigh. How did the rest of your team take this news? Ren asked as they looked for any prototype that might give them an advantage in the oncoming battle. Not well. Flashback. Fuck, Harry let slip at what Thor just said. Wolf, you know something about this? Rogers asked with a slight glare. Harry thought about his words carefully. I may have had an assassin try to take my life very recently under the premise that they were going to offer my body as some sort of peace offering to the one they called Thanos. I have no idea who the man is, but he's apparently pretty powerful and wants to kill me for some reason, Harry revealed as he saw everyone now looking at him expectantly. Really? You have no idea why? Clint asked with a skeptical raised eyebrow. I'm not claiming to be the nicest person, but I'm pretty sure even I can say with some surety that I have never pissed off someone who has the power to commit mass genocide, Harry said a bit sarcastically. Okay, let's take a step back for a moment. Point Break, you sure that the wolf refers to Harry? No secret artifact or anything it could also possibly mean? Tony asked. I can't say for certain. He is called the Mad Titan for a reason after all. However, I can think of no other thing that this planet holds that may hold his interest that has to do with a wolf. Okay, well, let's just assume his target is indeed Harry. What do we do? Natasha asked. The Mad Titan is a powerful foe that even I would think twice about facing. He also has many servants who are a threat as well. I know not how many he plans to bring with him, but we should suspect an invasion at the level of the Chitauri or higher, Thor said solemnly. No one said anything at that. All right. Fine. How long do we have before he gets here? Harry asked. He has found some way to speed up the travel of his army. It will most likely be near a month before he arrives, Thor said. Well, let's get to it. End of flashback. Tony, surprisingly, took it very seriously. He went straight to work. I think he's currently trying to make some prototype missile. An EMP of some kind, I believe, Harry said, remembering his normally humor-heavy friend. I see. How about Banner? Ren asked. Silent and pensive as usual, but he seemed on board to help, and that's all I need to know, Harry said. What about your girlfriend? Ren asked. She's not pleased. More about me being the target than the actual invasion itself, I think, Harry said. I wouldn't blame her, even for someone like her who is supposed to be trained for any situation. You can never fully take the human out of anyone after all.
Ren commented.
Harry just nodded but said nothing. So, what's the plan? Ren asked as they stopped at the end of the room after having looked at all the prototypes in the room and deeming them useless. I want you to, as quietly as possible, alert our security and private military to a situation. Also, install air defenses in every major city you can. Use magic as needed, use my name if you need to. Also, alert the ICW of the coming threat. Hopefully we can handle this without them, but I'd rather be safe than sorry. Harry said after a moment of thought. I will do my best. What will you do then? Ren asked. I think I need to go talk to a snake. I should also probably get some documents in order as well. I may not see you for some time, Ren, with the training I plan to do. Training? You? This must be serious, Ren said, trying to bring a little humor back. Harry smiled at the attempt.
Har.
I'll see you around, Ren, Harry said as he flashed away from the secret island. Wolf Cove, Sammy, being lazy as ever I see, Harry said as he walked up to his snake in her natural huge form, lying on his beach. Sammy just lazily opened one eye and stared at him with a bored expression. Since she didn't verbally respond, Harry continued with a sigh. Look, you may have been right about me not improving. I'm not going to go into a whole spiel about it. Let's just say I need to get a lot stronger and I need to do it fast. Harry finished. Sammy stared for a moment longer before her body started to glow and morphed into a much smaller, condensed human form. You sound like you're in trouble. It sounds odd coming from you, she said in monotone. I may have pissed off an evil galactic overlord known for mass genocide across the universe, Harry said as he started to pace on the sunny beach. How much stronger is he? She asked. Strong enough to manipulate cosmic energy, whatever the hell that means. Harry said back. Well, that doesn't sound good, Sammy said. It did start to annoy Harry how casually she was taking this. Look, we're on a short time limit. Are you down to do some training? Or aren't you? Harry asked. Sure, we start tomorrow. I assume you want non-stop training? Sammy asked. Preferably, Harry answered back. In that case, go visit your sister. It sounds like you may not come back from this and you probably don't want any regrets. I'm not 100% sure on what humans do when they are faced with possible death, but I'm pretty sure you have some things to square away, right? Sammy asked a bit forcefully. I wasn't aware you cared, but yes, I was planning to do some stuff before we started. I care about the pipsqueak. Don't care too much about the other stuff, Sammy said. That reminds me, I need to genetically make a dragon that'll be loyal to Rose as an apology gift because someone let her watch GOT. Harry exclaimed as he glared at Sammy. Sammy didn't even bother to look guilty. She was going to see it at some point, Sammy pointed out. Didn't need to see it now. Harry snipped with some annoyance. That's your opinion. Are we going to spend the rest of the day arguing, or are you going to find a dragon? I hate you. I love you too. You did it, you really got me one, Rose said, jumping up and down at the positively tiny black dragon that was rubbing its head against her palm. I said I would, didn't I? Harry asked rhetorically. Yes, but where did you even get it? Rose asked as her parents looked on from the background in concern. Oh, you know, from the wild, I guess.
Harry lied.
The truth was, this particular dragon was one of the babies of the mother dragon he had killed a few years with a train and explosives. The rest of its siblings had already hatched, and the people at the reserve were sure this one was a stillborn before Harry worked some magic and stole it. I'm going to call her Nessie, Rose said. Harry rose an eyebrow at the name but said nothing. He just nodded as he was trained to. Here, why don't we go to your room and I will show you how to take care of it, Harry said as Rose immediately grabbed his sleeve and pulled him up the stairs. When they reached the living room, Harry sat down and patiently explained what the dragon would be eating both now and later, as well as how to take care of its waste. So, now that we go that out of the way, are you excited for Hogwarts? Harry asked as he assumed she would be going. Rose scrunched her face before shaking her head. Harry looked surprised at her response. You don't want to learn new magic? Harry asked. I do, but they won't teach me magic like you teach it. They're just going to try and show me how to use a wand and wave it around. I don't even need a wand. Rose pouted. Harry couldn't stop the loud laugh that escaped his throat. Rose frowned and punched him in the arm for his laughter. It's not funny, she insisted. It's a little funny. Harry insisted right back. She moved from a pout to a glare. The tiny dragon, seeming to pick up on his new caretaker's mood, turned its head and glared at Harry too. All right, geez," Harry said as he put his hands up in surrender. "You're not excited to at least meet more people and make friends?" Harry asked. Rose looked at him. "Were you?" she asked. Harry smirked. "Touché," Harry said. "Did you like your time at Hogwarts?" Rose asked. Harry actually thought about it before answering. Did he enjoy any parts of Hogwarts? His mind quickly flashed to Daphne and Tracy, who he was still strong friends with to this day. It wasn't all bad. I found people who helped make it tolerable. It was definitely useful as much as I like to pretend it wasn't. It will be good for you, Rose, I promise. And if it's not, I'll kill the old prick," Harry said. Rose just giggled at him. "Harry, how come you came today?" Rose asked. Harry just looked at her with confusion. "What do you mean?" he asked her. "We just saw each other. Even for you, this is really soon. Plus, I can sense that something is bothering you," Rose said. Harry looked at her with suspicion. Had her mental powers grown like his had at her age? Harry had to literally place a magical block in his mind to stop him from the sensory overload that he would now experience at his mental abilities' full range. It helped but also hindered him. He could no longer control people like he used to, nor were his senses as sharp as they used to be. An annoying sacrifice, but a necessary one. He left his thoughts and focused back on his sister. "Can you actually sense that, or is it just a feeling you get?" Harry asked. "Both," Rose answered almost immediately. Harry smiled. "I'm going to be busy for a while, and I just wanted to make sure I could hang out with you before I couldn't anymore. That's all," Harry assured her. Rose still looked at him with suspicion but decided to say nothing and just let it go. "If you say so," she said. "I do say so," Harry replied. Rose dropped the subject, but Harry got the feeling it was still bothering her. He didn't know how to make her really feel better about the situation. She clearly knew something was up, but Harry really didn't want her worrying or getting involved in any way, shape, or form. Harry continued to hang out with his sister for a few more hours before he decided it was time he left. First, though, he needed to have a talk with his parents. "Rosie, can you go upstairs? I need to talk to your parents for a moment in private," Harry said to his sister. She pouted at him but decided to leave to go play more with her new dragon. Arthur got up from the couch he was sitting on in the living room and tried to get up to leave as well. "No, you stay as well, Arthur," Harry called after him as he was making his way out. His biological twin looked back at him in surprise and then suspicion. "You actually got her a dragon?" Lily almost hissed at him in annoyance, having held it in all afternoon. Harry had to keep the smirk off his face when he heard her. "Well, she made me promise to get her a real one, so there it is. Should be fine. I am confident that she'll be able to handle it. She is my sister after all. Now, let's get back to what I originally wanted to talk to you all about." Harry sat in an armchair with a serious expression on his face. "What's this about?" Arthur asked, interrupting his parents, who seemed to be prepared to go off on him again. "I need you to find the most secure location you own, then buy even more protections on it. I want it more fortified than Hogwarts. I want you to move there for a while." Harry closed his eyes as he saw the confused looks in their eyes. "Why, are we in some kind of danger?" James asked. "Yes, there is a threat that is coming to our world, and I want you to stay as far out of its view as possible," Harry told them. "What kind of threat are we talking about?" James asked. "Think Voldemort, but on a galactic scale and with limitless power," Harry told them honestly. It was almost comical the way all three of their faces turned to a pale ashen color as they processed what he had just told them. "You're serious?" Arthur asked. "I am. Let me get this out of the way right now. You can't help, so don't bother asking. This is something beyond you and will be handled by myself and others who specialize in saving the world. If we can't handle it, then the world's fucked, and I want you to stay as hidden as possible," Harry stated, leaving no room for argument. "You expect us to just sit on the sidelines while there's apparently someone ready to destroy the world coming soon?" Arthur spat. "I expect you to listen to what the hell I just told you to do and watch over my sister while I try to save the world. If that is too much for you, then I'll tie you up and leave you somewhere till it's over," Harry said, with anger slipping into his voice and power cackling in his eyes. Harry looked back at Arthur who, to his credit, held his gaze steadily and continued to glare at him. And if you lose? Arthur almost whispered. Then we're probably all going to die anyways. Now, are you going to do what I say, or are you going to make me tie you up? Harry questioned. We'll do it. James cut in, not giving his child any time to answer. Dad? Arthur said, looking at his father with some confusion. When it comes to combat, Harry knows more than any of us by a long shot. If he says we're better off doing what he says and hiding, then I'll trust his judgment. James said. I also agree. Lily spoke softly. Harry nodded in relief at them participating willingly. Would have been awkward to explain to Rose why he tied up her parents and brother. Good, now, I suggest you warn anyone you care about in the slightest to do as you are doing. Harry said to them. The Potter clan nodded in agreement, though Arthur did so reluctantly. Glad we're all in agreement. I'm going to say goodbye to Rose. Harry walked away without another word and headed back up the stairs to find his sister. He approached her door and knocked to give her some warning before coming straight in. He saw her holding a flame in her hand and showing it to her new pet. The dragon seemed delighted by the appearance of the flame in her hands. Rose? I need to leave now, Harry said. Immediately the flame disappeared, and he got the wind knocked out of him as a little red rocket collided into his abdomen and hugged him tightly. Harry wrapped his arms around her as well and got down to one knee so he was closer to her height. He patted her on the back as she continued to hold him. Don't do anything stupid, okay? Rose said to him. Harry's eyes widened at her words. Did she hear what they said downstairs? What do you mean? Harry asked her. You're planning to something really stupid, dangerous, or both. Rose almost whispered. Harry thought about what she said. How do you know? Harry asked. He felt her try to shrug against him. I just do. Promise me you'll be okay. Rose demanded. Rose, I promise. Okay, I promise you, Harry said. Rose finally looked back at him and her eyes looked red and puffy. Harry felt a pang of anger and happiness. He was upset because he made his sister cry, but also happy that he clearly meant so much to her. You better not lie, she said with a cute scowl. Have I ever broken a promise to you? Harry asked good-naturedly, trying to steer away from the sad feelings that Rose must have been feeling. Sammy says there is a first time for everything. Rose shot back. Sammy also says that rats are much better to eat than one would think. Not sure if we should be basing logic off what she says, Harry said, causing Rose to giggle. Harry smiled at seeing her smile. All right, I have to go, kiddo. I'll see you soon, yeah? Harry said the words tasted empty as they left his tongue. He felt like he was betraying her with every one syllable that left his tongue. Rose seemed oblivious to his inner turmoil, though, and just nodded enthusiastically. Harry placed one last kiss on her cheek before departing and making his way out of her room and down the stairs. He saw the rest of the Potter clan talking quietly amongst themselves. I have to go. Remember what I said. 2 weeks at the latest from now. Harry told them as a reminder of when they needed to be in hiding. They nodded in acceptance, and with that, Harry disappeared from view in a flash. Wolf Cove. Hours later, Harry reappeared on the beach of his island and saw Sammy in her human form in some jacket and sweatpants with her hair tied up. Harry just raised an eyebrow at her new look. Really? You're the one who wanted this to be serious? Sammy replied without even acknowledging his presence. Harry just shook his head. Does that mean you're ready? Harry asked. Sammy just nodded at him. I am. First, I have a skill I believe you will find useful. I will help diversify your combat in almost any environment. Sammy told him. Harry gestured for her to continue and show him. Sammy just looked away from him and started walking towards the ocean. Harry looked on in confusion at her until she reached the water. His eyes widened. Sammy? Yes? Are you Jesus? I am not. Sammy looked like she wanted to laugh at him as she stood on top of the water and stared back at Harry. You're not actually the biblical snake I named you after, are you? Harry tried again. Sammy rolled her eyes. Just tell me how you think I'm doing this already. Sammy ordered. That wasn't an actual answer. Harry grumbled. He looked closer and used his magic sense to see how she could possibly be standing on water. Somehow, you pour magic from your feet into the surface and manipulate it in some way. Indeed. Anything else you can see? Sammy asked. Harry shook his head. No, that's about it. Harry confessed. I'm using magic to trick the water under and around me into thinking it's a solid material without having to actually turn it to ice. Sammy explained. Harry looked on with surprise. I didn't even know such a thing was possible. Harry admitted. This magic idiot, anything is possible. Sammy reminded him. Harry nodded in understanding. Magic was all about using one's will to manipulate the world around them. He took a tentative step onto the water and had his magic seep into it. He watched the magic glow slightly at what he was doing to it. He tried to push down on the water surface only for his foot to sink through. Harry pulled it back out of the water and thought about it more. Think of it like transfiguration, Sammy hinted. Harry's eyes lit up in understanding and tried once more. He looked at the water and pictured how it should both look and act while his foot was on top of it. This time, his foot sunk only half an inch before coming back and resting at the top. Ah, I did that quick enough. What's any? Harry asked but was silenced as he was forcefully summoned towards and then powerfully banished further into the ocean. A skill is no good unless it can be used in combat. Either you learn how to use this in combat correctly or drown. Sammy said as she started casting spells in a rainbow of color at Harry, who was still trying to get his balance with both his feet on top of the water. He tried to cast a strong enough shield to block the attacks, but as soon as he did, his concentration on staying above water slipped and sunk back down into the ocean. Harry woke up on his beach coughing up seawater. What the hell, Sammy? Harry yelled at his companion. You should have prepared better. Now get up, we're gonna do it again. Sammy said that. Fine. Just give me a sec to catch him. Fuakuk, Sammy. Harry yelled as he was once again banished towards the ocean rapidly and slammed into the water. Ha 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 ha. This is going to be fun, Sammy said to herself as she went to go use Harry for target practice. Millions of miles from Earth, Thanos' POV. Thanos sat in the throne room of his ship in silence as he drank from a golden goblet in contemplation. He thought about the upcoming invasion on Earth. He frowned in anger and glowed red for a moment as he remembered all the effort to keep his movements hidden only to have a spy hear everything from one of his underlings who had decided to get inebriated. He punished the fool personally for ruining the secrecy of their movements. Thanos, of course, was not worried even with his enemies now knowing that he was coming. This, however, did not mean that he should throw caution to the wind. He needed to remind himself to not underestimate his enemies despite what his personal thoughts were. He needed to find his enemy's weaknesses. Thoughts of his enemy, of course, drew him to think of his supposed equal in the Wolf Boy. Even Thanos could see why such a prophecy should be taken seriously. He had watched the boy grow in power in the decade and a half that the boy had begun his journey. Even he had not gained power so quickly when he was younger. There was no more time to let the boy live. He was already a force of nature and would soon be too much to deal with if he continued to grow. He would not let something as foolish as the possibility of death stop him. He was Thanos after all. He was the only being in the universe worthy to court death itself. He was death's champion. His goblet cracked as he seemed to have gotten a little carried away in his thoughts. He focused once more on his plan to deal with the Wolf Boy. His seers had not been able to scry the boy's presence in years, but he did have some spies still on Earth. They spoke of Wolf courting a female who had a white complexion and blazing red hair. Thanos wished to face the boy in single combat away from the rest of his companions to finally lay rest this prophecy. Perhaps he could take the woman to lure Wolf into a one-on-one battle between them. It would need to be public as well. The useless fools he called his army had started to whisper that he was losing his strength. He, of course, had killed many for the insult, but that was not enough. He needed to show that he was still the most powerful. Once the boy was dealt with, the Infinity Stones would be his with ease and he would begin the full conquest of the universe. He would need to woman first. Exoi, Thanos called out. Almost immediately a gray creature in a dark robe entered and bowed to him. My lord. You have need of me? Exoi asked him. The woman from the reports. When we arrive, have some men take her first. We shall use her as a lure as well as blackmail. Thanos commanded. As you wish, my lord. XOI said before leaving the room. Thanos looked after the man until he left the room. He then looked back at his red drink and watched as the reflection of himself slowly turned into the face of the wolf back, staring defiantly back in a stilled image. Thanos continued to look at the frozen image of his opponent until he was satisfied and had it disperse. He looked up once more and sat back comfortably in his golden throne with a smirk. It shall be fun to crush you, little wolf. Hope you guys enjoyed the chapter. It's not too long compared to some other ones, but it's mainly for setup. Remember to favorite/follow/review if you liked the story. Or didn't like it, I guess. Until next time, peace. Chapter 42. Here is the next chapter. Hope you guys like it. Thor's POV. Thor was pushing his way through the red field the ether-fueled dark elf had surrounding him. The past week had been trying even by a god's standard. His lover, Jane, had been possessed by the reality infinity stone that powered the ether. He had taken her to Asgard to be healed and even introduced her to his mother and father. If only he had known how terribly things would go from there. His mother. His beautiful mother who had always been by his side and wisdom in his ear whenever he had needed it. His mother who had raised him for so long and been a major influence on the man he had become today. She had been taken from him. Taken by a madman who wished to plunge all the universe into darkness. It had not ended there. Just when he had thought it could not get any worse. His brother was injured and left in a critical condition. His brother and him had not been on the best terms, but after the healing of his mind, Loki had made an effort to mend the damages he had caused. That's how they found out about Thanos in the first place, which had caused Thor to personally have the rumor investigated. He had been horrified to find out the truth, and even more so to find that the Mad Titan was on his way to Midgard. Had it not been for Loki, then they would have never known this information in the first place. Now they were facing a threat that had the potential to take over all the universe if left unchecked. Thor admitted to himself that he was not the brightest tool in the shed, as Jane had once told and then explained to him, but even he found it suspicious that the Dark Elves would suddenly become active and Jane would find the stone in the first place. He could not prove anything, but he believed the Mad Titan was somehow behind all this. The timing was just too terrible to be a coincidence. Thor, prepare yourself, I will make an opportunity. I estimate you will have 5 seconds to make your move. Thor's eyes widened when he heard the familiar voice speak in his mind. Just as the voice finished, the ether parted in front of him with a direct path straight to Malekith, whose eyes had widened upon seeing him. Thor immediately sprung into action as he rose his hammer into the air and summoned as much lightning to it as he physically could handle. He then leapt at the dark elf and smashed Mjolnir directly into his mother's murderer. He watched as Malekith screamed in either pain or rage as the lightning coursed through his body and reduced him to ash in less than a second. As soon as he died, the ether receded into a small, almost innocent-looking red stone that sat in the middle of what was left of Malekith. Thor frowned and reached for it. I wouldn't touch that with bare hands if I were you. Thor looked to his left and saw the owner of the voice to be a friend of his, which caused him to smile. Ah, Wolf. It's good to see you, my friend. I thank you for the assistance you gave me, as I assume it was you who parted the ether to let me give the final blow. Harry smiled slightly at him in return. Hello, Thor. Glad I could help. I actually came to ask you some questions, and you just happened to need help with whatever was happening. Harry explained to him as he nodded his head to the small pile of ash with the beautiful, red, glowing stone in it. Thor grew more somber as he was reminded of his battle. Yes. Malekith was a tricky opponent and unfortunately needed to be stopped for the good of all worlds. Not a decision I had wished to make, but still, Thor said. While he had killed in the past many times, Thor had grown to detest it when not necessary. To take a life seemed so permanent. Still, sometimes there was some things that needed to be done to protect those who could not protect themselves. You won't find judgment from me, Harry told him as he looked at the pile as well. Make sure you don't make direct contact with whatever that is. Its power feels similar in strength to both the Tesseract as well as the scepter your brother used in the invasion. I will keep that in mind. You wish to speak to me about something? Thor asked. Harry just looked around at both the damage and people still running around. Not here. Finish up here and then we will talk. Here, take this necklace. When you have a chance to talk, hold on to the pendant and say my name. I will come to you as soon as I can, Harry said to him. It was when he handed the necklace to him that Thor noticed something off about his friend. You look unwell. Is there some affliction that ails you? Thor asked. His friend looked paler than usual and seemed like he had not gotten a full night's sleep in a long time if the dark bags under his eyes were anything to go by. Harry just smiled at him. I've just been very busy is all. Perhaps I can explain more when we talk. I shall see you soon. With that, Harry disappeared in his customary silver flash. Thor immediately turned and saw the woman he loved running at him with both concern and hope in her eyes. He felt a great weight lift from his shoulders as he saw her running towards him and smiled at her as she did so. For now, he would take a moment to himself. One day later, Thor sat across from his friend Harry at a small cafe in somewhere called the Caribbean, wearing common clothes of Midgardians that Darcy had offered to him. If anything, Harry looked even worse than he did yesterday to Thor. He must have been very concerned about the Thanos threat. While Harry wasn't someone who he knew extremely well, he has always thought the young man extremely calm and collected about almost everything that took place around him. Even during the Chitauri invasion, Harry had not batted an eye as he had immediately jumped into action. He did find it strange how worried Harry was about an entity he had never even met though. So what is it you wish to discuss? Thor asked as he ate what was known commonly as an omelette here. It was extremely delicious. Harry leaned in with a most serious expression. I don't actually have much to ask, but what I do ask will be important with how I deal with Thanos, Harry said as waved his hand. Thor was not nearly as adept with magic as his younger brother, but he was pretty sure that Harry just used some sort of anti-sound charm. Thor looked back at Harry and nodded as he took a moment to put his fork and knife down. Ask me anything and I will answer as best I can. Thor responded. Good and thank you. My biggest question of course is Thanos' power. Do you know any further details about it that you could possibly tell me? Harry asked. Thor thought on what the man said before he remembered what his brother had told him about the Mad Titan. Loki once told me that Thanos uses something similar to magic, though not quite the way you and he do it. Where you and my brother guide and direct magic upon the correct path you wish it to go, Thanos grapples it into submission and forces it. He uses it like a blunt instrument. He cannot do precise things like you and my brother, but it suits his needs to kill masses. He is like a hammer and uses his power to smash you to pieces. Thor tried his best to describe to his friend and recall what Loki had told him recently. Harry seemed to take a moment to think on what he had said to him. That could be good and bad, I suppose. Good because it limits his abilities, bad because he is probably going to try and crush us with raw power, which is very hard to combat. Harry said in a murmur almost to himself. Thor nodded in understanding. The thoughts of Malekith with the ether immediately came to his mind when thinking of combating raw power came up. I believe Thanos relies mainly on his strength and power to finish battles. He then uses his armies to conquer the worlds and help dispose of the masses. Perhaps we should find a way to combat his advantages, Thor said as he thought on the matter. Harry seemed to nod in agreement with him, which was nice to see. I will have to think on neutralizing his strength somehow, if at all possible. Any idea of his strength and power levels? Both are extremely high. I am not sure on his power, but his strength is said to be able to cause small earthquakes, Thor said lightly as he picked back up his fork and continued into his omelette. That's not great, Harry said quietly as he thought some more. Tell me more about his character. His character? Thor repeated in confusion. Harry gave a nod. Yes. Is he twisted and willing to use any means to hurt his opponents? Is he more of a noble evil that will seek to take us out in open combat? That sort of thing, Harry explained. I'm not sure if you could say either. He is most certainly smart and is willing to do almost anything to kill his enemies, Thor said back. So, twisted smart evil then. I hate that kind. Do you know if anyone else has ever come close to matching him? Harry asked. Thor thought deeply on if he could ever remember such a person from Loki's speeches. No. I do believe he has had those who have given him challenge, but none have ever bested him, Thor said darkly. Harry nodded as if he expected such a response. I see. Well, that was all I wished to know, Thor. Thank you for the time, but I need to get back to training. We only have 2 weeks until the madfucker is expected to arrive, Harry said as he stood up. Thor stood even though he had not finished his food. He reached out and shook Harry's hand. I wish you the best in your training, my friend. I too shall increase my training in preparation for the oncoming attack. We shall make it through this. I know we shall, Thor said confidently. Harry smiled but did not look exactly like he believed him. Thank you, Thor. We shall see each other soon. Goodbye for now, Harry said to him and disappeared. Thor looked at the spot he had disappeared from before looking around the cafe they were in. No one had seemed to notice the display, probably thanks to something Harry had done to prevent them from being noticed. Thor left after putting down the money on the table. He wasn't sure the amount, but Jane had assured him it would be enough to cover whatever he ate from here. He then left the restaurant before going out to a field and summoning the Rainbow Bridge and disappearing. Third-person POV. 1. Harry Potter stood on the beach eating a suspiciously gray food substance that looked more like sludge than anything. Judging by the small grimace, he didn't enjoy. Still not used to my meals, huh? A female voice originating from a brunette woman known to most as Sammy said as she walked towards Harry. I don't think I ever will be. He commented back lightly as he dropped the rest onto the floor and watched it seem to melt away. Did you find out what you wished to know? Sammy asked. I did. It's like I guessed. Asshole willing to do whatever it takes to get what he wants. I have no doubt he will do whatever it takes to get to me, Harry said to her. What about your other goal? Sammy asked. Harry nodded in confirmation and reached into his pocket. He pulled out a glowing red stone that almost seemed to pulse with power. He didn't notice you took it? Nope. I replaced it with another similar stone and just flooded it with magic. It will run out sooner or later, but it'll last until we deal with this problem. If you say so. I still think it will be unneeded, Sammy commented as her eyes never left the stone. I hope you're right, I really do, Harry said as the stone flashed and disappeared from his palm. Are you going to go through with your thought from earlier? She asked as she shed a jacket she was wearing which left her exposed in a black sports bra. I am. She's not going to like it. I'm aware. Well, then we should get back to what we were doing, she said as she got into a stance. Harry groaned softly at the action. Fine. As soon as the word left his mouth, they were both charging at each other. Tony's POV. Tony was looking at the woman in front of him. He had met Daphne before as she was Harry's PA. He used to suspect that they were in some sort of relationship honestly with how close they were, but if what Harry had told him was true, that was not possible. So, on his desk, kinky, Tony said as he sipped some whiskey in one of his rare breaks from the preparations he had been making for the oncoming invasion. Daphne glared at him in response. He then yelped as he rapidly ducked under the lamp that just went speedily sailing over his head. I suggest you never bring that up again, Daphne warned dangerously as her eyes seemed to sparkle with electricity. Tony raised his hands in the universal sign for surrender. Whoa. Ok, I surrender. Won't mention your fetishes again, Tony said. This time he wasn't fast enough to dodge the book that nailed him in the head. He fell onto his back with a groan. Geez, even Harry didn't treat him like this when angry. Are you done? Daphne asked him. He just nodded, knowing he wouldn't be able to hold back another shot at her. It was just too easy. So what can I do for a lass such as yourself? Something from Harry, I assume. How's he doing? Haven't seen the kid since the news of the evil mass murder. Thor said he saw him though. Tony asked as he picked up the spilled glass of whiskey and walked back over to his minibar to refill it. He is well, I assume, though I haven't seen him for weeks, so I can't be sure. I actually came to check in to let you know what preparations we have so far done. Harry wanted you to know in case you had anything to add. I thought you hadn't spoken to Harry? Tony asked. I haven't. I learned it from Ren, who spoke to him before Harry apparently went to go train. He left specific instructions before leaving, Daphne said. Tony nodded and reached for his drink before hesitating. Do you know if Harry has talked to Natasha recently? She came around the other day asking if I had heard from him. It sounded like she hadn't seen him for a while. Tony asked. He was a little concerned about his red-headed friend. Daphne shook her head in the negative. I talked to her yesterday and she asked me the same thing. She seemed more upset than worried to me. Harry will probably have to make it up to her somehow. Enough about their personal life. Back to the topic at hand. Here are the preparations that have so far been made. Anything you wish to add? Daphne asked as she handed him a folder she had brought with her. Tony took it and opened it up. His eyebrows raised as he looked at the contents. You did all this in 3 weeks? He asked with incredulity. Daphne shrugged. It's a lot easier to go through magical channels. Especially for Harry, since he practically has the entire magical population by the balls, with pretty much every advancement coming from his business. No country has the balls to not listen to him for fear that he will cut them off, effectively leaving them in the dust of the other countries. Daphne explained. Tony gave a low whistle. Damn, he really has that much influence? Thought he was kidding. Tony said. He looked at all the air defenses Harry put all around the world. Magic really was an amazing thing. It's not just the company. As far as wizards go, Harry is leaps and bounds ahead of any other. None even come close to the amount of power he has, nor do any have his penchant for mass destruction. He scares or intimidates most with his very presence. A news article tried to trash his methods in our home country recently. Harry closed down shop in Britain immediately for all of 3 days before the government stepped in and put a lot of pressure for the outlet to retract its statements. Harry didn't even have to say a word. Wish I had the power to get news outlets to shut the hell up. Tony grumbled as he finished looking through the reports. I think that Harry had the right idea. I'd expect they will come down through ships. I'll talk to Pepper about sending you some shipments of more air defenses. You may not have time to put up all of them, but any helps, I suppose. Tony said almost to himself. Daphne heard and nodded her head as she took the files from him. Well, that was all I needed. You know how to reach me, Daphne said as she turned to leave. Tony had to actively try to not stare at her perfect backside. He would never understand how Harry did it. He was too distracted to notice the book flying to his head until it was too late. Ow! Tony yelled as it collided with him. You should probably practice some subtly. I'll do you a favor and not mention you're staring to Pepper, Daphne said as she entered the elevator and clicked a button. Tony paled and yelled a muffled thank you to her as she left. Once she was gone, he sighed and stood up. He made his way back into his lab and stared at the black metal suit he had been working on. It was originally a collaboration idea between him and Harry. It allowed him to take on more magical opponents with the use of several intricate runes that were lightly carved into the inside of the suit. It didn't really give him more power, but it did greatly lessen the effects of magic on him as long as he was in the suit. It also drew power from the ambient magic in the air when in emergencies. A true work of art. Harry had insisted that it be black though. He didn't seem as big on red and gold as Tony was for some reason. Oh well, back to tinkering. Nick Fury POV. If anyone looked at him at the moment, they would say that Fury was disturbingly calm. Of course he was trained to be after all. No one would blame him if he started to freak out based off the fact that any day now a genocidal, galaxy-feared terrorist was going to arrive. He had immediately gone to the World Council about the issue. He immediately regretted doing so. Their response had immediately gone to nuclear warheads. The idea of using them did have merit, but it also had a lot of possible fallout. He had gotten some of his analysts to discuss the possible negative outcomes of nuking the enemy, and the biggest thing they talked about was the debris landing on Earth. Thor had mentioned that some of these ships coming would be kilometers in size and wouldn't break up when falling through the atmosphere. Anywhere ships of that size fell could cause an apocalyptic amount of damage, even if a nuke blew them apart. Stark had called him and let him know that he had some plans that wouldn't involve having to use a nuke, but he wasn't going to put all his eggs in that basket. His next problem came with the apparent target of this psycho killer. Harry Wolf had been fully off the grid since the news got announced. He had immediately gone to Romanoff to get the kid back so he could grill him on what he knew. As he expected, she didn't tell him where the kid was, though it seemed it was rather because she herself didn't know. He apparently had gone off on some training mission, and so far, no one knew where he was, and even Stark couldn't find him. He did appear to Thor around a week and a half ago from what his sources could find out. Tony had told him that the kid had put air defenses in pretty much every major city on the planet with weapons that his company developed. They were good too, not as good Starks but definitely better than average. Barton, he called out. Sir? Barton said from behind him. Has Romanoff reported back yet? Fury asked gruffly. He had left the woman alone for the past few days to do her own training, but he hadn't reported back in a few days now. He had assumed that Harry had come back for her, and they were spending some time together before the invasion, but she would have reported back by now to at least tell him not to worry about her. He still couldn't get in contact with Harry either still. No sir. Haven't heard from her in 3 days. I checked their apartment in New York, and it didn't look disturbed in any way, nor did it show any other signs of break-in. It had looked like she had been there recently too. Should we sound the alarm? Barton asked eagerly. The man had been pushing for an investigation into, at the very least, making sure that his partner was safe. Nick thought about it for a moment. It was concerning that one of his top agents was God knows where. On the other hand, with all the preparations being made all around the world, they didn't have the resources into a full investigation. We can't launch a formal investigation. On your free time, look into it subtly and put out some feelers. Start with the rest of the Avengers. If you also find Wolf, then all the better. Fury relented finally. If this turned out to be an actual problem, then it couldn't be ignored. Wolf would actually murder him if he ever found out. Unless he is the one behind Romanoff's disappearance, which he wasn't fully willing to dismiss yet. Thank you, sir. Barton said before immediately taking off towards the jet hangar. Nick sighed. Sorry. I think we might have a problem. A man said to his right at a console. Fury strode over immediately. Report. He commanded. I think there's a problem with our sensors. The satellites we have in orbit are malfunctioning and possibly picking up ghost signals. Fury looked at the screen and watched it light up with activity before it would seem to all disappear and go back to calmness. Fury watched it for a moment more as it repeated itself. Pull up the sensors on the other satellites and see what they're reporting immediately. Fury commanded as he felt a sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach. The man nodded before quickly typing into the console and pulling up a grid of the different sensors that they had in orbit at the moment. He waited a moment and watched the other sensors light up with activity before all sensors light up as one with activity before disappearing. Check for any problems with our system or any other possible intrusions, Fury said as he continued watching the screen. The next time it flashed, the sensor in the middle of the grid didn't light up with the rest of them. In fact, it went fully black. That's weird. Satellite AX-105 isn't even giving a signal anymore. A virus in the system, maybe? The man asked him. Nick's eyes widened. What country was that satellite over? Fury demanded. Not a country, it was over the Atlantic. It's actually the closest one to us. Everybody brace for impact. Fury managed to yell into his comm. No sooner did he say it than a pillar of purple light smashed into the front right propeller of the ship, destroying it completely. Immediately the ship started dropping out of the sky. He grabbed onto a railing as gravity threw everything not bolted down into the air. Hill! Get this ship safely into the water now. Fury screamed as he watched the helicarrier pointed down and plummeted towards the ocean. He got no response. Third-person POV. Sammy looked at Harry as she stopped staring into a bowl that seemed to be made out of pure crystal, which contained an almost silvery liquid. If someone of magical injury looked into it at that moment, they would see a fading image of what appeared to be a falling aircraft carrier. Well? She asked. Harry looked at her and then looked in the direction he knew where Fury is. He sighed. All right, let's go to work. There's chapter 42. Hope you enjoyed it and that I made enough build-up for the next chapter. Remember to favorite/follow/review if you like the story. Or if you don't like the story, I guess. Next chapter should be out around the same amount of time as this one, so a week at most. Until next time, peace. Chapter 43. Here's chapter 43. Glad you guys are liking it so far. I hope you guys enjoy this chapter as well. Enjoy. Harry's POV. Harry pulled out his phone and immediately speed dialed his friend. Hello, Tony, it's me. I've turned off the anti-tracking on my phone. Get here now and bring the cavalry. They're here, Harry said before ending the call, not letting Tony properly respond. He slid the phone back into his pocket as he eyed the strange aircraft that had attached itself to the top deck of the helicarrier as he stood on the ocean's surface. It almost looked like it was made of some mix of stone and metal and nearly half the size of the carrier. He had definitely never encountered the material before. He debated if he should take out the craft first or go and give aid to Fury and his staff. He decided to go for the craft first to cut off the route of escape. He flashed onto the deck and found it littered with bodies, both human and Kree. Harry frowned. He had already called Run to make sure their alien guest tried nothing while the invasion happened. Harry ignored the bodies and walked up to the hull of the craft. He pressed his hand against it and tried to see if there was anything special about it. Felt extremely sturdy. The texture almost felt like unsmoothed concrete and was a dark gray in appearance, almost black. He tried to see if there was some sort of door or hatch. He couldn't see any, but he cast a wide-range unlocking/opening charm. It wouldn't get through any magical security, but it was definitely useful to open most hidden doors, especially the ones he couldn't find with magic. As soon as the spell took effect, part of the ship's hull opened and came down to the ground, showing that it also functioned as a ramp. Harry stared to his right at the now opened ship. He immediately heard cocking from inside. He could not physically see them as he was off to the side, but he could definitely sense them now. The way their bodies were positioned led him to believe they were armed with some sort of guns. He could sense 6 people looking at the entrance and 2 were making their way down the ramp. Harry wasted no time as they were about to be in a position to see him. He cast an exploding curse at the pair. The difference between an exploding charm and an exploding curse was the after effect. An exploding charm stopped after the explosion. An exploding curse would also curse you afterwards if you were in its area effect, even if the explosion did minimal damage to you. The 2 that were closing in down the ramp died immediately. They were the lucky ones. The 4 others that had waited further back were only knocked back onto the floor. Harry walked onto the ship and stepped over the bodies of the Kree that were now screaming in pain as their bodies dissolved into a black goo onto the floor. Harry made a note to thank Sammy for the spell as it seemed highly effective. He made his way to what he assumed was the direction of the cockpit. He didn't make it far before more Kree seemed to come down on him with raised rifles. They started shooting, though Harry already had a shield up and kept walking forward. The blue bolts bounced off the shield into complete random directions. Most went straight into the ship itself, though some did end up back in the direction of his assailants. Harry watched and cast another exploding curse at the floor near them. Since the hallways were narrow, they were all lucky enough to die immediately before dissolving. Harry watched the process as he walked by them and couldn't help the shiver that ran up his spine. It was pretty disgusting, to be completely honest. He grunted in annoyance as he kept wandering, though he picked up the pace and started jogging. This would have been easier if their damn ship wasn't connected to the helicarrier. Then he could just fiend-fire the damn thing and be done with it. Fury wouldn't like it though, and he had a feeling that Fury was already angry at him for some reason. Harry continued to murder his way through the ship and finally came to a heavily secured door, which he was 90% sure was the control room. He touched the pad, channeled magic into it, and watched it spark angrily before the door slid open. He saw a terrified young Kree with his hands raised as he entered the room. "English?" Harry asked him. The man just looked at him with confusion. Harry shrugged before conjuring a spectral spear and sent it through the man's skull. Harry was about to destroy the ship anyways, so this was actually an act of mercy in his book, as the young Kree died much quicker than he would have. Harry looked at the control panel and was drawing a complete blank. These were nothing like human controls. He looked at 2 things that semi-looked like joysticks but bigger. He moved one and felt the engines start up and the ship trying to pull away towards the right. Seeing this, Harry jerked the control further in the direction that caused it to move away from the ship and watched as it plunged into the water. He had left the ramp open and could hear the water flooding into the ship. He touched the control console and sent another surge of lightning through it and watched as the controls stopped responding and the lights flickered out. Harry nodded in satisfaction and flashed back on board the helicarrier just as the water reached the control room. Harry looked at the bubbles that were all that was left of the Kree ship that had been attached to the helicarrier. Confirming the Kree ship's destruction, Harry flashed into the bridge only to immediately feel searing heat on his arm as a bolt, that was most likely not even meant for him, smashed into his arm. He growled before throwing up a shield and quickly summoning every piece of shrapnel in the room, including the upturned tables that the Kree soldiers were using for cover. When all the shrapnel condensed into a thick ball above his head, he gestured towards the Kree and banished the shrapnel at them. It wasn't pretty. Some tried to jump for cover, but since they were in the big room and most of the cover was being thrown at them, none were able to escape their fate. Most died from the bits of sharp metal and glass drawn near them, though one died by being decapitated by the very table he had originally been using for cover. How ironic. Wolf! Harry turned to the growling voice. Fury was scowling at him. He didn't even bother to glare back. Fury, seems I had to sweep in to save the day again, Harry said, though his voice lacked the usual condescending tone as his eyes swept the room and watched the various agents immediately moving to help the injured. He started channeling healing magic into his arm, causing the burns to recede and knit together. Fury himself looked like he had been through the grinder. His trademark trench coat was in tatters and barely staying on him, and he had burns on his left shoulder indicating a bolt had come a little too close for comfort. "Where's my agent?" he demanded. Harry looked at him and creased his eyebrows slightly in confusion before his face smoothed as he understood what he meant. "She's on her way. I had dropped her off in New York earlier today, and then later I found out you were attacked and decided to come help. Tony and Nat are on their way. Banner is on standby. I assume you know where Barton is," Harry told the man. "Right here," Barton said as he walked into the room. He looked better than Fury but was still sweating. "You finished clearing the rest of the ship?" Harry asked, though he already knew the answer. Kree biology was different enough from humans that it was pretty easy to identify them if he was in a 1-mile radius. Well, it was easier now at least. He practiced on Una before to help in preparation a few times when he wasn't busy. "Yep, though, can't you tell?" Barton asked. Harry gave him a nod. "Yes, but I would rather be sure. Especially under the circumstances," Harry said. "What a smart move. Not as smart as ignoring your best friend's phone calls, emails, and voice chat messages, but smart," a new voice said. Harry didn't even need to turn as he knew who it was. He grimaced. "My phone was destroyed pretty much on the first day of training, and I only got a new one yesterday. I also wasn't exactly in a position to be sending messages out to people, you know," Harry said as he walked up to the man and gave him a hug. "Wow, a hug? You must be sorry. I can only imagine what you did to Natasha as an apology," Tony commented as he returned the bro hug before breaking apart. "It's nothing that you could possibly imagine, so don't even bother trying." Harry shot at him, showing a small smile for the first time in almost a month. "God, now I'm even more curious. Did you do that thing I told you about with your tongue? If you finish that sentence, I'll put a bullet in your brain." Stark, beautiful redhead in a skin-tight, black latex outfit came strutting in. Harry's eyes roamed over his girlfriend. He had seen her just yesterday, yet after being without her presence for so long, he constantly craved to be in it. "Red, we were just talking about you," Tony said in amusement. "Enough of this. We have a hostile alien invasion and you're cracking jokes? Shit stops now. Everyone get your heads in the game and let's figure out how to not die by tomorrow." "Where's Rogers?" Harry asked finally. "In New York. He's leading a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents against what sounds to be a task force of these aliens. It would seem that Thor was correct in assuming they are after you, as they went straight for your apartment," Agent Hill said from a console nearby. "All right. First off, we need to find the lead ship. That will be our target and most likely place where Thanos is. We kill Thanos and the Kree will most likely cut their losses," Harry said. "You honestly think that all it will take is killing their leader?" Fury scowled at him again. Or was it one continuous scowl from before? "In normal situations, no. However, the person we are dealing with is Thanos. If we can kill him, the Kree will leave from fear. Thanos is one of the biggest terrors of the entire universe. Even his own men are terrified of him. If we can kill him, we prove that we're even stronger. No one is going to mess with someone stronger than Thanos, especially not the race who he currently has a collar around," Harry explained to them. "Plus, I'm probably going to kill most of them in the process of taking him out anyways. Got it. Large ship is currently cloaked about 200 miles hovering above the North Pole. Most of these attack ships that have been flying around have originated from there. Tony said as he seemed to be messing with something that resembled a hologram phone. Good. Next, what's the current casualty report as of now? Harry asked. So far they've tried to attack most major cities, and the world's militaries as well as your anti-air defenses have been able to keep death to a minimum. I doubt it will stay that way. Clearly this Thanos has barely scratched the surface of what he can actually do. I don't understand why even bother attacking the cities like this. Why not just shoot them from orbit where we can't get him? Barton asked. His main goal isn't the destruction of Earth, that's just a side benefit. His main goal is to find me. He wants to kill me. I also believe he has another purpose here as well, though I haven't figured it out. Either way, he can't just start blowing up cities until he has me, otherwise he takes the risk of accidentally killing me. Harry told them. Isn't that the point? Fury asked. The point is to make it a spectacle. It was leaked that Thanos came here to kill one man. If even we know that, then you can be damn certain his own men do. There's probably mutterings of him losing his touch or becoming weak. He can quail most of them, I bet, but he probably wants to kill me in front of everyone. Harry once again explained. I'm sorry, but you know this how? Tony asked as he raised his hand like he was a student. Friend of mine developed a way to do some spying on old Thanos. Couldn't do it much because of all the training, but I have a general gist of some things he's up to. Harry explained. This friend could be an asset. We show.
No.
Don't bother asking again. End of discussion. Harry said with a sense of finality. Fury scowled. Again, but seemed smart enough to not continue the topic. All right, well, let's strategize. How are we going to get on the mothership? Tony finally asked. It's not a mothership. We will probably need to hijack one of their ships to make it on board if we plan to sneak in. Natasha said. She had her arms crossed under her chest. Harry was always impressed that she could do that without pushing up her chest, especially considering their size. He shook his head and ignored his libido. It had clearly been a long month for him. Friends, I see I am the last on here. I came as soon as I heard. Thor said as he entered the room. Harry looked at him with confusion. He had not noticed him come down to Earth. The Rainbow Bridge wasn't exactly subtle and was pretty hard to miss. Thor, glad you made it. We have the situation contained so far, but if this Thanos is anything like you say, then he hasn't really started. He took out our propellers, so we're restricted to the ocean at the moment. This puts us at a disadvantage. Fury explained. Harry was still confused. He was racking his brain on his last meeting with Thor. Didn't he leave the day after their meeting? Harry was sure he had felt the Rainbow Bridge take him back to Asgard. Was he misremembering that, or perhaps thinking of a different time altogether? No, he trusted his occlumency abilities. He remembered Thor leaving, and he was sure he had not felt the Rainbow Bridge ever since. I see. Well, we should. Thor didn't get to finish as chains burst from the floor, glowing red from heat as they wrapped around him by the hundreds. He yelled in pain as everyone jumped away from him in shock. Harry couldn't even blink as every gun in the room was pointed at him. Wolf, what is the meaning of this? Fury screamed at him. That's not Thor. Thor hasn't returned from Asgard yet. I can feel every time he comes because of the amount of power the Rainbow Bridge produces. This man is an imposter. By now the fake Thor had stopped screaming and started chuckling. Harry found it strange that his chains seemed to have no effect on the man. Ha ha ha. He was right, you are smart. The Thor imposter chuckled at Harry. Harry watched something spark on his wrist before the image of Thor disappeared and was replaced with a Kree. The man certainly looked impressive. He was definitely one of the biggest humanoids he had ever seen and seemed to be incredibly packed with muscle. Oh good, a prisoner. I volunteer for investigation duty, Harry said as he moved closer to the man and observed his face. He actually looked vaguely familiar. Have we met before? You look familiar? You haven't been impersonating others I know, have you? You kidnapped my daughter. The man scowled at him. Harry just blinked in response. Oh, you're her dad, huh? Well, she did try to kill me, you know, Harry said to the man. Good, that means she can possibly be redeemed for being a failure. The man scowled. How did you mimic Thor's power signature? It wasn't perfect, but it was close enough that I didn't notice right away. Harry asked him, hoping to get some easy info. I'll say this in a way you humans would say it. Go fuck your mother. Harry just blinked hard at the man and thought for a moment. I think you meant motherfucker, and that swear doesn't really apply to how you were trying to use it. Harry said slowly. He could hear Tony laughing somewhere behind him. The man's face turned a darker shade of blue from either rage or embarrassment. The man tried to jump at him, but he was still firmly restrained by Harry's chains. We have multiple ships inbound that seem to be of the same type as the ones that originally boarded us after the crash. Looks like 4 of them. Hill said. Everyone armor up and prepare for contact. Fury yelled to his staff as they all jumped into action. Harry flashed and appeared on the top deck of the carrier. He sent out some feelers and felt the ships coming in from the north. Harry thought about that for a moment. He had a few minutes before they arrived. He had to destroy them before they boarded, otherwise he would have to disable each one manually. Then again, he needed one to be able to board their lead ship and attempt to kill Thanos. Just thinking about it made Harry uneasy. The madman was clearly just playing with them at the moment, and why had he sent one of his generals here in the first place? He must have known that he would have sniffed the man out pretty quickly. Thanos was a hard man to spy on, but he had gotten the impression that he was every bit of a genius as he was insane. I'll intercept their ships and blow them out of the sky before they get here, Tony said as he got ready to take off in his suit. No, wait. Get everyone inside. I have a plan. We need at least one of those ships to board the main ship. I have an idea to get one. I need everyone to be inside though, Harry said. Tony groaned. You always have all the fun, Tony whined before flying off back to the entrance. Harry got down on one knee and concentrated. Had anyone been close to the water near the carrier, they would have been quite concerned about the fact that the water was glowing bright red, and that a heavy mist appeared to surround the helicarrier as the water evaporated into a gas extremely fast because of the heat. Harry then concentrated on putting a field of electricity surrounding the carrier and hidden in the mist. It would lay dormant until someone crossed, and then it would focus all of its power on that point and zap it. If there were multiple objects crossing, then it would jump between them at the speed of lightning. If the object was a person, then they would die, but on a spaceship it would probably act as an EMP. It didn't take long for the ships to be heard coming in and start flying circles around the mist. Harry waited patiently as they then started to enter the mist. Harry felt them enter the field, and he immediately cast a powerful levitating charm on the nearest one in the mist. He heard 4, almost simultaneous, loud cracks of thunder as the lightning consecutively broke the sound barrier to zap each ship. 3 immediately fell out of the air and crashed into the ocean. The last, however, stayed in the air thanks to a quick levitation charm. He pulled it in close and carefully cast a weightless charm on the craft. It was too big to fully be put weightless, but it did significantly reduce the weight, which is what he wanted. He then carefully set it down on the surface of the helicarrier. Harry then breathed a sigh of relief at his success of capturing one of their ships. He didn't have much time to revel in his success as the ramp door opened and Kree started pouring out. Harry frowned as he noticed these Kree were a lot more heavily armored than the ones he had already killed. One even looked like he was carrying some sort of RPG. He was proven right as the asshole then shot it at Harry. Harry quickly flashed behind the group onto the top of the ramp. He cast a curse that looked black in appearance. It hit the ground in the middle of the group, and what looked like black ice shards exploded out in every direction and stabbed themselves into the Kree. As soon as the draw near an icy sheen seemed to spread over their bodies and encase them like some sort of fucked up ice sculptures. He made his way into the ship and repeated what he did the first time. There was a lot more Kree on this ship than there were on the first one, though that was probably because most of the first one's crew were already in the helicarrier killing people or being killed themselves. It hadn't taken too long for him to kill his way towards the control room. There was quite a few young men and women who tried to run from him, but he hadn't let them. It was actually starting to bum him out. It wasn't their fault that they were born under Thanos' thumb, although they could have thrown down their weapons and surrendered before trying to kill him, and then running away when they realized they couldn't. Harry looked around at the dead bodies before nodding to himself in satisfaction. He quickly flashed back into the bridge. Got us a ship. You should probably go get the dead bodies out of it. While you do that, I'll continue you the interrogation of Tall, Dark, and Oddly Blue, Harry said as he patted the large, tied-up Kree. The Kree growled and almost looked like he was going to try and bite him, but he didn't. I'll come help, Natasha said. No, I wasn't asking. You're lucky I haven't mounted your balls on a mantle for disappearing for a month without a single word. Okay, you can come. Again, I wasn't asking. Natasha finished as she walked over and hoisted the man up. The man seemed to comply, and then smiled. I shall see you soon, Wolf, the man said. Harry's eyes widened at the man. He wasn't sure what was about to happen, but he reached out to grab Natasha away from him only for his hand to grab empty air, as both disappeared in a distorted way. A port key? How? He looked at the empty space for a moment. Fuck. Third-person POV. The Kree general who had just disappeared from the helicarrier with a hostage currently made his way into the throne room of his master. He made his way to the center of the room and knelt down on one knee and bowed his head. Master. The girl? The deep voice of Thanos seemed to vibrate in the room even though he didn't even raise it. Captured as planned. They hadn't suspected a thing. The man said. As he said it, the man's features seemed to change. His skin seemed to pale until he turned Caucasian in appearance and his muscles significantly shrank. He looked almost human. What is your assessment of the boy? He is strong in magic, as you said. He was able to cast several powerful charms without even being winded. I'm sure even Loki couldn't defeat him as he is now. The man said. Thanos simply chuckled down at the man. If I may? The man asked. Speak, Jan. Thanos commanded. Why did we not just take the boy? Would that not have been better? The Kree man, now identified as Jan, asked. Fool. The boy has abilities to teleport to wherever he wishes, and the normal ways to counteract such acts do not work on his method. Since we cannot physically force him to stay on the ship, we need to mentally and emotionally shackle him to us so he will not try to leave. Now that we have the woman, he will not be able to run or ignore us. He will come to us soon. Thanos bellowed before simmering down. Of course. Apologies for not seeing it sooner. By your leave? He asked. Prepare for the second phase of our plan. Execute it as soon as the boy sets foot on this ship. Thanos commanded. Jan bowed before exiting the room. Thanos sat in the empty throne room by himself with his standard gold goblet that had his standard drink that looked suspiciously like human injury. I hope you don't disappoint me, little wolf. I haven't had a chance to really play in so long. Harry's POV. Say it back to me one more time. I want you to go to my secret island in the Caribbean and pick something up for me. Harry said as he stood at the helm of the alien craft studying the controls. Right, and how exactly am I supposed to find this heavily guarded and impossible to find island that exists in some sort of quasi-dimension according to you? Wolf Cove is in the Caribbean, 25 miles off the coast of Cuba. Harry revealed to Tony, who was already in his suit. My scanners don't. Wait, what the hell just happened? How did it just appear like that? Tony said. It's complicated. Now hurry up or I'll probably die soon, at least if Thanos doesn't kill me first. Harry mumbled the last part to himself. You still haven't explained what I'm picking up, Tony exclaimed. Believe me, Tony. You will know it when you see it. Now go and be quick about it, for God's sakes. I can practically already feel the echoes of pain on my body the longer you stay here, Harry said. He finally believed he was figuring out what each control did and was going to try and take off. All right. Will I be able to go through the force field that you're using to keep the rest of them off the plane? Tony asked as he moved to the door. Yeah, it's only one way, Harry called after him. He felt Tony exit the ship after a few minutes and booted off the engine. He was surprised, but he was pretty sure he could still hear Fury screaming at him from outside even with the loud engines drowning him out. Man's got some lungs on him, I'll give him that, Harry said as he gestured the controls and pulled it right to face north. All right, you giant purple fuckball. You wanna play? Let's play. And there's chapter 43 for Injury Stained. Hope it was good enough for you guys. Like the last few, the next chapter should be out in a week or so. This one was a few days late and I apologize for that. Remember to follow/favorite/review if you enjoy the story. Or if you don't, I guess. Until next time, peace. Chapter 44. Well, here's Chapter 44. Hope you guys enjoy it. Harry's POV. Harry looked at the ship with a critical eye. It actually looked very slow and cumbersome to him. It also didn't look very aerodynamic. It looked like some sort of twisted metal log that was on its side rotating very slowly. Thanos wasn't even trying to hide where he was. He was right in the damn middle of the thing, in probably the same throne room he was always in. Harry looked around and was also slightly concerned about the other ships surrounding it that were all similar in size. He couldn't sense Natasha at all. Thanos must have concealed her presence with magic somehow. Harry knew Thanos couldn't do it himself, but he did have servants that were practiced in more precise and obscure magic. He wasn't concerned about them though. He could sense them and they didn't have much magic compared to him. He debated if he should even try to utilize subtly. He was 90% sure that Thanos knew he was out here right now on his way. He also knew that the chances of him leaving again without fighting Thanos was already close to zero. Thanos thought he would trap him here with the thing he loved most in the world. Harry smirked to himself at the very thought. He had a few tricks of his own. He would make Thanos regret ever trying to lay a hand on his family. Harry slammed the controls forward and headed full speed at Thanos' flagship. He heard his radio light up as an alien language filled his ears. He guessed it would have something to do with him landing in a designated spot. He didn't listen. He had his own spot he had personally designated to land. The radio chatter soon started to turn into a panic as he didn't slow down his approach or re-angle to spacecraft. He closed in at an impossibly fast pace. He briefly checked the ward scheme he had set up all over the cockpit while he waited for his ship to finally come upon the fleet. He got closer and closer to the hull and he almost felt a sense of déjà vu right before he collided into the ship. He wasn't quite sure what happened after that, but there was a lot spinning and smashing before he finally came to a stop. He groaned before collapsing the ward scheme that had reinforced the cockpit so he wouldn't die inside. Even with the cushioning charms, that was far from being called a nice landing. He blew open a wall on what once could have been called a spacecraft. He walked out of it holding his back from the slight pain. An impressive entrance, to be sure. I've seen better, but impressive nonetheless. Harry looked up and stared at the purple shit stain who kidnapped his girlfriend. Thanos, I presume. You're even bigger than I thought you were, and I already thought you were big. That's a nice armor set too. It come in smaller, more reasonable sizes? Harry rhetorically asked as he stared at the alien. Thanos smirked. Takes courage for a man to laugh at death. I can respect that if nothing else. I knew you would come, Thanos said as he stood from his throne. If possible, he looked even bigger. Yeah. Well, I knew that you knew that I would come, so that places me one step ahead of you already, and we haven't even exchanged a blow yet. Harry told him. Thanos smiled, and if Harry was honest, it was probably the most sinister thing he had ever seen, and he had met a demon before. Perhaps you're right. Do you know why I wanted you here then? He asked as he walked over to a wall and pressed a hidden button. Inside was a golden glove. There were several slots that were on it, but only one had something in it. An orange gem. Harry's eyes widened for a moment. It was so contained yet he could feel the power. An infinity stone. I do. Let's just get this underway so I can save the girl and look like a hero, Harry said, though he was no longer feeling so prepared. He had a horrible feeling overcome him at the sight of the gauntlet, but he was already here and there being nothing to do. Thanos was right to steal Natasha from him to keep him here. A simple yet effective strategy. It was a damn shame he couldn't sense her now. He wanted to whisk her away and leave so he could warn and better prepare his friends. I can smell your fear, boy. You are right to be afraid, Thanos said as he strode closer to Harry. Afraid? Am I? I wouldn't know. I haven't had much experience with the emotion in so long. You know what they say about your fears, though. You have to confront them, otherwise you risk letting them take control of you. Speaking of, Harry said no more as he immediately cast what looked like a green acidic mist at Thanos. Thanos held out the gauntlet as a gold wave erupted from it, knocking the green mist back at Harry, who hastily brought up a shield. A gallant effort, but now it's my turn, Thanos said with that creepy, evil smile of his. Harry tensed but looked on in surprise as the purple giant charged him. He was extremely fast for his size too. Harry waited till he got close before dodging out of the way. The fist missed him, but he seemed to smashed into anyways by some invisible force. He was sent flying backwards and skipped across the ground like a stone on a pond until he came to a stop. He immediately focused overtime to start healing his chest, which he could feel had a few broken ribs. He hadn't seen the force coming, nor had Huige sensed it, which meant that Thanos would have had to bring it up during the very last second to hit him. What's worse, Harry had a feeling that his fist would have done a lot more damage, and he was stronger than the average human. He charged magic through his broken bones and forced them to knit back together. He would only force it to go this fast during combat, because it was a lot more painful than giving it some more time. Sadly, Thanos was already approaching. "Hey, is this it, boy? If that's all you can do, then I had nothing to worry about in the first place," Thanos said as took his time approaching. Harry didn't rise to the bait and didn't move a single muscle as he waited for the ribs to finish. Took only a moment more and immediately Harry sprang into action. This time, he didn't aim for Thanos himself, he threw out an exploding charm all over the room. The floors, the roof, the wall. Anything in his immediate vicinity got blown to bits and the whole room shook because of it. He then cast a mass area levitation charm. Thanos looked on with a raised eyebrow before he once again charged Harry. Harry glared and summoned all the broken pieces and shrapnel to him. He cast a curse on the shrapnel and watched them glow a harsh purple that was even darker than Thanos' skin. He then banished all the now glowing shrapnel at Thanos. Thanos conjured a shield once more with his gauntlet and watched as the shrapnel collided with the shield. Thanos had to stop charging at him, as when the shrapnel collided with the shield, it would explode into a bubbling purple goo due to the curse he had added. Sadly, for Thanos, the goo covered his shield and obstructed his line of sight, forcing him to stop. The more shrapnel that hit Thanos's, the more he had to fully surround himself and cover even more of his body with the shield until it looked like he was surrounded in a bubble of purple ooze. Harry didn't give him a chance to recover. He focused for a moment before casting a pure white spell at Thanos, the same spell that Sammy had cast at him when they had their first spar. The one spell he could not block, and hoping Thanos couldn't block it either. He watched as the spell ghosted through the bubble, and a second later, he heard a scream of rage. As soon as he heard it, the shield surrounding Thanos collapsed, causing most of the purple ooze to fall on him, making him scream even louder. That ooze sunk into one's skin and stimulated the pain receptors. It was used more for distraction. Not quite as bad as a Crucio, which literally pushed the receptors and nerves to their very limits, but still up there. Harry started casting curses at the giant to try and bring him down before he could respond, and quite a few hits too. He was quick to notice that even where his armor wasn't covering him, his skin still could buff quite a few of the less powerful spells. It was almost like his skin acted as some sort of partial magical resistant hide. He tried to conjure a dragon made of black hellfire and send it at Thanos. Because of its size, Harry couldn't see Thanos on the other side, which meant he couldn't see the Titan smash head first into the dragon and come out the other side directly at him. Harry reacted quickly despite his surprise at seeing one of his most effective attacks plowed through. He dodged to the side, yet Thanos seemed to predict it this time as he snatched his hand out and caught him. Harry didn't have time to think as he was quickly thrown into a wall. He almost screamed as he felt probably 50% of his bones break or crack. He smashed heavily into the floor and barely had time to weakly throw up a shield as Thanos' foot came crashing down, trying to crush his skull. The shield held, though it did buckle under the weight and force. It almost felt like going up against Banner when he lost it on the helicarrier. "You only forestall the inevitable. I will rip the meat from your bones for what you have done," Thanos yelled down at him as he temporarily stopped smashing his foot down on him. Harry weakly smiled and felt injury leak from his mouth. "Yeah, I bet you would. I guess that's my cue to leave," Harry said. Thanos grinned down at him. "An obvious bluff. You know, if you leave, then I will kill the woman you are so fond of. You cannot leave or she dies. Drop the shield and I may end this quickly," Thanos taunted it. Harry smirked up at his captor. "So sure about that, are you?" Tony's POV. Tony was feeling a little upset. His best friend was about to face off against a galactic warlord, and here he was trying to pick up the asshole's mail. Harry had called him mid-flight and reminded him he would need to take a plane as he wouldn't be able to carry the package by hand, so now he was taking even more time. Tony had even thinking about ignoring him and going out to aid the now under attack world, but Harry had stressed the importance of this particular package, so he had decided to listen despite his better judgment.
Stark.
Get your ass to New York now, Fury yelled from the plane's intercom. He grimaced in annoyance. I need to get this package, then I'll be right there, Tony said, trying to placate the man. Get here now. Hundreds, possibly thousands, of fighters are coming down from the ships and are targeting most major cities again, Fury yelled. Tony winced in sympathy. He didn't want people to die because he hadn't been there to help, but on the other hand, Harry wouldn't have told him to come here if it wasn't important and he trusted him. The defenses we have in place will take care of the first few waves and I'll be there by then. I'm almost there, so I will be on my way soon, Tony said as the island he had been looking for had finally come into view. Just get here, Fury yelled before closing the line. Tony breathed a sigh of relief. He engaged the landing gear and hovered down to carefully land on the sandy beach, which the ship did not seem to like much. He quickly unclipped his seatbelts and rushed to exit the plane. As soon as he was down the ramp, though, he froze. He blinked once and then blinked again. A what? I'm only going to ask this once. Where is he? The angry voice emitting from her mouth confirmed what his eyes were telling him. Red? Harry's POV. So, sure about that, are you? Thanos just looked at him with suspicion. Harry just continued to smile at his confusion. I'm not honestly arrogant enough to think I could just charge at you and wing it. I needed to find out any weaknesses you had, even if it meant putting myself in harm's way. I also knew that you were going to try and force me into combat with you, knowing you would need to have a way to keep me here. Well, it wasn't hard to guess some of the ideas you had to keep me here. My goal here wasn't to come in and beat you while rescuing the girl. I just wanted to cripple you Harry said as his shield collapsed. He couldn't see much, but he could see Thanos immediately try and take advantage of his moment of weakness and tried to crush him. As soon as his foot was in the air, the entire violently shook and tilted steeply to the left, forcing Thanos to fall back away from Harry. The wall closets to Harry exploded open and two figures stepped through. One was a giant black snake with glowing eyes, while the other was another familiar face, the God of Thunder himself, looking only slightly worse for wear. Harry was surprised to see Thor, but quickly concluded that he must have been a prisoner on board, which was probably why he hadn't come to aid them early. Thor immediately engaged Thanos with his hammer, and the room lit up with flashes of lightning. The snake came to him before transforming halfway to him into a beautiful brunette woman. Jesus, you look bad, Sammy said as she carefully started to put glowing hands on his body and started roaming. Harry chuckled a little before stopping abruptly from the sharp pain of a broken rib digging into what he assumed was his lung. He is even more powerful than I could have possibly predicted. He is in possession of an Infinity Stone. It has a presence of the dead on it. I could only hit him once, and it was because I used a spell he couldn't block. Even then, I'm not even sure if it actually injured him, rather than causing him pain. Also has monstrous strength and speed. Did anyone suspect you when they brought you on board? Harry asked, trying to ignore the pain of her mending all his injuries. None, she said back. Thor was on board? Harry asked for confirmation. It seemed he had found out that Thanos was moving ahead of schedule somehow and tried to step in to slow him down to give us more time to prepare. He managed to for a few days before being overwhelmed by Thanos himself. He has been a prisoner ever since, Sammy told him. Harry's eyes flickered to the God of Thunder, who was fiercely engaged with Thanos. He didn't seem to be doing any better than Harry himself, as Thanos seemed to not be breaking a sweat. You're healed enough to be moved. Let's go, Sammy said as she picked him up bridal style, not giving him time to answer. Thor, go and do what we planned. Thor bellowed back as he didn't stop from engaging Thanos or diverting his attention. The next thing Harry knew, Sammy was running through the hole she made in the room and running down corridors. He idly noticed that there were a lot of dead bodies on the route Sammy was taking. You took your time, Harry commented. I didn't want you to be the only one having fun on this trip. I was curious what Kree tasted like. Hint, like uncooked veal, she said back as they entered a large room he assumed was the hangar, thought he couldn't be sure. He still had a lot of injury in his eyes. He got the sense they were now in a smaller area which he assumed was a ship they were going to steal. He was set down in a chair as Sammy started fiddling with the controls. "How do I work these?" she asked. "Look into my eyes." Harry mumbled, though she heard him as she turned and did what he asked. He dropped his mental shields and mentally gestured for her to enter. He flashed through the memories of him using the controls and watched comprehension enter her eyes. She nodded and he closed their connection. "Thanks," she said as she booted up the ship. Harry fought to stay awake. That was the hardest he had ever been hit before. He had used quite a bit of magic just to keep himself alive and maintain the shield to protect himself from Thanos' onslaught. He even had to dip into his reserves, though luckily not by much. Enough to keep him alive and prevent him from suffering magical exhaustion afterwards. The ship was now out of the hangar and in front of the hole that Harry had put into the throne room when he had come. He wiped his face so he could see better and looked at the lightning he saw coming from the breach that seemed to have been covered in a glowing orange shield to stop the effects of space from coming into the ship. He hadn't thought about that when he smashed through it, to be honest. Sammy angled the side of their ship towards the breach and opened the back hatch. It only took a few moments for their rear camera to show the God of Thunder jump through and directly into the getaway ship Sammy had commandeered. Sammy punched it away and Harry could have sworn he heard an angry roar coming from Thanos' now heavily damaged ship. Thor stumbled his way in a few seconds later. "A good thing you made it when you did, Lady Sammy. He was starting to overwhelm me. Good to see you as well, young wolf. I am glad to see we made it in time to save you," Thor said with a smile despite his tattered state and various injuries he had. "Same. Good to see you, Thor," Harry said back as loud as he could to the man. "The worst has only started. Your little girlfriend will be there when we land, Harry," Sammy told him seriously. Harry could feel himself turn pale as his injury chilled and came to a stop. "Turn back around. I think if we pool our resources we have a real chance against Thanos," Harry pleaded. Thor burst into loud, rambunctious laughter. Harry stared straight at the ceiling of his medical bay and did everything in his power to ignore the burning sensation coming from the glare that Natasha was currently sending him from the chair she was sitting at next to him. It had been 24 since he had come back from his encounter with Thanos basically half dead. It was the only reason she hadn't killed him on the spot. That had not stopped the scathing remarks and promises of pain as soon as they were finished with saving the world. The world was able to take a breather at the moment. Apparently, while he was fighting Thanos, the Kree had launched a massive attack all over the planet, causing trillions in damage as well as countless injuries and deaths. He had not seen how bad it was, but he was told it was extremely bad. He was told Moscow had almost been leveled as had London. Harry grimaced at that. Thanos had clearly expected to kill him, then get right to the extermination of the planet's life. Fury was also in the room. "What can you tell us about him?" Fury asked in a surprisingly calm tone. "It might have to do with all the machines he was hooked up to and pretty much all his body being covered in bandages. Powerful in both magic and strength. He also has an Infinity Stone. I'm not as familiar with them as Thor is, so you can ask him which one it was. I couldn't injure him, though I was able to cause him pain. Our main problem is that, as a magic user, he also utilizes both magic and his strength at the same time. I can only counter one, the magic. The next problem is the Infinity Stone. It basically grants him limitless power as well as certain abilities. I get the feeling he was holding back when we fought. We won't have such a luxury again," Harry told the man. "So, we have a smart Hulk with limitless magical power? Great," Fury said. "What's the world's government's take on all this?" Harry asked. "They are still behind us, though, mainly because you're the only one who has managed to damage the ship. They tried to fire nuclear bombs, but as soon as they got close they would deactivate somehow and are now just floating around in space. They will need to be retrieved as soon as this is over," Fury said to him. "Assuming we make it through this, I will lend resources to helping with that. Free of charge, of course," Harry told him. There was a silence in the room for a moment. "Do you have a plan?" Fury asked. Harry thought for a moment. He did have a backup plan. A risky backup plan that could end up killing him, but a backup plan nonetheless. He looked over to his girlfriend, whose glare had subsided though not by much. He imagined if it had been her instead of him that Thanos tried to crush to death. The very thought caused his eyes to harden. Yes, I have a plan. It has some risks, but it will be worth it. I need you to do something for me, Harry said to Fury. Fury nodded to indicate that Harry had his attention. Find Banner and bring him to me. I'm going to need his help. Harry and Natasha were sitting alone in the medical room alone once more. They had been sitting in pretty much complete silence since Fury had left, and that was 3 hours ago. Harry wasn't completely healed, but he was well enough to fight. It was just the finishing touches his body was going through now.
I'm sorry.
I didn't wish to snub you in any way or imply that I thought you would be unable to take care of yourself. Had it been anyone else, I wouldn't have done what I did, Harry said, breaking the silence. She didn't respond for a moment as she seemed to regard him carefully. You wanted to take advantage of a situation, I can understand that, she said finally. Harry shook his head.
No.
I did what I did because I had reason to think he would specifically target you, and I wanted to keep you safe. Whether I could use that advantage or not, I still was planning to do that. It was only a happy coincidence that it also worked to my advantage, Harry said to her. She scowled at his words. Wait, before you say anything, let me finish. I want you to know that I only did what I did because I can't stand the thought of someone harming you, especially to get to me. I felt like it was my fault you were in danger in the first place and that I should take steps to change that. In my panic, I disregarded your opinion on my idea and forced you to take part in it. Whether you would have agreed or not does not change that I never even gave you a choice. A relationship can't work like that with one person deciding for the other. I want you to know how sorry I am and that I will never do that again. Can you ever forgive me? Harry asked as he reached out to hold her hand, hoping to God she wouldn't pull away. She didn't. Rather, she seemed to apply some pressure to it to send her assurances to him. I forgive you. As far as wronging me goes, trying to irrationally protect me isn't the worst thing I've experienced or close to it, she said to him with a smile. It doesn't matter. As your husband, I shouldn't have done anything that hurts you. I should be supporting you in all your endeavors. Or at least the ones that don't include you leaving me for more handsome men, Harry said as jokingly as he could. She just chuckled. Except you're not my husband. She pointed it. Harry scowled. I guess you're right. Let's fix that, he said as he stood up. He could see her starting to panic as he stood. Harry, she tried to move to help him, out of concern most likely over the fact that this was the first time he had stood since he got here. She was smart though, so she immediately shut her mouth and eyes shot wide open as he got down on one knee. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small velvet felt box which he actually summoned from the cove. He opened it and looked at her. Natalia Alyanovna Romanova, will you be my wife for the rest of eternity? Harry asked her with a small smile. He hoped she answered soon as the ground wasn't exactly comfortable. She just stared at him with a shocked look frozen on her face. Harry felt pride that he was the only one that could surprise her like this. How did you find out my real name? She asked after a moment with curiosity tinging her voice. Harry just rolled his eyes. Of course, that's what she would be worried about. If I'm planning to marry you, I would like to think that I know more about you than anyone in the world and vice versa. Now please answer soon. This floor isn't comfortable, he told her. She stared down at him and he watched her eyes flicker down to the ring and back to him. Are you sure you want to do this? I'm not exactly going to be your typical housewife. I won't just sit home and cleaning and popping out kids, you know, she told him. He stood and gently put his forehead against hers. Believe me, I know exactly who I want to marry, and that is you. I want no one else. No, I need no one else, Harry told her. So, you idiot. Of course I'll marry you, she said as she slid on the beautiful black ring and jumped him. She pressed her lips against his and he returned eagerly. Just thinking of that fact that she was wearing the ring and agreed was putting him in a semi-euphoric state. He turned and laid her down onto his bed. You! No cameras in here? She said, trying to warn him, as he explored every inch of her mouth and lips. Don't care, Harry responded before throwing off his shirt. He still had a few scars on his chest, though he doubted she would care. She quickly ran her hands up and down his torso, trying to feel every inch of him. He pulled away slightly with every ounce of will he had. Wait. I don't know if we have the time to do this right now, he tried to tell her. His answer came in the form of her grabbing him on both sides of his skull and yanking him down back to her hard and glaring up at him. We have time, she growled at him. He felt electricity shoot down his spine. Yes, dear. No one in the helicarrier could get into that room for the next 4 hours. And that's chapter 44. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Remember to favorite/follow/review if you enjoyed the story. Until next time, peace. Chapter 45. So sorry for the delay. I went on vacation with my family and then went straight back to school right after. Been pretty swamped, but I finally got this out. Hope everyone is still enjoying the story. Harry's POV. So, congratulations are in order, I suppose. Tony said with a shit-eating grin. Harry glared. Answer me honestly, you dirty old man. When did you stop watching? Harry demanded. He could feel Natasha trying to hold in her laughter from under his arm, which was draped across her shoulders. What makes you think I stopped at all? Tony asked with a raised eyebrow. You can either tell me or I can call Pepper to let her know you watched me have privacy with a hidden camera. Before any draw near took place. Tony immediately yelled as he backed down. Harry just smirked at the man. You have my congratulations, you two, but we do have some more important matters to deal with. Fury finally said. He didn't look too happy, but Harry had a feeling it was more to do with ruining a medical room rather than the actions themselves. Harry nodded at him. Banner here yet? He asked. Fury shook his head. No, but he's an hour out. Can you enlighten us to your plan now? Fury asked. Where's Thor? Harry asked. He's currently making sure his friends and lover is safe. Did you know he had a lover? Tony asked. Yeah, I believe I was supposed to have a business meeting with her at some point to talk about some sort of collaboration with my company. I would probably just throw money at her and let her do whatever she wants. If Thor likes her, then she must be all right. Harry reasoned. Tony seemed to think on that before nodding in agreement. Yeah, you're probably right. We should meet her. A triple date, maybe? Tony suggested. Enough. Wolf plan. Now. Fury yelled. Harry just sighed at the man's impatience. Me and Banner are going to take on Thanos together. I with magic and him with his strength. Even if he has the Infinity Stone, there are limits a body can be put through before the stone kills the host. That gauntlet of his probably allows him to wield it without killing himself in the process, but it also probably limits how much power he can utilize. Plus, I have a little trump card to deal with him. Harry revealed to his audience. What kind of trump card? Fury pressed. A good one. That is all I will say. I don't really want people to know about it. I'll use it against Thanos and that's it. So, tell me when Banner is here and also tell Thor to meet me when he gets back. Harry told him as he and Natasha started to leave. And you're going where? Fury asked. I'm going to have more privacy with my wife-to-be. Harry called over his shoulder with a smile. You just like to call me your wife as much as possible. Does it honestly sound that good to you? Natasha asked in amusement. Let me test it some more. Natasha, my beautiful future wife, will you come make passionate, primal love to me? He asked her. She raised an eyebrow. I suppose we could go for another 45 minutes. So how did it sound? She asked. Harry smiled. Keeps getting better and better. It also gives me this weird electric charge kind of feeling that is pretty pleasant now that I think about it. Harry told her. You're a really strange man, she said before kissing, which he happily returned in full force. Thor, good you're here. Quick question, remember the Infinity Stone you took to Asgard? Which one was it exactly? Harry asked the god of thunder. Thor smiled at him and then gained a queer look. Harry, why are you in such a state? Thor asked. Harry looked down at the black silk robe he was wearing. He and Natasha had gone to her private quarters for some more fun, and she had been a little too impatient with how slowly he was taking of his clothes. Bottom line was that he had to borrow her robe until he flashed back to Wolf Cove to get some fresh clothes. Well, I asked Natasha to marry me and she said yes. Since then we've been having a lot of privacy. Harry explained. Thor smiled at the first news and laughed at the second. Ah, it all makes sense now. Well, congratulations on your engagement. You and Lady Widow will make a fine couple. Thor congratulated. Harry nodded. Although he seemed very innocent and noble, Thor was several millennia old and had been with quite a few women. So, about my questions. Harry pressed. Ah yes, the stone I took was the Reality Stone, said to be able to change and alter reality as well as its rules. It is said it can even create alternate realities as well. Well that, and the limitless power as is custom with any Infinity Stone. Thor said. Harry nodded in understanding. Do you know which one it is that Thanos was using? Harry asked. I believe it was the Soul Stone, but I cannot be sure as I only glanced at it and Thanos did not use any of its signature abilities. He used it more for power. Thor explained. Soul? That would make sense. I sensed death around the stone. What are its unique abilities? Harry asked. Thor frowned. I am not so sure myself beyond the power that it can suck souls from its victims, but that's all I can remember. It would have been better if I could ask Loki, but the attacks have recently started up again and I need to be here to defend. Thor explained. I totally get it. Thank you for the help, Thor. Have you seen Banner? I heard he had arrived. Harry asked him. Of course, he could have reached his senses out, but he might as well just ask Thor since he had him here. He is in his old lab, I believe. Thor said. Harry nodded and headed there, immediately leaving Thor to go out and help with the invasion. It only took a moment for Harry to get there, where he saw Banner looking into some papers in a lab coat. Banner. Harry called out, trying to get the man's attention. Banner looked at him and gave a hesitant smile. Hello, Wolf. I hear some congratulations are in order. Banner said politely with his customary shaky smile, as if he was worried he was going to lose himself at any moment. Indeed. Thank you. I look forward to seeing you at the wedding. Enough about that. Want to come help me save the world? Harry asked as he noticed Banner didn't seem to be bothered by the fact he was in a silk woman's robe. He must be spending more time with Tony than he thought. I heard about your plan. Listen, Harry. I know you mean well, but let me stop you right there. Banner, I understand why you are so cautious about letting the Hulk out. Every time you do, people get hurt, but we both know you can handle it. You handled it perfectly last year, and even if something goes wrong, I will be there. We both know I can calm the Hulk down if it gets bad. Harry explained to the man logically. Banner reluctantly nodded. Yeah, I know, I just wish that I could make a difference without having to debase myself to becoming a mindless beast. That's all. Banner said as he looked away sadly. Harry didn't say anything. He could kind of see where the man came from. Working your whole life for something only for people to find use for you in pretty much the exact opposite way. It must have been hard. Banner, I don't think I need to tell you what's going to happen if we let this go. Harry said. Banner said nothing, but he nodded. Let's just get this over with. Banner said. Harry looked at him. Here, I'll tell you what, after this is over, I'll look into some runes that can possibly suppress the Hulk to at least only let him out when you want him to come out. How's that sound? Harry asked the downed man. Banner looked at him in surprise. You'd really do that? Banner asked. Harry nodded. Sure. We may not be as close as some of the team members, but you're still part of my team, and that means I help you when you need help. Harry told him. Banner smiled. Not one of his shaky ones either, this one was real. Thanks, Harry. Banner. All right, enough of the sappy stuff. We have a job to do. Suit up and meet me at the hangar in 20 minutes. I need to change and pick up some supplies, Harry said. Harry and Sammy stared at the red stone that stood on a pedestal protected by a blue impenetrable shield. At least according to Sammy, the shield was impenetrable until it was deactivated. Harry trusted her. So, can you lower the shield now? No. Oh, come on. We don't have the time for this, Sammy. I do this or we all die. Harry told her as he glared at her in annoyance. Sammy just glared back. Okay, you just woke up from being almost put into a coma by Thanos. Now you want to use a power you yourself have admitted to not fully understanding. A power that might also kill you. A power that's likely to kill you. Sammy hissed in anger. Sammy, I need to do this or literally everything I love will wither away and die. I promise you that I will do my best to not let the stone nor Thanos kill me. Harry said to her. You don't even know where Thanos is. She argued weakly. Harry just gave her a look. They both could clearly feel the massive presence that was Thanos currently venting his rage somewhere on the west coast of the United States. Probably somewhere near LA. Come on, Sammy. Just let me do this. Harry urged her. He didn't want to fight about something like this, especially not with his most trusted confidant. Sammy looked upset but seemed to be caving in. Fine, but I'm coming with you, she demanded, but Harry just shook his head.
No.
I'm pretty sure that Thanos is going to be looking for ways to hurt me after all the damage we did. I'm not sure if he can brute force his way past the wards I placed around the Potters, so I want you to go there and make sure that Rose stays safe. You've already done enough to help me, Harry said as he put his hand on her shoulder. She punched him in his chest for the effort, and it actually made him wince. Ow! Harry yelped as Sammy huffed and apparatted away to the Potter's hideout. Presumably, Harry rubbed the sore spot before picking up the red stone. He reached out with his magic and touched the stone. Immediately the stone reached out and tried to wrap around the tendril of magic. As soon as it did, Harry severed the connection and frowned. He could feel the incomprehensible amount of power behind the stone. The stone couldn't actually be real, which is something he should have known already. It was just a physical manifestation that represented the power of reality on a physical level. That didn't bother him though. What bothered him was the fact that the stone seemed to be acting on its own. Almost like it was semi-sentient. Stop doing that, Harry said as he felt the stone reach out its power to his magic with its own tendril of power. I said stop, Harry yelled at the stone, this time with magic enhancing and backing up the command. This time the stone's power retreated back into the storm and it went semi-dormant. Harry's frown deepened even more. That confirmed his thoughts that the stone seemed to be at least semi-sentient. I don't really know how much you can understand of what I say, so I'll try to keep this short. I am going to temporarily borrow your power to kill a maniac that threatens everything I love. I would appreciate you not trying to kill or take over my mind while I borrow some of your power, Harry said. He waited for a moment to see if it responded. After a moment of silence, the stone seemed to give a small pulse before going silent. Harry wasn't sure, but he believed the stone seemed to be agreeing with his request. That or was just a coincidence. Either way, he was running out of time. I'm going to take that as a yes, Harry said as he flashed away back to the helicarrier. Harry stood on one shield's jets as he flew to LA with Banner, who was nervously pacing around. He watched the man before looking back at the pilots. Status update? Harry asked the pilot. We have confirmation via drones that Thanos has already leveled a third of the city. The death toll is in the thousands and the government is doing its best to evacuate everyone who is in 50 miles of Thanos, the pilot said to him. Harry nodded. He had thought about just flashing there but had deemed it too risky. He knew he couldn't beat Thanos alone, and since Banner seemed to have problems with his flashing method of travel, they had to take the jet. Ada? Harry asked. We're 10 minutes out. We're going to airdrop you into the city from 10,000 feet as requested, the pilot said. Harry nodded before moving to the back of the ship with Banner. We're about to make the drop. You sure about trying to drop in? Harry asked the man. Banner thought it would be safer if they would drop in directly on top of their enemy to limit any casualties the Hulk might cause on accident. Harry had agreed, though still thought it might be a little unnecessary. Yes, I'm sure it will be for the best. As soon as we drop though, you should move away from me and attack from long range. Get too close and I might squash you on accident, Banner said with some concern. Harry nodded. He was sure he could stop Banner from crushing him though. We're about to be over the drop zone, the pilot yelled back as the back hatch opened up. I'll meet you on the ground and won't engage until you do. Thanos can probably sense me at this range, even with me suppressing my power, so he's probably expecting a fight, so go in loud, Harry told him. As soon as Banner nodded his understanding, Harry disappeared in a flash of silver. He appeared on the top of the tallest building in LA, which he was surprised was still standing. He looked over the city that was now a battlefield. He frowned and felt his anger rise. Thanos had no real reason to attack Eldada. He was just doing so because it was highly populated, meaning he could kill lots of people for fun. It was disgusting. Harry looked up and saw a green dot falling from the sky. After a few moments, it landed in the middle of the city with an audible boom. He flashed closer to a smaller building where he would be able to see the battle. It was almost impossible to not notice the battle as soon as it got started. Harry found it extremely satisfying to watch Thanos get blasted back into a building. He took this opportunity to jump in and help Banner. He cast an explosive curse into the building and watched the entire floor explode into flames. The supports were destroyed and the building then collapsed on top of the Mad Titan. Harry smirked at the turn of events, but not for long. Thanos burst from the rubble with a roar. He looked at Harry and seemed about to say something. Sadly for him, the Hulk didn't seem to care. Banner immediately shot forward with a roar and engaged Thanos in combat once more. This time, Thanos was more prepared and was able to hold his ground against the Hulk as gold lines originating from the Soul Stones zigzagged over his body, enhancing him in some way. Harry didn't sit idle himself. He started casting as fast as possible, while also trying to make sure he didn't hit Hulk. He was pelting Thanos with as many curses as he could and didn't even bother throwing out a spell unless it was lethal. Thanos seemed to be struggling with their dual attack, which was good, but most of the curses still didn't seem to be doing more than causing him pain any annoyance. Harry gritted his teeth in annoyance. He longed to cast one of his most powerful spells, but with Hulk as well as all the innocent people around here, they would likely get caught in them. From his viewpoint on top of the building, he could make out the Pacific Ocean several miles in the distance, and his face scrunched up in thought. He looked back down at Hulk raging against Thanos. While Thanos was clearly not as strong as the Hulk, he retained his mind and was using actual hand-to-hand techniques, whereas the Hulk was just throwing punches at the Titan. Still, he seemed to not being terrible, mostly due to his superior strength and impressive speed for his size. At that moment, Hulk managed to punch Thanos and send him flying into an already destroyed building. As Thanos crashed into the building, a missile flew over Harry's head and struck the building, where the Titan landed, causing a violent explosion. Harry covered his eyes from the bright flash, then looked up and glared at the two jets he saw flying away. The government was clearly trying to solve the problem themselves and had stopped thinking of the potential civilians they could be killing. Harry heard another loud roar of anger coming from Thanos. He looked down and saw the Titan starting to stand up from the crater. It actually looked like he had taken some damage and appeared to be bleeding on his arm, and most of his golden armor was now covered in soot, giving it an almost black appearance. It didn't take long before the jets that had shot the missile to get shot out of the sky by Kree ships that had witnessed the act. Harry looked at the Hulk and quickly in front of him, gaining the giant green man's attention.
Hulk.
We need to get Thanos away from the city. Lead him to the ocean and I will better be able to deal with him. Be quick. Thanos still hasn't shown his full power, but I suspect he will soon when he sees this level isn't getting the job down. Harry said to the Hulk. The Hulk growled and Harry briefly wondered if he could understand him. He never got to confirm as the Hulk jumped at Thanos and punched the Titan again while he was cackling at the destruction of the jets. Harry watched Hulk punch him in the correct direction of the ocean and hoped that meant that Hulk understood enough of what he said. Harry then moved in to help the Hulk, developing a new strategy. When Thanos managed to land hits on the Hulk and beat him away from him, Harry moved in and started shooting transfiguration curses on the rubble, making stone knights out of it and having them charge Thanos repeatedly. He watched as Thanos smashed through the transfigured knights, though they certainly slowed him down and distracted the man. At least, for all of half a second before a wave of golden power exploded out of Thanos in an expanding sphere and destroyed all the knights around him. It even slowed the rapidly approaching Hulk that was coming up behind him. It didn't, however, give him enough time to turn in time to avoid the strike to the back of his head. Thanos fell to the ground heavily and Hulk gave him no chance to get up again. He grabbed the Titan's legs, lifted him up, and repeatedly to smash him into the ground. He then lifted him once more and performed an impressive spin throw, launching Thanos high into the air and far into the distance. Harry's eyes widened at how far Thanos had been thrown. He had estimated it would take hours to get him to the ocean. Apparently, Hulk was not as patient as him. Hulk jumped far into the air after the Titan and disappeared. Harry sighed and was about to follow when he heard a voice coming from his pocket. He reached into it and pulled out his surprisingly undamaged phone, which was sporting the face of an angry S.H.I.E.L.D. director. Wolf, what the hell is going on? Fury demanded. We're making progress, but it's slow. Thanos is strong and can shrug off most blows. I suspected that he wasn't using the full potential of the Infinity Stone. He has, but I actually think he is using it to protect himself from even my most powerful curses. While doing this, he will probably be able to stay alive and kicking. Harry told the man as he heard distant roars in the distance signaling that the Hulk and Thanos were back at it. Damn it! Do you at least have some good news? Fury asked. HM. Send in medical evac for all the citizens downtown. Thanos is no longer here and the Kree ships are too busy dealing with Air Force. You should be able to get in and out easy enough. I have to go now. I need to back up Banner before he is overwhelmed. Harry said as he ended the call and started flashing towards the roaring. It didn't take long before he was back on them. Harry first watched Thanos to see if his theory was correct. He focused on sensing the power of the stone as Hulk managed to smash his fist into him. There it was. The stone seemed to draw on itself for a moment, then coated the place where Thanos had been hit. All this happened in less than a second. Harry watched the ability over and over again before he seemed to get an idea of how it worked. The Soul Stone seemed to house life energy in it. When Thanos got injured, the life energy would seep out and heal him, even if the wound was only minor. It did so extremely quickly. The stone seemed to almost have a limitless supply of this energy, and based on the name of it, he had a pretty good idea of where the life energy came from. It also explained why Thanos killed so much. While he did probably enjoy it, it also made him more powerful as well as pretty much immortal. Thanos charged and let out another violent wave from the stone and blasted the Hulk back and off his feet. He then held out his hand and watched as Thanos seemed to grin down on the Hulk. The Hulk roared, though this one sounded like one of pain instead of anger. He watched as a gold mist seemed to come from the Hulk as he grabbed his head and continued to roar in pain. Harry narrowed his eyes and identified it as Banner's life force. He sprang into action and launched a white spell that slammed into Thanos, causing him to scream in pain as a white flame spread all over his body. Unlike before, the fire seemed to be actually burning him and causing him pain. Immediately the Titan cut off the stone from trying to suck the Hulk's soul and watched as the stone went to work putting out the flame and healing its master. Like the reality stone, he could almost feel a sort of semi-sentience coming off the stone. It almost felt angry at being interrupted from its feast on the Hulk. It seemed that while incredibly powerful, the stone could not multitask. Could either heal Thanos or suck souls. Could not do both. Hulk immediately stopped roaring in pain and charged at Thanos, who now was in an even worse pain. Hulk smashed into the man with his fist, launching him several blocks. He quickly ran after him and smashed the Titan again, sending him flying another several blocks. At this rate, they would make it to the ocean in the next half an hour. Harry frowned as he kept attacking Thanos with Hulk. He had switched to lower-powered spells to save energy after he found out that Thanos was basically immortal. No need to waste unnecessary energy, while at the same time, he had to appear like he was still trying or the Titan would probably get suspicious. He contemplated how to get the Soul Stone away from Thanos but couldn't find a way. He had tried to summon it with a massive amount of power and yet it did nothing. He knew Thanos had mages under his command and perhaps they had helped to prevent him from doing so. He watched the Hulk continue to pound into the Titan when he suddenly had an idea. He quickly summoned rubble towards himself and quickly started to transfigure them together. One of the problems with magic was that density factored in. That's why metals were considered pretty much impossible to make for wizards without alchemy. This was untrue. Making metal was indeed hard by hand, but it could be done. Harry himself could easily make iron, which was the basis of his swords and chains he made. Knowing this, most would be surprised over the fact that Harry was sweating heavily as he condensed his magic and changed the rubble until it was condensed and hard enough to smash through and pierce even one of Tony's suits. It was close to, if not equal to, titanium in density, but like the actual metal, it was extremely strong. He continued to shape until it took the form of an extremely large sword. A sword no man would ever be able to properly wield, which was fine since he had no intention of having it be for a man to use. Harry waited for a moment in which Hulk was away from Thanos and did not have to wait long. Thanos had managed to knock Hulk to the floor and picked him up and threw him through a building and onto a different street. Harry immediately flashed to the Hulk side. Hulk, take this. We need to get that glove off Thanos, so cut the fucker's hand off. Harry said as he levitated the sword to the Hulk. The Hulk looked at the sword for a moment before a wide grin spread over his face. Harry actually felt a chill go down his spine for a moment at seeing it. The Hulk grabbed the sword and charged back at Thanos with a roar. Harry watched the look of surprise on Thanos' face as Hulk charged at him with a new toy from a rooftop he had flashed onto. Harry resumed transfiguration on the rubble but didn't have his creations attack. He instead kept making a bunch of them until he had what looked like a small army of stone warriors waiting in lines to attack. Harry then finally set them upon the Titan who was still fighting with the Hulk. Harry watched as they set upon Thanos like a swarm of bees. They wouldn't kill him or heavily damage him, but the goal was to distract him so Hulk could find an opening. Thanos looked disgusted by the creations as he looked away from the Hulk and sent a wave at the stone warriors, blasting them all apart. Harry smirked as he watched Thanos not see Hulk come from behind and slash down on his outstretched hand. The audible schlick was music to his ears. Immediately Harry flashed over and took the hand away before Thanos could retrieve it before he flashed away. He appeared in his home on Wolf Cove in the basement and left the hand there before reappearing at the scene of the battle. Thanos was roaring in pain and holding his stumped arm.
Hulk.
Ocean. Now, Harry ordered. Hulk complied immediately and dropped the sword before taking the Titan by the leg and once more, launching him far into the distance. Thanos screamed in anger the whole way. Harry looked at the Hulk and smiled. Good work, man. You've done all that you can. I will handle it from here, Harry said with a smile at the green rage monster. Hulk smiled back before jumping off into the distance. Harry dropped his smile and flashed to the beach where he eventually found an angry Thanos. Thanos looked at his approaching foe with rage. I will kill you for this. I will change the flesh from your body before cutting you to pieces and feed you to my beast. You think you have won? You have won nothing. You cannot kill me and I will come for you. I can sense it, boy. You have run out of power. You are barely standing. It will not be long before my army arrives for me and captures you. Thanos spat at him. Harry was pretty impressed the man could even sense his power levels with all the pain he was in. Even more surprising was that he was right. Harry was running low on magic from so much casting. He had used almost exclusively powerful spells until pretty much the end when he had changed his strategy towards transfiguration, which was only slightly less consuming. You're right. I doubt I could cast anything powerful enough to kill you, and none of my allies are close enough to help me before your army arrives. It's just me and you. That's the way I wanted it too. I had some questions I wanted to ask you before I kill you, Harry stated as he kneeled down and looked into the eyes of the Mad Titan. Thanos just laughed. Ask your questions. It will only stall for my men to come and kill you, Thanos taunted. Harry shrugged. How did you know of me? I am sure we have never met once before you arrived, yet I'm pretty sure you have been aware of me since birth, Harry asked. Thanos smirked at him. Prophecy, was all the Titan said. Harry frowned in annoyance. He hated prophecies from the bottom of his heart. He really did. Must have been specific. Harry commented. Specific enough. I had my magic users scry the rest of the information I needed. At first, I had hoped to control the prophecy and possibly even defy it. I sought to cause a situation in which you would naturally die. You preserved despite that. You made an ally and you grew stronger. I was impressed. I thought I may offer you a position in my army and use you as a weapon against my enemies instead of myself. Yet you changed. The cold heart you had once cultivated began to melt and you became weak once more. Look at you. If you had not settled for domestic pursuits and continued to train and grow powerful, then you could have no doubt taken me on single-handedly. Instead you relied on the green beast to aid you. Pathetic. Thanos spat injury at his feet when he finished. By now, Harry could vaguely see Kree ships approaching in the distance. My parents? Harry didn't continue as it was clear what he was asking. Their minds were weak. It was only too easy to get them to forget you. To leave you, Thanos said. Harry closed his eyes in thought before opening them and looking directly at Thanos. It seems I have to thank you. Though you did it with malicious intent, you made my life better than it could have ever been. I will live and grow old and die content many years from now. I will do so with my beautiful wife and most likely some children. You, however, will have no such future. You die here, Harry said as he stood up. Thanos just chuckled in amusement. You bluff. You cannot kill me. You are out of magic and you have no weapons. My men are just moments away. Your talking has sealed your own fate. Thanos laughed. Harry just smiled down at the Titan. Well, I do have one thing, Harry said as a runic array glowed on his hand and a red stone came into existence. Thanos had stopped laughing and looked on with fury now. The reality stone? No, it's a fake. It was sent to Asgard, I know it was, Thanos said, clearly trying to convince himself. Harry just smiled. Goodbye, Thanos. Thank you for everything, Harry said as he reached out with the little magic he had left and touched the stone with it. The stone latched on without a bit of hesitation. Immediately it was like the world seemed to stop. Harry stood frozen as he watched horror fill Thanos' eyes. He had not seen such a look on him before. It looked strange and out of place on the Mad Titan. He watched as his world exploded into a red mist that surrounded him and everything around him. He watched as wrapped around Thanos until it was fully covering him. When it receded, the Mad Titan was gone, dissolved into nothingness by the reality stone. Not even the atoms of his body remained. Kept going though as it spread out. Harry did not know how far, but if he planned this right, it was now blanketing everything within a mile of him. He could feel the reality stone trying to push past the limits he placed on it, trying to take over his body and destroy him. Despite this, Harry was calm, almost to the levels of being unconcerned. This was not a battle of power but of the mind. Harry would never lose in a battle of wills. The stone kept pushing before it quit and grew still and receded back into its stone form. Harry breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the beach. He saw the Kree ships come in. They slowed when they got close and Harry got the feeling they were looking down at him and wondering where their lord went. They hovered for a moment before one slowly lowered itself to the ground. It didn't take long for it to open up and a familiar Kree to emerge. Una's father, he seemed confused. Where is our lord? Why can't I remember him? I know he existed. I know I was here to meet him, but I can't remember. The man seemed very genuinely confused. I erased him. I bent reality itself and erased his very existence from the universe. Soon it won't be just you but everyone who forgets him. It'll be like he never existed. Harry told the man tiredly. This response seemed to anger. What you speak of is impossible. He spat at Harry. Harry shrugged and once more pulled out the reality stone. He let it pulse and wash over the man. Just from his eyes, Harry could tell he already knew what it was. It's true. How could you possibly? Enough. No more questions. You have 24 hours to get your people light years from my planet. If you ever attack again, I will erase your race form existence. I am in no more mood to answer your questions. You have killed a lot of my people. You will leave now, Harry finally said as he demonstrated his control over the reality stone by having a red haze start to come out and approach the man. He stepped back quickly. We will do as you ask, he said, and with that he moved quickly away back to his ship. Soon it started lifting into the sky with the others who were still waiting and took off together. It didn't take long before Harry saw other ships start flying away in the same direction. He sighed in satisfaction and laid his head down on the suddenly very soft sand. He closed his eyes and started to drift. It had been such a long day. Hope you guys enjoyed what I did for the wrap-up. If not, then that's okay. This is how I wanted to end it for Thanos, but I can understand why some may not like it. Stay tuned for the epilogue. Epilogue. Harry's POV. Unknown hospital. Harry's crusted eyes opened after what felt like an eternity. He was immediately forced to close them again as the light that was over him proved to be much too strong for his eyes. He waited for a few minutes for his eyes to get used to the light beating against his eyelids before trying to open them again. He blinked to get the crust out of his eyes before taking in where he was. It was a hospital room, clearly not one he had ever seen before, meaning the hospital was probably privately owned. It was most likely owned by Shield or Tony. His eyes locked in on a couch where he saw his fiancée sleeping with a blanket over her. He didn't say anything to wake her as she had deep bags under her eyes, meaning this was most likely the first time she had slept in a while. Since she was still asleep, he looked over himself. Almost his entire body was covered in bandages. There were multiple tubes going into all parts of his body, which were now uncomfortable now that he had noticed them. He frowned down at his body. There should be no need for him to be covered in bandages and stuck with a bunch of needles. He had not been that injured from facing Thanos. He moved his arm slightly and immediately winced. His arm felt like it was on fire the moment he had tried to move it. This caused him to frown even more. Why was his arm, and most likely his entire body, in so much pain? He racked his memories of what happened after his fight. He remembered the Kree coming down to kill him. He remembered them leaving and then passing out. He remembered nothing after that, just darkness with flashes of red. Finally decided to return to the world of the living. Harry immediately turned to his right where he saw Tony, who must have entered the room quietly while he was thinking. He was dressed in a three-piece suit and looked like he had a fresh haircut. He still had some signs of combat, but not recent combat. Harry must have been asleep longer than he had originally thought. "How long have I been out?" Harry asked. 3 weeks. Gave everyone quite the scare. Tony told him, confirming his suspicions. Harry's eyes narrowed. "What happened when I went to sleep?" Harry asked. "Well, we were hoping you could tell us. We picked you up from that beach and discovered you had an Infinity Stone which Thor could have sworn he had taken to Asgard, as well as another one that seemed to be leeching the life from you. The Reality Stone seemed to fight the Yellow One's control over you, and nothing we could do could stop either of them. Every time someone tried to take them from you, the stones would cause them harm." Tony explained quietly. Harry sensed that the story wasn't over and gestured with his head for Tony to continue. "After that, you died for a while. We of course immediately moved in to assist, but your body burst into black flames. Your body looked like it was dissolving from it, almost like you were made of dust. Eventually the Reality Stone seemed to pulse and disperse the flames. Thor mentioned how odd it was that the stone seemed to be protecting you," Tony said while clearly gauging his reaction. Harry betrayed nothing of his thoughts. In truth, he did not find it as odd that the stone would protect him as it was semi-sentient. The odder question would be why it chose to protect him. Another question was why his flames turned against him. He had full control over them and couldn't imagine them being used to harm him. The only thing he could possibly think of. No, that would be impossible. After that, everything trying to kill you receded and we worked on healing you. It seemed the fire had actually burned your body and we had to wait quite a while for your body to heal itself to the point that we could put a needle in something besides charred flesh." Tony finished. Harry nodded. He had a lot to think about. "Where's the stone?" Harry asked. "I don't know, we couldn't get it away from you, so you must have it somewhere on you," Tony said to him. Harry looked down at himself. He had a feeling he could just summon it, so he concentrated for a split second before the stone appeared floating in front of him. Tony said nothing, but he did look at the stone with interest. He stared at him and reached out to the stone with magic. The stone immediately responded to it and latched onto it possessively. It did not try to take control of him like it had used to, but almost seemed to absorb some of his magical presence into it. Harry was puzzled by the action. Almost all Infinity Stones had unlimited power. What would it need his magic for? He cut off the flow and observed the stone. It almost seemed disgruntled by his action but didn't do anything about the flow cut off. "Strange," was all Harry said. "So what were the casualties like?" "Bad. Biggest global attack ever recorded. Hundreds of thousands of dead with close to 6 million injured. All of that in a week. It's a mess out there. Officially, no one except S.H.I.E.L.D. knows the reason they came here, and that's only the top personnel. Fury has been waiting for you to wake up before he makes a statement," Tony said. Harry sighed in annoyance. A hostile galactic force attacked Earth for the sole purpose of conquering and enslaving its population. Through the help of the world governments and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Avengers, We dealt a huge blow and scared them back home. Harry suggested. Tony shrugged. It's not my problem for once. So, what's next for you? Assuming the governments don't try and pin this all on you and send you to jail. I'd like to see them try. Even in this state, I could destroy this entire hospital in the blink of an eye. Harry scoffed. I hear you, but maybe don't advertise that fact to other people. Tony said with a smirk. Magicals do anything? Harry asked suddenly.
Officially no.
Unofficially, they've healed thousands of people and helped subtly repair many cities as quick as believably possible. Tony said. Harry nodded in satisfaction at that. Well, I guess I'll go back to work when I get better. Harry said. You absolutely will not. Harry looked over towards the direction of the voice and saw Natasha getting up from the couch, now fully awake. He smiled as his emerald met her green.
Hey naturvidenskabelig.
Don't hey nat me. I'd punch you in the jaw if you weren't so fragile right now. She threatened and added a glare for good measure. Harry sunk in a little to the bed, trying to get away from her burning stare. I didn't try to burn myself out of existence. In fact, I would have purposefully tried to avoid it if I could, but I couldn't, so there you go. Harry said in a way to try and pacify his future wife's anger. It didn't seem to work that well. You are not going back to work. At least not until we have the wedding, she stated. Harry looked at her in surprise. You want to do it that soon?
Ido.
Given your penchant for almost dying recently, I would like to make sure I'm Mrs. Wolf before it's too late, she said in a lighter manner. Harry smirked. She leaned down and placed a soft kiss on his lips. At least he imagined it was soft. He couldn't quite tell, because his face was in a great level of pain from the slight pressure. Ah, okay, that's enough of that. I can't hold it anymore. God, that hurt so much. We'll have to try that again tomorrow when I focus more on healing my face. Harry yelled out in pain. Natasha started laughing loudly at that, while Tony was smirking in amusement. It didn't last long as someone else entered his room. Wolf, you're looking better, Fury said as he entered the room in his typical trench coat, looking back at full health. Fury, you're looking better than the last time I saw you. I assume you're here for official business? Harry questioned, though he already knew the answer. I am. I could say that I honestly would rather let you heal a little more beforehand before having this conversation, but we don't have much of a choice, Fury told him. Harry actually believed he was being totally honest for one. All right, lay it on me, Harry said. The UN is currently questioning why this alien race came out and attacked us for no apparent reason. They are convinced S.H.I.E.L.D. knows why and want an official statement from us. How do you want us to play this out? Fury asked. Harry thought about it. Reveal information about the Infinity Stones. Tell them they used to be on Earth, but Thor took them to Asgard so they would no longer be a threat and lure enemies here. The Kree didn't get the message and attacked us to get the stones and enslave us under an unnamed tyrant. They failed and we successfully repelled them, Harry said seriously. Speaking of this tyrant, any idea why no one can remember anything specific about them? Fury asked, though it sounded more like an accusation. None, we can focus on that later. Do you have what you need? Harry asked. Fury looked at him, then thought for a moment. I suppose I can spin such a tale. I will inform the necessary people. A word of warning. The UN might call on you about your actions to try and poke holes in your story. Fury said. The UN can go fuck themselves. I pretty much saved the entire planet, so as of now, they can go ahead and consider me untouchable. Harry told Fury, though there was no true heat in his words. Fury almost looked amused by his words for once. Very well. I suppose I'll leave you to recover. S.H.I.E.L.D. will be in touch, Fury said before getting up and sweeping out of the room. Harry's eyes followed him until he watched the man leave. So, the wedding? Harry said as he looked at Natasha. She smirked back. 3 months later, Wolf Cove. Harry looked at himself in the mirror and smoothed his suit once more nervously. He was in his bedroom with the wedding to take place any minute now. He was just waiting for Tony to come get him. He took a deep breath as once more looked over his classic, black tuxedo. He had no idea what brand it was. All he knew was that it wasn't bulletproof and Tony had picked it out for him. Harry just continued to fidget in place. He was so busy fidgeting that he didn't notice the sky turn a pale gray in color. He didn't notice that he could no longer hear noises outside. He did, however, notice the bird that was frozen mid-flight outside his window. Then he noticed the pale gray sky and chill that had settled in the air. He tensed and prepared to go look for Natasha. Well, this looks like a lovely affair. You must be very happy. Harry spun around and stared at the back of a man in his room. Someone he had never seen before was in his room and appeared to be making himself a drink on his dresser with alcohol he was sure he did not actually own. He calmed himself and took in this man's appearance. He was young, probably only a decade older than him at most. He had pitch white hair with little flakes of black that looked like ash stuck in his hair. He was wearing a white hoodie that was lined with pitch black fur that looked like it was clinging comfortably to him. He also had black pants and white sneakers to top off the look. Harry was sensing a pattern with this man. The man finished pouring his drink and turned around at him with a smile. Harry's heart stopped. The man had sharp fangs poking out of his mouth and extremely sharp, black, slightly curved horns poking out of the top of his head. Cat got your tongue, Harry Potter, or wolf as you prefer. The man mocked. Harry had his brain reboot before raising his hand and shot red mist in front of him. He watched in horror as it dissolved as soon as it got within 3 feet of the demon. He started throwing curses of all kinds and watched as the same thing happened. The man just leaned against the dresser with his drink, an amused smirk on his face. Harry stopped, seeing that his attempts were fruitless. What do you want? He finally questioned through grit teeth. Not much. I just thought I'd come and introduce myself. My name is Astaroth. Nice to meet you. I already know who you are. Can you guess why I am here? The now named Astaroth asked. I'd assume to kill me, Harry said as he prepared to fight his way out of this situation. Astaroth just threw his head back and laughed. There was no trace of any evil in it, but the chilling of the room that accompanied it suggested otherwise. Oh heavens no. I'm just here to introduce myself and state my intentions, as it were. You see, you did something very, very naughty. A human came into our home and killed one of our generals. Granted, he was an idiot and arrogant beyond measure, but it can't be thought that we have become so weak that we are no longer a threat. So, to be blunt, we're going to kill your whole race as a reminder of our strength. I guess you could call this a declaration of war. I mean, it's going to be more of us slaughtering you mercilessly, but you get the point. Astaroth said as he turned and poured himself another glass. Harry almost felt frozen as he watched the demon. You were the one who tried to kill me with my own fire, Harry said. He phrased it as a question but said it as a statement. I believe you mean our fire. Don't forget where you got such an ability. And no, I'm not the one who tried that, though I'm sure I could figure it out if I truly wanted. You have made quite a few enemies among my people after all, Astaroth said with a smile as if the whole situation amused him. Why are you telling me this? Harry asked as calmly as he could. Isn't it obvious? I want you to prepare. I want you to do everything you can to try and stop us, so when I do kill you, it'll be that much more satisfying. Also, I've been incredibly bored for these past centuries and I want to drag this out as long as possible. Ruling is such a boring venture. I can see why dear old Lucy chose to abandon it after a millennium. Anyway, I've said what I needed to say. I will leave you to your ceremony. You look very handsome, by the way, Astaroth said as his eyes roamed Harry's form. Harry had to fight to not raise an eyebrow at the demon, wondering if he was just trying to make him more uncomfortable. Just as quick as he was there, the demon was gone. Harry looked outside and watched the sky turn back to blue and the bird that was frozen fly off on its way as if nothing happened. Harry, it's T.I. Are you okay? You look as pale as ghost. You're not nervous, are you? I mean, you're only promising yourself to one woman for the rest of your life, so no biggie, Tony said with a smirk. Harry took a deep breath before giving his own smirk. I'm fine, thanks for asking. Everything ready then? Harry asked the man. Tony nodded. Just waiting on you and Red. You know, it's still not too late to back out. We leave now and we can be in Paris in a few hours. Have a real party, Tony said in jest. Harry just shook his head in amusement. And then have Nat hunt me down and kill me? I think I'd rather just get married to her, Harry said as he continued to stall to calm his raging heartbeat. He thought about what he just saw and who had just been here. After this is over, we'll need to talk. As in everyone, not just you and me, Harry said seriously. Tony looked surprised by the change of subject but nodded in acceptance after a second. Sure, but don't focus on work right now. Focus on the beautiful red head you're about to tie yourself to forever. Yeah. Forever. Harry looked from his spot at the front of the beach to the back when he heard the music start to play as it announced the arrival of the bride. Harry didn't have to act starstruck as he looked at Natasha because she was truly breathtaking. She wore a white standard colored dress that was actually rather conservative as it showed no neckline or any of her back. It went to her neck and was sleeveless. Harry knew why she picked such a dress. She was so often viewed as sexual object as part of her job that on her wedding day, she just wanted to be viewed as herself. It didn't subtract at all from her beauty in his eyes. He saw Barton walking her down the aisle looking like he was about to cry. He had to look away to avoid laughing at the man. It wasn't long before they reached him and Barton let Natasha go so she could stand next to him. He smiled at her and she smiled back before they looked at Thor, who was acting as their minister. Thor was beaming before starting up. Dearly beloved, we are. Harry let him drone on as he looked at Natasha in the eyes. He saw happiness radiating from her eyes and he was sure that he was radiating the same to her. He pushed out all negative thoughts from his mind. Now wasn't the time to worry about whatever the next threat they needed to face was. Now was the time for happiness. Do we have the rings? Thor asked. Tony stepped up and handed them to them. Harry smiled at his best man before taking out the rings and placing the beautiful obsidian ring on her finger. She put a matching one on his as they smiled. I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may now kiss. Harry didn't hear what was next as he wrapped his arms around her waist and felt her wrap her hands on his neck. He brought her in and felt her lips smash into his, matching him for passion. Harry felt like time was frozen again, except this time he was hoping it would never end. Harry felt a feeling bubble in his chest as he kissed his wife. A feeling he was not used to feeling ever. Harry was content. And there you have it. The end of Injury Stained. Thank you all for reading my very first creation on this site until its completion. I know many of you will have questions about the sequel. I make no promises to the sequel. I just wanted to leave it open in case I wish to return to this world. If any would like to pick up the sequel, just let me know, and we can see if something can be arranged. I also know some of you wish to have this story continue, but I didn't want this story to go on forever. I wanted it to have an end, so I didn't just leave you guys waiting for something that may or may not come. Once again, I hope you enjoyed the story. I may come back to fix all the errors yet, and I thank those who put up with them. If you wish to read more of my works, feel free to check out some of my other stories. Until probably not next time. Peace.